Something rustled in the bushes below, a guy and a girl bickering in hushed voices, though not hushed enough. The old me probably would have woken my roommates so we could all gawk at it together. But I wasn't in the mood now. I didn't even turn my head. I stood on the third-floor balcony, looking out at the nighttime silhouette of Modi University, my mind full of the dream I'd just had. It hadn't felt like a dream, more like a stretch of life I'd actually lived, my last one. In the dream, 3 days from now, at the stroke of midnight, zombies appeared without warning and spread like wildfire. Nobody could stop them. The 4 of us in our dorm, one got infected first and lunged at another. The 3 of us took that zombie down together, and the last guy locked himself out on the balcony so he wouldn't drag the rest of us down. In the end, he turned anyway. Su Chidong and I, the only one who made it, started fighting to survive in Modu. Later we discovered the crystal cores inside the zombies' brains and used them to awaken our abilities. The 2 of us were ruthless enough. We allied with everyone we could ally with and carved out a piece of turf in the apocalypse, built a settlement strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the capitals. But one time, I followed a group of our strongest into a ruins to explore and ran straight into a Tier 7 Guardian. I was only Tier 5 then, no match at all, and a traitor back at base had seized control of the ruins entrance, so there was no way out. I died in that ruins. I leaned against the balcony railing, staring into the distant dark. I believed the dream, because it had left too much undone. The one taking the reins of this body now was Fong Lanbai, hardened by years of crawling through the apocalypse. I was going to show those people what I was capable of. This time, I'll claim the strongest forbidden items and protect the ones I mean to protect. Forbidden items are the most powerful objects ruins produce, practically a second ability. In my last life, only 114 ruins ever appeared, which meant 114 forbidden items. And my biggest asset right now was knowing, in advance, exactly where each ruins would appear and how to get inside. One of the strongest combat-type forbidden items I knew of, designated 004, Dark Demon Essence, would appear right here in Modu. It was a necklace, sealing a juvenile Thunderhell demon dragon inside. Form a successful contract and it would recognize you as its master, defending you to the death. In my last life, the person who stumbled onto it had a feeble ability, just an ordinary stone wall. And yet, riding that forbidden item, they muscled their way into the top tier of fighters. 3 days left. I'd use my memories to pave my own road, stockpile supplies ahead of time, and build my own crew in the apocalypse's earliest days. Su Chidong, that brother of mine, he fought to buy me a way out right up until he died. He was worth it. And Li Rui's. In my last life, it was him throwing himself in the way that kept the 3 of us from being wiped out. Those 2, I trust with my back. I was going to save them both. The sky was just turning gray when I slipped quietly out of the dorm. No morning classes, and my roommates were still asleep. My phone lit up. The contact read Little Cream Cake. Morning. I've got an 8 a.m. today. Followed by a crying face. Even after everything the apocalypse had put me through, that message still tugged the corner of my mouth up. Her name was Yi Qingyao, my girlfriend. We'd been together since high school, made a pact to test into Moda University together. I'm an orphan, broke, scraping together tuition by working several jobs at once, and she never once held it against me. She'd just smile and say, "I always knew you were the best. Why would I ever look down on you?" In my last life, by the time I'd awakened my ability and rushed to find her, by the time I shoved her dorm door open, she was already infected. If I'd just been a little faster, the door would never have been broken down, and she wouldn't have died. How desperate she must have felt in that moment. This time, I'll keep you safe. Where's your class? Bet you skipped breakfast again. I'll bring you something. Okay, I'm in S406. How come you're up so early today? Just suddenly wanted to see you. I bought bread and soy milk at the cafeteria, nothing strong smelling like steamed buns. I didn't care, but I didn't want anyone giving her a hard time over it. The classroom was already pretty full. She looked good even without makeup, the acknowledged campus beauty, with a fresh wave of admirers every term, some of them perfectly aware she had a boyfriend and still trying to wedge themselves in. I leaned down and lowered my voice. "Excuse me, miss, is this seat taken?" She turned, saw it was me, and her eyes smiled. "Nope. Sit. I saw you from over there and thought you were gorgeous. I'm a street kissing artist. Mind if I steal one?" I set the breakfast down to tease her. She knew I was playing, of course, and rolled right along. Sure, I want to kiss you too. The kids in the back row had their jaws hanging open. I stayed a while, then slipped out the back door. The streets of Modu were a sea of people. Before long, every one of them would become a zombie, and after that only food and water would keep you alive. A handful of people would awaken abilities. Espers don't fear infection, but zombies crave fresh flesh, and feeding on an esper's flesh makes them evolve faster, fast enough to become a zombie king. With a population this dense, Modu would breed zombie kings far too easily, and then it'd be hell on earth. First, money. Li Rui's and Su Qidong scraped together a little over 6,000. When Yi Qingyao heard I needed cash, she lent me 10,000 without blinking. She came for money, and this was nothing more than a month's living expenses to her. Once the apocalypse hit, cash would be waste paper anyway, so I spent it with a clear conscience. I found a cheap little shop, bulk quantities, and the owner would deliver. Boss, write this down. 50 cases of bottled water, 200 cases of this bread. At the size of that order, the owner shot up straight in his chair and grabbed a pen and paper. I added long shelf life canned goods and high-calorie food, and arranged for everything to be delivered to the Jinhui Grand Hotel in 2 days. The Jinhui Grand Hotel was near campus, the tallest building around. That was exactly what I wanted. In the apocalypse, you have to stand high to read the way the horde will surge ahead of time. In my last life, I led the survivors out of Moda University and dug in there, using it as my base to clear zombies and collect crystal cores, carving out my territory piece by piece. I went to the front desk and booked a room for an extended stay. You're sure about long-term? That's not a small amount, the desk girl said, a little hesitant. It's fine. I'll move in 3 days from now and settle up then. In the end, she couldn't resist the fat commission and took 1,000 as deposit, the last of the money on me, and I had to wear her down for ages before she'd agree to take only part of it. In my last life, Modu had 3 major powers, and the settlement I led was one of them, nicknamed Prismatic Hidden Moon. This time, there'd be no 3-way standoff. I was going to unite Modu under one banner. Beastlord King Star. We'll see whose shell is harder, your turtles or my fist. I handed the room key to the shop owner and drilled it into him. Have the goods ready on time, no exceptions. I'd paid in full, so I wasn't worried he'd slack, and if he did, I had plenty of ways to make him regret it. Back at the dorm, all 3 of them were awake, though that just meant lying in bed playing online games with their eyes open. Where'd you run off to so early? Hurry up and log on. Li Rui's is hopeless, Su Qidong said, sitting cross-legged. Dark-skinned but clean-featured, 6'1", all corded muscle. He'd won medals at the sports meet. Plenty of underclassmen chased him, and he was forever cycling through girlfriends. What's that supposed to mean, Dongzi? If the other team weren't so strong, would I be this bad? That was Li Rui's, the Rue, in his name meant sharp, but the guy was a softy, round-eyed and a bit pudgy, harmless-looking, the chubbiness from not exercising once he got to college. The last one, the burly one, was the dorm's biggest pain, Wang Tsunghua. He leaned on his strength and never bothered with manners, swiping other people's stuff, blasting games at night, sneering to your face. He'd done it all. Su Qidong had thrown down with him a few times, but the guy was a slab of muscle, so it never got anywhere, and he only doubled down on making our lives miserable. The second I walked in, he eyed me sideways and lowered his voice. Off seeing your campus beauty girlfriend again? Take my advice, you can't hold on to her, so quit while you're ahead. He was jealous I had a girlfriend like that, while Yi Qingyao had never spared him so much as a glance. People like him. I'd reported plenty of times in my last life, and the school never once actually did anything. Smack. I slapped him across the face. Wang Tsunghua froze on the spot. This wasn't the easygoing Fong Lanbai he knew. I clamped my right hand around his throat, gripping so hard he couldn't pry it loose. Huff, huff. He gasped for air, eyes full of fear. You won't be around much longer anyway. Keep this up, and I won't mind sending you off early. He didn't dare say a word back. In the dream, when the end came, Wang Tsunghua was among the first to turn. Li Ruai spotted it first and tried to grab him, but with that out-of-shape body, he couldn't budge him at all. By the time Su Qidong and I rushed over, Li Rui's had already had a chunk of flesh bitten out. Su Qidong grabbed a dumbbell and bashed the thing down, blood and flesh spraying across my face. It was Li Rui's who reacted fastest. He latched the door, jammed a cabinet against it, then walked out onto the balcony himself. "Lock the balcony. I'm going to turn into one of those. Do it now," he practically screamed. Less than half an hour later, he slumped over and turned. If he hadn't given his life, all three of us would have been infected. And there'd have been no Fong Lanbai after that. Coming, you're really useless without me." I logged on with a grin and dove into the game with them. At noon, the three of us went for the new Sichuan Chongqing tripe place that had opened near campus. Wang Tsungguo wasn't part of our group. On the way to grab our order, Li Rui's looked up at me. "Fong, I think I saw you alone out on the balcony last night. Everything okay?" He was the most perceptive of us. He'd sensed I was different. "It's fine. Didn't sleep well. Went out to get some air." I clapped him on the shoulder. "This life, I will save him and find a way to get him to awaken. But if he really got infected, even I'd be powerless. Right up to the day I died last time, no one ever figured out how to turn a zombie back into a person." Doing a lap of the place, I spotted someone I hadn't expected. He sat alone, head down over a bowl of noodles, heavy brows, a sharp gaze, not an ounce of spare flesh on his face. It was Wu Feng, in my last life, the founder of one of Modu's 3 major powers, nicknamed Thousand Mile Blade Moon. He'd forced his way into the 5 moons on the strength of his blade alone, a legend. I'd dealt with him plenty, fought zombie kings alongside him, protected countless survivors with him. He was a generous, straightforward man. I tried to recruit him several times in my last life, but he only respected being overpowered. If you couldn't crush him, recruiting him was off the table. I walked over and sat down across from him. "Hey, man, how come you're eating alone?" He said flatly, "Alone's good. Free, no hassle. Sometimes things get too big to handle without more people on your side. Don't you think?" I didn't wait for his answer. I got up and left, letting him chew on who I was. I wasn't worried about him getting infected. A man who could carve out his own world would never go down on day one of the apocalypse. When the time came, I'd come find him again. Over the next 3 days, I did everything I'd set out to do. Ran to the Jinhui Grand Hotel and the shop to check the supplies, picked up a few more odds and ends, and spent the money down to nothing. On the last day, I dragged Su Qidong and Li Rui's off to pull an all-nighter at an internet cafe, leaving Wang Tsunghua alone in the dorm, precisely so neither of them would get infected once he turned. I pressed the room key into their hands, told them to go wait at the Jinhui Grand Hotel, and, whatever they did, to wait for me to come back. The two of them were a little puzzled, but didn't press. It was Wednesday. I called Yi Qingyao out early too, promising to walk her back the next morning. Moda's night was ablaze with lights. She and I walked hand in hand, heading in one direction, toward the park where Ruin 004 would appear. We were almost there. I needed to get her somewhere safe first. "Yao Yao, go book a room at this hotel and text me the room number. Remember, no matter who knocks, don't open the door. Wait for me to get back. I'm going to grab us some late-night snacks." "Why? I can come with you." I ruffled her hair. "It's fine. Go on ahead. Wait for me." She gave my arm a little shake and smiled. "Okay, just hurry back." Once I'd seen her off, I went into the park to wait. Almost midnight. The end was coming. There were hardly any people in the park, and the sky had already taken on an eerie red. I have to awaken first, then enter the ruins. Otherwise, if I run into danger inside, I won't even be able to protect myself. I'd already pulled a big fire extinguisher from a fire hose cabinet. This was the weapon I'd kill my first zombie with after being reborn. Midnight. On the surface, all was calm, but the zombie transformation had already begun. I walked along the path. Up ahead, on a bench, sat an old man in a sanitation worker's uniform, dead still. I stepped up beside him and set my stance. His head whipped around, pale eyes locking onto me, and with a snarl he started to lunge. Whump! The extinguisher came down and caved his head right in, blood spraying all over me. I didn't stop, a few more blows, until the dry powder burst loose. While it was fresh, I shoved my hand into its skull and dug out a semi-transparent crystal, a crystal core. I gripped the core in my palm. It slowly vanished, acting like a fuse, calling up every bit of power inside me. I opened my eyes. My pupils had gone pale blue, and a blue diamond surfaced between my brows. Prismatic hidden moon, awakened. One by one, prism-shaped crystals appeared, circling me, 12 in all. Hard and razor-edged, mine to command at will, they were my primary means of attack. A few tiers higher, they could even carry me into the air. Prismatic hidden moon, tier 1 prisms times 12. I walked the park lap after lap, killing a dozen some zombies, until I finally found the anomaly, a leaf glinting with a light unlike the rest. I reached for it, and the instant my fingertip brushed that point of light, my whole body was sucked in. When I opened my eyes again, before me lay a stretch of ruins, broken structures everywhere. I'd been inside a few ruins before, every one different, and the one in front of me looked like a forgotten world. I'd landed in a roofless stone hut, the open sky overhead, nameless stone statues standing all around. The hut didn't even have a door, so I just used my newly awakened reflexes to flip up onto the roof. Wind and sand stung my face. Outside was nothing but desolation. More of these roofless, gaping stone huts everywhere. In the distance stood a black palace, edged in gilt gold, piercing the clouds, far more intact than the rubble around it. I knew the forbidden item was there. A moment too slow and Yingao could be in danger, so I broke into a run toward it. The palace gates stood several meters tall, so heavy there was no way I could push them open as I was now. Peering through the gap, I saw an empty space, with a staircase at the far end leading up. I stacked the 12 prisms into a stairway and used it to vault through a high window. The hall inside was bare. I climbed the staircase, and suspended at the top hung a black necklace, rich in texture, giving off a tempting glow. So this is forbidden item 004, Dark Demon Essence. I took it down and put it on. A flash of light, and the necklace melted straight into my body, leaving only a black pattern across my chest. I could feel a pocket of space within the forbidden item, a small dark dragon curled up inside. A flicker of intent, and the little dragon appeared on the ground. It slowly opened its eyes, a pair of purple vertical pupils fixed on me, then patted over on broad claws and nuzzled my pant leg. A woo. Its roar came out soft, not the least bit menacing. When I'd seen it in my last life, how massive its body had been. Dark energy laced with purple lightning, enough to make any opponent quail. For now it was just a tier 1 mutant beast. Growing up would take flesh and crystal cores. It was utterly dependent on me, clawing at my pant leg to climb up, so I had no choice but to bend down and scoop it into my arms. Little guy, what should I call you? I stroked its head as I headed for the exit, couldn't settle on anything, and decided to just leave that to Yingao. Contract, Thunderheld Demon Dragon, Dark Demon Essence, Tier 1, Lightning plus Dark. I came back out of the ruins, into the park again. I pulled out my phone. Yingao's messages popped up. I'm in 312, hurry up. Sent before midnight. Lambai, where are you? I think there are zombies outside. I'm so scared. I quickened my pace and set the little dragon down. It kept up easily. A few zombies snarled and lunged on the way. I gathered the 12 prisms into a blade and took heads in one clean stroke, not a drop of blood on me. The little dragon wasn't about to be outdone. Purple lightning crackled and drove the zombies back, and it pounced and shredded them with its fangs, their claws not leaving so much as a scratch on its scales. The hotel front desk had turned too and rushed straight at us. I ignored it. I knew the little dragon wouldn't let it follow. On the 3rd floor, a few more lurched around the corridor. I shot a prism clean through the nearest, and the other 3 lunged together. I recalled the prisms, met 2 of them head-on, the crystals condensing into a short blade that tracked my hand. 2 strikes and done. The one behind me got tackled by the little dragon as it caught up, wrapped in dark energy, and went still. Corridor cleared. I knocked on 312. Yao, I'm back. Open up. The door swung open at once. With all that racket in the hall, she'd heard long ago. The little dragon scurried in fast, terrified of being shut out, and gave her a start. Once she saw how calm I looked, she shut the door, her face full of worry. Lambai, what is going on with you? What are these things? And where did this dragon come from? Half my clothes were soaked through with zombie blood, but she didn't even mind the mess. I sat her down and explained slowly. The apocalypse has broken out. It's all zombies out there. I've awakened. These prisms are my ability. This is a Thunderheld Demon Dragon, a product of the apocalypse, a forbidden item. She still hadn't gotten her bearings. I placed a crystal core in her palm. Feel it. When an ordinary person absorbs a crystal core, with luck they awaken an ability, and even if they don't, their body still gets stronger. I want you to be able to protect yourself. That way you won't get infected. She closed her eyes and felt for it. The core slowly melted into her palm, a current of warmth circulating through her. Yao Yao, you'll be okay. Even if you don't awaken, I'll keep you safe. But she looked at me and said, earnestly, I want to get strong myself. And protect you too. She had her pride, and she wouldn't be sheltered behind me forever, a dead weight. The words had barely left her when she opened her palm, and a lotus, pale pink edged with green, surfaced there. Is this my ability? Try and see if you can control it. A flicker of intent, and the lotus's petals trembled and slowly unfurled, drifting out until they touched the wall and, bang, detonated, blasting a head-sized hole in the bathroom wall. Yi Qingyao ability, Lotus Blossom, Control/Burst type, Tier 1. That's strong. Really strong. Her power was beyond what I'd expected. Now, and then the low growls and screams of zombies carried through the hotel. The soundproofing was decent, so it stayed faint. I pulled out the dozen-plus crystal cores I hadn't had time to absorb tonight and took them in, replenishing what I'd spent. My energy even climbed a notch into mid-tier 1. She'd awakened, but her combat strength still wasn't enough. I had to get stronger to buy her enough time to grow. Awoo, seeing us ignore it so long. The little dragon sat up straight and stared at us pleadingly, zombie blood still smeared at the corners of its mouth. Forbidden Item 004 lived up to the name. Even at Tier 1 it far outstripped mutant beasts of the same rank. I tossed it a few crystal cores and gestured for it to eat. Cores help mutant beasts level up faster. Su Qidong and Li Rui's were still at the Jinhui Grand Hotel right now. As long as they stayed in the room, they'd be fine for the moment, but I had to go get them. Before leaving, I drilled it into Yi Qingyao. Stay sharp on the way, and if you see a zombie, protect yourself first. Then I patted the little dragon. Keep her safe while I'm gone. Do well, and there's a reward. Its purple eyes flicked to Yi Qingyao, not thrilled about it, but it understood she was someone its master cared about. The night was full of wandering zombies. We kept as quiet as we could and still drew a scattered few. I shot out prisms. Most got punched through instantly, all but one that was faster. It had reached mid-tier 1, fed on fresh blood. The prism only bit a centimeter into its neck before its force gave out. It charged, and Yi Qingyao grew a giant lotus beneath its feet, trapping it fast. I gathered my blade and struck, taking its head. Nice work. Remember, use your ability more sparingly, more precisely. That kind of heavy control she could only pull off a few times. She had to keep an escape route for herself. Halfway there, a figure came walking toward us up ahead, a bloody gym barbell bar in hand, clearly having killed plenty of zombies. The survivors all along the way were hiding behind their windows. This was the only one with the nerve to come striding out in the open. He stopped a short way off and said in a low voice, "Want to roll with me? Take orders from me? Stick with me, and you'll all live longer." I almost laughed. I knew this face. In my last life, he'd been one of my top commanders, Chen Gang, known in my settlement as the Iron-Blooded Hand. And here he was, trying to take me on as an underling. Want me to follow you? Then show me what you've got. I didn't mince words. I don't take on dead weight. That stopped him short, though his mouth stayed stubborn. You want me to run with you? You'd better have the strength for it. I raised my hand and loosed 2 prisms, gathered them into a blade, and rushed in. He swung the barbell bar to block, but it carved a gash into him anyway, and he hissed in a breath. I was already inside his guard, the long blade cutting toward his neck. He braced the bar across it, and the force jolted his arms numb, nearly knocking it loose. The blade abruptly dissolved, latched to my foot, and one kick sent him flying. A few shallow, bloody holes punched into his chest. I'd held back. Seeing I was about to come again, he finally caved. Wait, bro, spare me. I didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Cocky as the guy was, he sure knew how to stay alive. I'll let you off this time. If you want to come with me, find me at the Jinhui Grand Hotel. He ducked into an alley in a hurry and was gone. I wasn't actually going to kill him. He was going to be one of my strongest hands. In the lobby of the Jinhui Grand Hotel, 4 zombies were gnawing on a corpse. I patted the little dragon's head and it charged out at once, for was nothing for it to handle. I took Yingao upstairs. A zombie lunged in the corridor. She raised a hand and wrapped it up in petals to pin it. I took its head with one blade and collected the core. The little dragon came back from its cleanup and actually spat out a few crystal cores. Its intelligence was high, and seeing that I was set on collecting them, it dug them out with its own claws and offered them up, staring at me expectantly. I stroked its head, and it narrowed its eyes, eating it up. I knocked on the room I'd booked. It took a while to open. It was Su Qidong, with Li Rui's standing behind him gripping a bed leg. The moment the little dragon went in, Su Qidong's club nearly came down on it. It dodged and bared its fangs, about to let loose lightning, and I quickly stepped in to calm it. That's my friend, knock it off. Fong, what is this thing? How come it looks like a dragon? From now on, it's our most important teammate, Li Rui's asked. And what's with this whole room full of water and food? 3 days ago, I had a dream. Dreamed the end of the world was coming, so I stocked up on supplies in advance. And it actually came. I looked at Li Rui's. In the dream, Wang Tsuingguo would turn first and infect you. This life, I'm not letting that happen. Here, hold a crystal core in your palm, feel it, and see if you can awaken like I did. The two of them traded a look. They trusted me. Since I told them to absorb it, there was no danger. They sat down on the couch, closed their eyes, and felt for it. A moment later, golden light flashed across Su Qidong's whole body, and when he opened his eyes, both were pure gold. Li Rui's followed close behind, an aura rippling out that pressed down on everyone in the room. A glow lit between Su Qidong's brows, and a purple spear materialized in his hand out of nowhere. A guy who'd never held a spear was suddenly twirling it in flourishes. This was his ability. In my last life, the strongest in the settlement besides me, called the hardest hitter of the 12 stars, the Tyrant Spear Epic Star, his spear named Flash Lightning Tyrant Spear. Later he grafted Forbidden Item 017, the Spirit Erasing Sword, onto the spearhead, and used Forbidden Item 054, the Tyrant's Staff, as the shaft, making it fiercer still. He used to tell me, if it weren't for the apocalypse, how would a guy like me ever stand at the top of the world? Li Rui's, meanwhile, was staring at the 2-meter bed. A big hole had split open out of nowhere in the middle of it, the matter just gone. A spatial type ability, extremely rare and extremely strong. Last life he was infected and out early. This life I'd rewritten his fate, and now he hadn't just awakened, he'd awakened this strong. Su Qidong Tyrant Spear Epic Star, Flash Lightning Tyrant Spear Tier 1, Li Rui's Spatial Type Tier 1. Fong, is this dragon part of your ability too? I clapped Li Rui's on the shoulder. It counts as another kind of ability. It's Forbidden Item 004, Dark Demon Essence. My ability is these prisms. The thing I gave you is called a crystal core, dug out of a zombie's brain. Absorbing them lets you level up. We're all Tier 1 espers now. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go kill zombies and collect cores. Newly awakened and feeling invincible, Su Qidong couldn't wait. Zombies are more active and more dangerous at night. We rest up tonight and clear this hotel tomorrow. I split tonight's crystal cores among everyone. We dodged what we could on the way, so there were plenty I hadn't collected too, meaning not many to go around. Aside from me hitting mid-tier 1, the other 3 and the little dragon were all early tier 1. I tossed the dragon a few more. Yao Yao, give it a name. How about Fong Dai Dai? Take your surname, and hopefully it'll help you out a lot down the line. I picked the little dragon up. From now on, your Fong Dai Dai, got it? Its purple eyes looked up at me, and it let out a soft "awoo," as if answering. Su Qidong reached out to pat its back, and this time it didn't snap at him. It knew this was its master's companion. This little thing feels pretty strong. By tomorrow, you won't be calling it a little thing. I shook my head with a smile. The whole reason I'd gone for Forbidden Item 004 was its power. How could it not be strong? By this point, I was more and more certain that hadn't been a dream. It was that, after dying, I'd returned to the time before the apocalypse. Yi Qingyao had long been close with those two. I often brought her along to our get-togethers, and Su Qidong and Li Rui's never missed a chance to rib me about how I'd landed such a great girlfriend. Just as I never missed a chance to needle Su Qidong about his never the same girl twice habit. She was a tough one. Seeing scenes this bloody, Zombies this hideous, she forced herself not to be afraid, made herself face them head-on, refusing to be a vase sheltered behind anyone. Now she'd finally let herself relax, leaning on my shoulder, asleep. Su Qidong and Li Rui's were sprawled on the hole-punched bed, the little dragon curled into a ball on the floor. I held her close, turning tomorrow over in my mind. It was time to start paving the road for my settlement. The capital, a high-rise, clouds drifting straight through it. The sky had just begun to gray when a figure stood before the glass, looking down over the whole city. Somewhere in a forest, a surge of violent energy flattened a swath of trees to bare ground. A massive beast roared, brimming with power, and not a single mutant beast nearby dared approach. As the roar went up, answering calls rose from all over the woods, none willing to be outdone, each declaring its own standing. The few of us were up early, having gone all night without sleep. Our room was on the 4th floor of the Jinhui Grand Hotel, 7 stories in all. My plan was to clear the 4th floor first, then work through the whole hotel little by little, to use as our foothold in the apocalypse's early days. Su Qidong volunteered to take point, eager to test himself. He summoned the flash lightning tyrant spear and rapped on the next door over. A zombie snarl came from inside. I nodded. He hurled the spear clean through the door, kicked it open, and the spearhead punched straight through the zombie's skull. There was another one inside, belly hollowed out, dragging its intestines, the one that had turned first and infected its roommate. The skewered one was still struggling. Li Rui's channeled his energy and loosed an energy ball, blowing the zombie's head apart. The other got pinned by Yingao, and Dai brought down a bolt of lightning, dead still. We collected the cores and kept clearing. Going room by room like this was the safest, but too much noise risks drawing a horde and getting you pinned down and killed, so we had to keep the sound under control. The door next door cracked open, and out stepped a man who looked every inch the polished business elite, the picture of success, still glancing around as he emerged. He could tell I was quietly the one in charge and asked cautiously, "Young man, could you take us along? I've got a wife and daughter too." "I can, but you'll have to kill zombies to earn the supplies to feed them." "Yes, of course. Anything, as long as my family can live." A smart one. I tossed him a biscuit from my pocket. "Wait here. We'll come back for you." We kept clearing the 4th floor, ran into a few more survivors, and I had them all stay in their rooms and wait for word. Once we'd finished, I split everyone up. "Dong, you and Li Rui's clear upward. Dai goes with you. Yao Yao and I head down. Any survivors you meet, have them hold tight in their own rooms. And remember, go easy on your abilities. Always leave yourself a margin." We regroup at the supply room at noon. We parted at the stairwell. I told Dai to keep the 2 of them safe, then took Yingao down. A few zombies in the 3rd floor corridor. Yingao and I worked together and handled them easily. People who'd heard the commotion came out one by one, all uninfected. The rooms with zombies in them had only pounding on the doors left. "Hey, kid, you're so capable. Mind giving me some food?" said a middle-aged man, his expression utterly indifferent. "Want food? Go find your own. Don't have hands." I didn't bother being polite. "You little punk. Nobody teach you how to talk to your elders? I can find my own fine." He stalked off downstairs in a huff. The kind who'd die before losing face. If he'd had any real guts, he'd have come out before I ever cleared the floor. I couldn't be bothered with him and said to the rest, "Back to your rooms. Wait till I call you out again." Then I cleared the place room by room. Punch a hole, one blade to take the head, the way that spares the most ability. "Lombai, try one of my petals. I think it can help you recover your ability." I took the petal and put it in my mouth. It dissolved instantly, and the energy inside me slowly flowed back. It really works. "Yao Yao, your ability is so useful." I meant it. In my last life, she died far too soon. Otherwise, with her temperament and an ability like this, she'd have been one of the 12 stars at the very least. More or less recovered, we kept going down to the 2nd floor. No zombie snarls on the 2nd floor, just bloodstains and drag marks on the ground. Just as I was thinking something was off, a black blur flashed past, straight for my throat. A prism was faster and blocked it, screeching against it. It was a mutated orange tabby, soaked in blood, eyes vicious, nearly the size of a leopard. I loosed a prism. It twisted its body and dodged easily. I sheathed a prism over each fist, the rest ringing my sides as I rushed in. It went to leap away, but Yingao grew a lotus beneath its feet that suctioned it fast, and I drove a fist in, far heavier than it had braced for, leaving 2 bloody holes in its body. Meow. One hit roused its ferocity. It lunged, claws raking against my prisms. Yiqingyao's petals only able to blunt the force a little. Ryup. My arm split open in a gash. It was fast and savage, every strike aimed at a vital point, faster than the prisms could shield, so I had to throw up an arm and take it head-on. It was already late Tier 1, almost touching Tier 2, which was why Yingao could only pin it for a few seconds. I gave ground, gathering the prisms into a long sword, the semi-transparent blade glinting cold. It dodged the first cut. The blade dissolved and shot through, pinning only its 2 forelegs. Wounded, its speed had to drop. I gave it no room to breathe. Let a thing like this get away and it'll come back to harass you later. Leaving loose ends isn't my style. Another stroke, harder this time, and it cleaved one of its beast paws clean off. Meow. Knowing it was outmatched, it would rather take another long gash across its body than not lunge for Yingao. Her eyes flickered with panic. Then a red lotus surfaced in her palm, and she met its fangs with an open hand. The red lotus burst at the edge of its mouth, leaving a bloody pulp. Right after, a lotus wrapped the whole thing up, soft-looking but impossible for it to break free of in that moment. I drove my sword in. It struggled twice, then went still. Yao Yao, are you hurt? She pinched my hand, a little smug. If you'd come any later, this big orange cat would have eaten me. Though even if I hadn't made it, this badly wounded thing would have been dragged to death by her. I hadn't expected it to want to take someone down with it at the end. Her composure under fire was a match for me at mid-tier 1. It seemed she really could become my capable right hand down the road. I stroked her head. Good thing you're okay. You did great. I took out the orange cat's crystal core. Mutant beasts have cores just like zombies, and they're useful for leveling up. Then I stepped into the room it had come out of. 20 or 30 zombie corpses heaped up, along with some human remains, the crystal cores in all their brains gone. It had eaten a lot. No wonder it had evolved so fast. If I hadn't been at this hotel, it would likely have slaughtered the whole building empty. On the strength of this late Tier 1 core, I'd step into late Tier 1 myself today. Fong Lombai Prismatic Hidden Moon late Tier 1. At noon, everyone gathered back in that first room. Su Qidong and Li Rui's were covered in blood and collapsed onto the bed the moment they came in, worn out. Dai bumped my shin, wanting to go back into the dark demon essence. It recovered faster that way. The two of them started digging through their pockets, laying out crystal cores one by one. 70-some. Ran into a few tough zombies too, swept their heads off with my spear, Su Qidong said flatly. Didn't get hurt much, thanks to Dai, or the two of us would have had a rough time. I picked it up. We ran into a late Tier 1 mutated orange tabby on the second floor, took a bit of effort. It had cleared out every zombie on the second floor, so I've only got 40-some here. That's plenty. Li Rui's eyed the wound on my arm. A late Tier 1 mutant beast already? Moda's crawling with cats and dogs. Isn't that dangerous? Relax. Ones this strong and this fast to evolve are rare. He let out a breath. Okay then. Because if the streets really filled up with mutant cats and dogs, we might as well off ourselves. Gather everyone in the hotel who's still alive. Whoever's willing to kill zombies and collect cores with us gets a share of supplies. Whoever wants to lie around, fine, as long as they don't get in the way. Anyone who dares steal supplies gets a taste of what happens. There was killing intent in my tone. Su Qidong and Li Rui's traded a look. No problem. In this apocalypse, anyone who wants to steal our stuff is going to pay for it. Yingao nodded too. Lombai, I'm with you. The four of us ate a little, then took crystal cores in hand and started absorbing. The supplies in this room were enough to feed the four of us for 2 months, but with more and more people coming, it definitely wouldn't be enough. We'd have to go scavenge. Yingao broke into mid-tier 1 first, with Su Qidong and Li Rui's close behind. I'd already entered late tier 1 and was set to push for tier 2. I let Dai out, just a few hours and it had recovered, and gave it all the remaining cores. It was my most important combat strength, after all. From last night to now, Dai had visibly changed, scales harder, fangs sharper, its aura thicker, its frame another size bigger. After finishing the cores, it had reached late tier 1 too, second only to me, stronger than the other three. The late tier 1 orange cat from this morning wouldn't get the slightest edge if you set it in front of Dai. It looked dopey hanging around at my side, but in a fight it turned so fierce you'd think it was a different beast entirely, well named Dai. Fong Dai, Thunderhell Demon Dragon, late tier 1. Knock knock knock. Li Rui's went to check and turned back. A guy with a big axe. Looks pretty mean. Blue-violet light was already flickering in Su Qidong's hand. Dai was on its feet, glaring at the door, and Yingao moved behind me. I smiled. It's fine. One of ours. Standing outside was none other than Qin Gang, the one I'd beaten up the night before. He gave a heh-heh laugh and grabbed my hand. Soon as I got to the Jinhui Grand Hotel, I started asking around for a seriously capable young guy. Didn't think I'd actually find him. The whole first floor's been cleared by you. What skill? That huge axe of his glowed blood red. His ability. In my last life, he never once shrank from charging into the fray with that blood axe. A rare talent among my people. Come in. I'm Fong Lombai. Stick with me, and you won't come up short. Fong, from now on you tell me to go east. I'll never go west. I introduced him to Su Qidong and Li Rui's. The strong one I ran into last night. He's with us now. Li Rui stepped up to shake his hand. Comrades from here on, look out for each other. Yingao came forward too. I'm Yingao. Welcome aboard. Qin Gang nodded quickly. Hello, sister-in-law. Getting to follow Fong is my luck. I'm Su Qidong. You came later, so call me Brother Dong from now on, and I'll cover you. Qin Gang respected my strength, not an easy temper, and shot right back. Says who? Beat me, and I'll call you brother. Lose and you fall in line behind me as my underling. Why, you big dumb ox. Come on, outside. The two faced off in the corridor. A flash of purple from Su Qidong and a purple-black spear was in his hand, electricity crackling. A flash of bloodlight from Qin Gang, and the huge axe stood up taller than a man, yet he swung it with ease, no small amount of strength. You go first. Let me see how hard your steel is. Qin Gang snorted coldly and brought the great axe down hard. Su Qidong braced the spear crosswise to take it, and purple lightning ran up the axe shaft into Qin Gang, jolting him stiff for a beat. Su Qidong whipped the spear, and Qin Gang dodged it with a sidestep, that heavy an axe, and he moved his body faster than he could have blocked, his reactions genuinely beautiful. Qin Gang threw a punch, Su Qidong slipped it, and the fist punched a hole straight into a 4-inch thick wall. They traded blows, Su Qidong faster, one punch driving Qin Gang back a few steps, then a lightning-lace spear thrust, another exchange of fists, both their arms left aching. Su Qidong twisted and kicked Qin Gang square in the chest, and while he was rocked back, hurled the spear, his strongest strike, the force of the lightning palpable even to us watching. Qin Gang hurriedly braced the axe across his chest. Boom. He was blasted off his feet and slammed into the end of the corridor. I lose. Thanks for holding back. Qin Gang gritted his teeth. From now on you're my brother Dong, and I'll do what you say. A man of his word, with no concern for saving face. You're strong. If you were mid-tier 1 too, I wouldn't have won that fast. Su Qidong pulled him up and clapped his shoulder. Qin Gang had only just hit early tier 1, while Su Qidong was already mid-tier 1. He had the tier advantage. The two of them hit it off fast. Yingao raised a hand, and two pale pink petals sank into Qin Gang and Su Qidong. Her lotus could heal, and since neither was badly hurt to begin with, they both felt mostly mended at once. Thank you, Sister Yao. This ability's so useful. From now on, if I get hurt, I'm counting on you. With little Yao to heal us, we can really cut loose from now on. Su Qidong flexed a fist. She held my hand. We're all comrades. It's the least I can do. We gathered everyone in the hotel down into the first-floor lobby, dealing firmly with anyone who wouldn't cooperate. The Jinhui Grand Hotel was my first stronghold, and I wouldn't allow outsiders to throw it into chaos. Nearly 100 people packed the lobby, most of them young, with a few families in tow. No one dared raise their voice. They'd all seen what we could do. Qin Gang said, Fong, the living are all here. Throw out the ones who won't listen, just 3 of them. I stepped forward. I'm Fong Lombai. We're all survivors of this hotel. Anyone who doesn't want to come with us can leave now. I won't stop you. No one moved. It was all zombies out there, and surviving was hard. Kill zombies, and you get supplies. The more able, the more you get. Anyone who's got the nerve to kill zombies, come up to me now. I'll give you a chance to awaken. The words were barely out when more than half stepped forward. A bespectacled, level-headed-looking man spoke up. I'm willing. I can do more, as long as it feeds my wife and kids. As long as you've got ability, they'll all live well. I held up my hand. I've got 47 crystal cores. We'll try first. There's a chance to awaken into an esper. Is there a risk? There is. The absorption process can fail and turn you into a zombie. Odds are about 1 in 10. And even if you don't awaken an ability, you'll become an evolved, far stronger than an ordinary person. The crowd exchanged uneasy looks. A plain-looking, weathered-faced man stepped out. This godforsaken apocalypse. Stay an ordinary person and you'll get bitten to death sooner or later. Better to take a gamble. Fong, if I awaken, I'll do whatever you say. I gripped his hand. Good. Dongzi, take him to a room to awaken. Just as I had with Yingao, Su Qidong, and Li Rui's, I watched over the whole thing. At the first sign of anything wrong, I'd cut it off immediately, even if it meant letting them take some backlash. The rest were still hesitating, and I wasn't in a hurry. About 3 minutes in, someone couldn't hold back. Fong, give me a shot. I want to get strong. I smiled faintly. Sure. Anyone who wants to get strong and is willing to follow me, come line up. Quite a few fell in, mostly able-bodied men, with some young women too. The first 47 of you can try. The rest wait till we go kill more zombies for cores. You can also go take out stray zombies yourselves. Tier 1 zombies are weak, and a few ordinary people working together can manage one. But whatever you do, don't get caught. Getting caught turns you into a zombie, and there's no cure. I walked over to the absorption area, where the weathered man was already standing beside Su Qidong, a ball of fire dancing on his hand. Fong, I awakened. This is my ability. I'll kill zombies alongside you all from now on. What's your name? Renjinha. My wife and I came to Modu on vacation, staying here. Last night she wanted to go out for a stroll. I was tired and didn't go, and she hasn't come back since. Probably for the worst. He sank low as he said it. I offered a few words of comfort. This was what the apocalypse did. How many families it tore apart. The 47 came around one by one. 2 of them turned into zombies, and I dispatched them with 2 prisms. Of the remaining 45, 17 awakened abilities, 18 counting Renjinha, mostly ordinary elemental types. Elemental types aren't weak. Whether an ability is strong depends both on its inherent power and on how far it's developed. With the same ability, 2 people can be worlds apart. A few made me look twice. A lean, dark-skinned young man awakened a half-man-tall golden shield, named Li Pingyan, an ordinary name. The man a little stiff, who said watching me kill zombies looked so cool he wanted to become like me. A girl who could turn into a werewolf, the others flinching back the moment she transformed, the petite thing shooting up to 2 meters tall in an instant, and that refined man from the first day, who awakened thorn vines, plenty of attack power, who shook my hand thanking me over and over. Rui's, do me a favor and tally up everyone who awakened, marking who's an esper and who's an evolved. No problem. I sent Su Qidong and Chun Gang to haul out supplies and distribute them to these people. Most hadn't eaten in a day, and with food in hand they were all the more grateful to us. I gave nothing to those who hadn't awakened. Supplies are precious, and I'm no saint. Before long, Li Rui's handed me the list, the names, ages, and abilities of 46 awakened. Awakened, 46, espers 18/evolved 28, supplies, 2 months. Next came the first step in building my settlement, dividing them into 4 squads by head count and ability. Squad 1, Su Qidong as captain, taking Renjinha whom he'd personally awakened, plus 4 espers and 7 evolved, 11 in all. Squad 2, Li Rui's as captain, 5 espers and 7 evolved, 12 in all. Squad 3, Yingao as captain. With Li Pingyan's shield of light, up front to tank, she could focus on control and healing and really cut loose. Plus the werewolf girl. Her name was Legu, very cheerful, also a Modi University student who checked in while messing around near campus on her own. Squad 3 had 5 espers and 7 evolved, 12. Squad 4, Chun Gang as captain, for espers and 7 evolved, 11 in all. Hearing he'd get to lead a squad too, something stirred in Gang. He'd known me for barely a day all told, and I dared hand him this much. He quietly resolved to make something of it. Li Rui's was a little puzzled. Fong, the few of us are already this strong. We might not need this many people. They could even end up being dead weight. Having your own force in the apocalypse means there's more you can do, which is how you carve out a place. 1 or 2 strong people can't hold a stronghold. Scavenging for supplies, clearing floors, taking night watch and shifts, all of it takes hands. We keep them, and they keep us safe too. This apocalypse is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity. The others nodded. Who doesn't want to live better? Go find your squad members off the list, get to know them. In a bit, we'll head out together for the first time to kill zombies and haul supplies. Otherwise, the little we've got won't feed this many people for more than a few days. They headed out at the word. Yingao stayed behind, sat down across from me, a touch of worry in her eyes. Lombai, are you trying to become a warlord in the apocalypse? Won't the authorities come down on that? It was as if I'd known she'd ask. I pulled her into a hug. Right now the country can't even look after itself. Where would it find time to bother with us? Doing this, we protect more people, keep the bloodline of China unbroken. Her brow smoothed out. Okay, I'm behind you. But you have to promise me, don't kill the innocent. I'm afraid you'll change. I stroked her head. I won't. But anyone who threatens us, I'll send to meet his maker without a second thought. She gave a soft planted a quick kiss at the corner of my mouth, and went out the door. I'm serious most of the time, but with family and friends my heart still warms, especially in this apocalypse. I'd understood it in my last life. With your own force, a lot of things get much simpler. On my own, I couldn't protect the ones I wanted to protect, because family can't stay at my side forever. The 4 squad captains had each pulled their members together, every one of them with a dozen some people behind them. Gang stepped up. Fong, everyone's ready, just waiting on your word. Out there, you all take my orders. Anyone who defies an order and drags his squad into danger, I'll give him his ending ahead of time. Yes, sir. Don't worry, Fong. Everyone with me. This trip was mainly to clear the zombies near the Jinhui Grand Hotel and gather supplies. The whole crowd set off in force. Not far out the door, zombies came lunging toward the sound. A scattered few that Su Qidong and the others put down in a couple of moves, no one else getting a chance to act. But the noise drew more. Zombies poured endlessly out of the surrounding buildings, and out on the main road snarls came from every direction, plenty of people going weak in the knees. I climbed onto the roof of a bus. Each squad hold one direction, support each other, kill however many come. The squads each took a side of the bus. Zombies lunged from all directions. Some people saw them charging in with those snarls, and their legs gave out. And yet Lugu of Squad 3, a girl, took the initiative to attack. She transformed into a werewolf, her claws wickedly sharp, sank her fangs into a zombie's neck, gave a hard twist, and tore the whole head off, fiercer than the zombies themselves. A few male squad members, watching a girl go this hard, couldn't keep face. The Evolved held all manner of weapons. Blunt instruments could only drive zombies back. You needed enough strength to crack a skull and actually kill. Wave after wave of zombies surged in. I stood on the roof, 12 prisms circling me, saving people wherever I could, fast enough that the zombies lost their heads before they could react. Su Qidong swept his spear, flesh and blood flying in the lightning's wake. Some zombies even left with a charred reek. An Evolved got clawed by a zombie and tried to hide the wound. Gang cut him in half at the waist with one axe stroke. Anyone who gets clawed and thinks of hiding it, this is what happens. The rest, watching that bloody scene, answered in one voice, "Yes, sir." Their voices were a lot more unified this time, and quite a few had gone bloodthirsty, growing only sharper with their hands. On a high rise in the distance, one zombie was clearly faster, sprinting down the side of the building straight at us. I recognized it at a glance, a Tier 2 zombie. Day 2, and there was already a Tier 2. If it crashed into the squads, those freshly awakened wouldn't be able to hold it. Dongzi, come take it out with me. Yao Yao, hold the roof and protect everyone. Li Pingyan stay at her side. That golden shield of Li Pingyan's, smeared all over with blood, was the result of him bashing several zombies to death with it. He went to Yi Qingyao's side with a proud look. Suchidong drove back the zombie in front of him and joined me, stepping along the prisms I extended to him. A pulse of black light at my chest, and I released Fong Dai, fiercer than last night, lightning flickering now and then across its purple-black hide. Dai, help me kill it. Roar. That dragon's roar was no longer the green, unpracticed thing it had been the first time. It pounced in an instant, slamming the Tier 2 zombie back several steps. But it was Tier 2 after all, its claws far keener than an ordinary zombie's, its speed no less than Fong Dai's. I loosed 2 prisms. It dodged the frontal ones, but not the one that curved around behind. The prism drove sideways into its left chest, but Tier 2 flesh was too tough, and it only lodged in without punching through. A bolt of lightning came down from over Fong Dai's head. The dark energy wrapped within it, leaving the zombie's whole body numb and its movements lagging. It judged the dragon the greatest threat and lunged at Fong Dai with a snarl. Fong Dai breathed out a gout of dragon's breath to slow it, then pounced to meet it head-on, its dragon claws raking gash after gash into the thing. It in turn opened up a 20-centimeter slash across Fong Dai's back. Su Chidong watched for the opening and put everything into a thrust from behind, the more vulnerable spot, lightning running down the spear and through its belly. I worked the prisms to layer wound on wound, churning its innards to pulp, and when Fong Dai saw its movements had completely seized up, it bit the head clean off, fangs crunching down audibly, and swallowed even that Tier 2 crystal core. This fight was mostly Fong Dai's doing. With a Tier 2 core now, it likely wouldn't be long before it broke into Tier 2. I stroked it. Good work. Go back into the dark demon essence and heal up. I recalled it and rejoined the squads. With Su Chidong and a Thunderhell demon dragon around, this Tier 2 zombie couldn't make any waves. As the fight wound down, the corpses had nearly piled into a small hill, the squad members too tired to swing their weapons. Luckily, the zombies around us were thinning out. I gave the order for everyone to take out the crystal cores from their own kills and prepare to pull back. I don't take the cores they earn themselves. That would make people feel their efforts were wasted and breed no sense of belonging. I'd set up a separate system. Cores exchanged for supplies, water, food, weapons, anything. It was just that for now there were no weapons to exchange. Watching today, if everyone had a decent weapon to hand, it would be a good deal easier. First battle at the Jinhui Grand Hotel, clear nearby zombies. Gather supplies. Tier 2 zombie appeared, eliminated. At dusk, the 4 squad captains and I gathered in a luxurious suite on the top floor. A full balcony, a 10-meter table, that Su Chidong's group had found while clearing the building. Too pricey. No one had been staying there the night before. Chen Gang laughed loudly. Good fighting today. With these cores, I'll be stronger tomorrow. Su Chidong agreed, then sighed. It's just that we have to look after these squad members, and we still lost a few. I asked about casualties. Su Chidong, 11 in my squad, lost 3 today. Chen Gang, my squad lost 3 too. Li Rui's and Yi Qingyao's squads each lost only 1. Their abilities were special. Li Rui's barely moved from where he stood, his spatial type letting him short blink and loose space-rending blades. Though he could only use it a few times for now, it saved his members' lives in a big way. And Yi Qingyao's lotuses appeared under the zombies' feet at any moment to pin them, while Li Pingyan's shield of light stayed planted out front the whole time, taking attacks for others and opening up room to deal damage. First time out, it's inevitable the timid get weeded out. With today's experience, there won't be this many casualties again. I paused. On top of that, we can't let our own strength stall. Tonight, I push for Tier 2. The 4 of you work on hitting late Tier 1. Tomorrow we pull off something big. After the meeting broke up, Yi Qingyao and I settled into a room on the 7th floor. Everyone was on the same floor, the better to look out for each other. The end had only just come, so water and power still worked. I took a rare hot shower and absorbed a few crystal cores. Pale blue energy wound around me, the 12 prisms steeping in it growing ever sharper, a powerful pulse rippling out. Tier 2. Day 2 of the apocalypse, and I was a Tier 2 Esper, sitting solidly ahead of the vast majority of the evolved. The pale blue energy settled into me, the 12 prisms smaller and keener than before, no longer loose among themselves, answering my command like extensions of my own arm. a huge help for the plans I had ahead. That night, we lay close. A day's exhaustion and the carnage outside were both shut out beyond the door, leaving only the comfort of each other. She trusted me, and I gave her my back too. In this apocalypse, that kind of solid certainty was rarer than anything. Early the next morning, I told Yingao I had to head out for a bit. She worried and wanted to come. I kissed her on the forehead. You still don't trust my strength? Besides, I've got Dai, don't worry. Only then did she let me go. I cleared a few zombies that had gotten into the hotel along the way. I meant to deal with Modu's internal troubles ahead of time, the three Beast Kings. In my last life, they held Modu. It wasn't that I couldn't have touched them, but the other powers all had their eyes on my settlement, and the moment I or my base's strong fighters got hurt, that pack of hyenas would catch the scent of blood and pounce. So I never found the chance to wipe them out. Of the three Beast Kings, the strongest was the Demon Flame Lion King, holding the Modu Zoo. Its demon flames burned everything within 10 li into a living hell. The zombies and mutant beasts around it all devoured clean. In my last life, it ranked fourth among the 10 greatest mutant beasts, the only one of the three Beast Kings to make the 10. Rumor had it that its crystal core could grant the absorber its power, which drew countless ability less evolved to their deaths. Almost no one escaped its claws. Its dozens of subordinate lions held a huge swath of Modu, yet they never once crossed into my settlement's borders, and I never went out of my way to provoke them either. This was a road I'd paved for myself. Swallow its demon flames, and I'd grow stronger, as good as gaining a second ability. But in my last life, I could never free up the hands for it. This life, I'd strike first, before its wings were fully grown. The zombies were getting stronger all along the way. I ran into a few Tier 2s, and it took some effort, though against a Tier 2 me they still didn't amount to much. I came away with 3 Tier 2 crystal cores, set aside for my people to push into Tier 2. Passing a large supermarket, I figured I'd go in and collect some supplies for Squad for to exchange. A few zombies at the entrance. I took them out in a few sword strokes. Once I hit Tier 2, the prisms were only palm-sized, 6 of them forming a long sword. The prisms unconnected to one another yet keen beyond measure, severing an ordinary zombie's neck without the slightest hitch. I cut open the roller shutter with the sword and went in, and a volley of sharpened steel rods came flying at me. I dodged them easily and sliced one in two with an offhand prism. Behind the shelves hid several people in mismatched clothes. Seeing me come in, they walked out gripping dried blood-caked steel rods and stood a short way off. The young man at their head had seen what I could do, yet his tone was flippant. "Hey man, this supermarket's our turf. Go find your food somewhere else." A short little lackey beside him pointed at me. "Fix the door, or don't blame us for getting rough." The leader pointed at the blood on his rod. "See that? Left behind by someone just as hard-headed as you. Corpse got picked clean by the zombies outside long ago." I smiled faintly. "Then let me see just how you plan to get rough." That look gave them the creeps. Unwilling to lose face, the leader raised his rod and charged. 2 steps in, a flash of blue light, and a prism punched clean through his heart. Before he could even scream, there was a gaping hole in his chest. The other 2 were scared stiff, their rods clanging to the floor as they turned to run, and I sent them off with 2 prisms. People who can kill this cruelly. I show no mercy and leave no loose ends. If not for that one move of mine, they could have held out a long while on this supermarket. But that way they'd also have missed the apocalypse's earliest growth window, and sooner or later been stripped of it by someone stronger. I discovered the forbidden item 004 could hold more than just Fong Dai. It could store things too. Only Fong Dai, a living thing, could go in, but inanimate objects, anything went. A pulse of the dark energy in my hand, and the supplies in its path were all swept into the dark demon essence, and only once it was packed full did I leave, the rest to be hauled out later by one of the squads. The streets were empty, nothing but my running figure and the wandering zombies, gnawed-on corpses strewn all over the ground. The dark demon essence at my chest flashed a few times. Fong Dai had broken into Tier 2 and wanted out for some air. A flicker of intent, and a half-man-tall purple-black demon dragon appeared before me, its aura stronger, its fangs keener, the wings on its back now able to cover its whole body. The wounds from before had long healed. The thunder-held demon dragon self-heals fast, with the dark demon essence's help on top of that. Its wings still couldn't lift me into the air, but carrying me at a run was no problem, much faster than me. Dai, can I ride you? It gave a low growl and crouched slightly. I swung up onto its back. It was still small, my feet barely clearing the ground. I pointed out a direction and it tore off on all fours. The cars parked along the way, no obstacle to its speed, making straight for the Moda Zoo. The zoo was sealed shut, its outer perimeter a black iron fence wrought into the shape of spears for the look of it. A little grinding, and they'd make fine weapons for Squad 4. I cut the joints with prisms, the spears dropping one by one, and stowed them in Forbidden Item 004. With the dark demon essence too packed with supplies to hold them, I had to take out the meat I'd stored and feed it to Fong Dai. It ate only meat, nothing else. I stopped at around 50 spears. I couldn't burn all my ability here, in case something came up I couldn't handle. If today's run went smoothly, Squad 4 would soon have a spear apiece, and the fights ahead would be a good deal easier. The park was eerily quiet, none of the usual visitors. Every stretch had bloodstains, but no corpses, clearly far more mutant beasts here than outside. Not far in, a black panther struck like a ghost, blindingly fast, though luckily only late tier 1. A beam of dark light from Fong Dai was faster still, hitting it so half its body corroded and its innards showed, and in a few moves it had taken the panther's head and dug out the core to swallow it. The thing helped it immensely, and now it would eat the moment I gave a nod. Tier 2 Fong Dai crushed Tier 1 mutant beasts. For anything to even trade a blow with it, you'd need at least Beast King rank. The mutant beasts we met along the way were mostly mid-tier 1 or even lower, not even worth my hand. It was my most loyal guard, and it would never let me take the slightest injury. I'd even started imagining the days ahead, riding it on a rampage, surveying the world from a dragon's back, the strongest dragon rider there was. We reached the lion enclosure. Not a single lion inside, just a troop of monkeys chittering on an artificial mountain. Seeing us arrive, the troop leapt and scrambled about. One appeared at the mountain's peak. Before this it hadn't come out, and not one monkey had dared climb up there, so it had to be the Monkey King, its aura already at the summit of Tier 1, nearly touching Tier 2. It clearly sensed the undisguised, overbearing aura coming off Fong Dai. With a single E, the whole troop fell instantly silent. Fong Dai locked its eyes on it, waiting only for my word to charge. But the Monkey King pulled out a handful of crystal cores from somewhere and walked slowly up to me. Fong Dai crackled with electricity, about to go off, and I held it down. I wanted to see what it was up to. This Monkey King's intelligence was extremely high, and reaching late Tier 1 this fast spoke to no small talent. In my last life, it could never have stayed a complete unknown. Its frame stood over 2 meters. Even crouched, it was barely shorter than me, and it held out the cores with an I took them, not a large number, but for a tribe an extremely important thing. It cried out again, excited, pointed in a direction, glancing back every few steps, wanting me to follow. We walked maybe 10 minutes, and as we neared the exit, a pride of lions appeared on an open patch of ground. The largest male among them black-red all over, flames at its feet, muscles knotted and coiled. The demon flame lion king itself. Severed animal limbs littered the ground around the pride, plenty of them recognizable as monkeys. It clicked at once. The Monkey King's tribe had been slaughtered nearly to extinction by this pride, and that was why it had offered up cores to beg my help. The Monkey King being unknown in my last life was, most likely, also because these lions had wiped its tribe out, never leaving it the chance to make a name. Looking at the demon flame lion king, the Monkey King trembled with rage, yet feared startling the pride and clamped down hard, not daring to so much as cry out. By now the Demon Flame Lion King had reached early Tier 2, the same rank as Fong Dai. Flanking it were 2 more late Tier 1 lions. To hunt down it and the whole pride, it would come down to whether the Monkey King could hold its own. The Monkey King pointed at the pride and lowered its voice. Shoo shoo. I nodded and patted Fong Dai. It shot out like an arrow, straight at the Demon Flame Lion King, and I sent a few prisms ahead to clear its path and drive back the 2 flanking late Tier 1 lions. What caught me off guard was the Monkey King's furious roar. Golden light surged across its body, and its frame swelled again, like a wrathful golden warrior god, muscles coiled like writhing dragons, and it tore into the pride with unmatched momentum. The demon flame lion king felt its majesty challenged at once by both a dragon and an ape. Its eyes flared, and the demon flames at its feet roared up. The lion's roar was majestic and domineering, demon flames wreathing its whole body. Fong Dai was only half its size, yet by sheer brute strength it head-butted the lion off its feet, jaws gaping, and hurled out a ball of dark energy sheathed in thunder, its signature carrying both the dark element's corrosion and the bite of lightning. The demon flame lion king was no weakling either. The demon flames gathered around it, red shot through with black, eerie and uncanny, and a wave of black-red fire met the attack head-on, the energy bursting outward in a blast that pushed every creature present back a step. I held my prism longsword, a ring of prism shields circling me to block any possible ambush, hacking into the lions that lunged at me. One late Tier 1 male took a few of my strokes before I split its belly with a single cut. The rest of the lions were no threat. Over there, the Monkey King was taking on several lions single-handed and still holding the upper hand, its fists leaving the dead and the maimed wherever they landed. It grabbed one lion in a single swing and slammed it to the ground hard enough to dent the earth, killing it outright. I thought to myself, if this Monkey King broke into Tier 2, it might well stand a fight against the Demon Flame Lion King. In my last life, it had probably been just a step too slow, and that was why its tribe was wiped out. Fong Dai and the Demon Flame Lion King traded blow for blow through several rounds, both gaining wounds. A patch of Fong Dai's back was scorched black by Demon Flame, a fire near impossible to put out once it took hold, but it gritted through, tearing a great chunk of bloody flesh straight off the Lion King's back and eating it right in front of the beast, deliberately taunting it. The Lion King roared and went to swallow it whole, but by then I'd cleared out the rest of the pride. Borrowing the prism's force, I leapt into midair, the 12 prisms merging before me into a giant sword that, charged with my energy, tore through the wind and became a blue flash, cleaving down at the Demon Flame Lion King. It felt the immense threat and gathered its demon flames into a thick black shield before it. But a strike I'd thrown everything into wasn't so easily blocked. Boom. The demon flame shield held a moment, then shattered like a mirror, and the blue long sword pinned the demon flame lion king hard to the ground. It struggled a few times, then went still. If Fong Dai hadn't drained the better part of its ability first, its shield wouldn't have broken so easily. A generation's beast king brought to its end. Slain, Demon Flame Lion King, early Tier 2, one of Modu's 3 Beast Kings. I took out the Lion King's crystal core and held it up to Fong Dai's mouth. It thought it was another reward and was about to eat. I smacked it on top of the head. Not for you to eat. Lick the blood off the top. I don't want it filthy. Only then did it sulkily lick the blood clean, and I used the core to wipe its drool off its body. That's the correct way to use a forbidden item. Ordinary people who come by a forbidden item all but enshrine it like an ancestor. I'm no ordinary person, and Fong Dai's position is one a dragon may occupy. The core was black-red, hot to the hold, like an ordinary crystal core set with a crown, plainly no ordinary thing at a glance. The Monkey King, still in its warrior god form, came over and crouched respectfully beside me, bowing again and again in thanks. I pressed it to stop. This monkey really knew how to carry itself. You two keep watch over me. Don't let anything near. With that, Fong Dai and the Monkey King took left and right, dutifully guarding both sides. The Monkey King, it turned out, could even understand what I said. I gripped the demon flame core and absorbed it. A wave of demon flame wrapped me whole from the inside out, the searing heat scorching body and spirit. Even I couldn't hold back a cry of pain. The 12 prisms burst from my body with a crack and spun around me within the flames, their ethereal blue slowly overlaid with black-red fire veins. The burning pain climbed higher and higher, until even my soul trembled, and in the two beasts' eyes my whole body took on a faint air of a savage beast. I roared aloud. This roasting was sheer torment. But I held and conquered the demon flame. The fire slowly dispersed, and the agony turned, of all things, into an indescribable ease, my whole self as if bathed in a warm current. Fong Lanbai's second ability awakened, Demon Flame, from the Demon Flame Lion King. From a distance, a dragon and a wrathful golden warrior god of an ape stood to either side, with me seated cross-legged at the center, one man and two beasts in a single line. My shirt had long since burned to nothing in the demon flame, bearing the solid muscle beneath. Where I'd been lean before, I now had heft and an explosive sense of power, sturdy as an arhut, a build that could probably scare a child to tears. A black-red tattoo had surfaced on my back, and looking close, it was the very image of the Demon Flame Lion King, lion eyes glaring wide, blazing bright, as if it might leap down the next instant. My pupils, too, had gone from blue to a dual red and blue, black hair falling over my eyes, uncannily eerie to look at. I stood, and Fong Dai immediately ran over and circled me sniffing like a puppy. Dai, you don't recognize me? It looked utterly dopey. How had its master changed this much in the space of a moment, even though the voice was still the same? Looking at these big arms of mine, I wasn't used to it yet, but I was well pleased. I'd have to change up how I fought from now on. What man doesn't love landing fist on flesh? If not for the limits of my ability, I'd have wanted to brawl with my enemies hand to hand long ago. The Monkey King was still holding its warrior god state, afraid to drop it in case something came up while I was vulnerable. Being able to sustain it this long, its talent and intelligence were both extremely high, an excellent contract target for a beast-taming esper. A pity my ability wasn't beast-taming, so I couldn't contract it, or I'd never have let it go. I recalled Fong Dai into the dark demon essence to heal. The Monkey King dropped its warrior god state and tugged my hand, wanting to take me back to its nest, but I didn't go. When I'd left in the morning, I'd said noon at the latest, and it was already afternoon. The others were bound to be worried. The most maddening thing about the apocalypse was the lack of communication. In peacetime, one message would have settled it, but now all signal was cut. Seeing I meant to leave, the Monkey King grew anxious and chittered, then thought a moment and actually fell in behind me. I didn't know whether to laugh. You want to come with me? It nodded hard. Take those lion corpses back for your tribe to eat. Grow fast on them. Don't let me down, and I'll come find you again later. I bumped my fist against its chest, not its head, because it was too tall to reach. It clumsily waved a hand the way a person would, and left. On the way back to the hotel, I went looking for clothes, but my muscles were too big. I tried on several and couldn't get into any, and finally squeezed into the largest size, which still stretched taut. From a callow college guy, I'd painlessly become a muscle-bound man. A few zombies lunged on the way, not quite used to my new strength yet. I blew a Tier 2 zombie's head apart with one demon flame-clad punch, blood spraying all over me, and I found myself fretting over the freshly changed clothes first. I kept to out-of-the-way side streets, fewer zombies, faster even than the trip out, and soon reached the entrance of the Jean Wee Grand Hotel. Two people stood guard at the door, and seeing me walk straight up, one asked, "Hey man, what are you here for?" I was a little taken aback, out for one morning, and I couldn't even get into my own place. By the look of it, these two were newer recruits, not in the original 4 squads, so they didn't know me. Though I'd changed, the contours of my face had only grown sharper. I didn't answer, asking back, "Which squad are you with?" One looked puzzled. "How do you know we've split into squads?" I smiled. "Go fetch your captain, and you'll see." One went to call someone, and before long Chun Gang came down from the 2nd floor. He fixed his eyes on me and saw it really was me, trotting over. "Fong, how'd you go and change so much in the space of a moment?" A squad member beside him asked. "Boss, who's this?" Chun Gang smacked him on the head. "This is my boss." The member understood at once. This man ranked even above the 4 captains. "Inside the hotel," I said. "Ran into something out there today. My strength went up." Then I asked how things stood. Chun Gang said, "This morning Sister Yao said you'd gone out on business, so we talked it over. One squad stays home and builds the base. The other 3 keep clearing zombies and taking in survivors." "And supplies?" He gave a wry smile. "More and more people, nearly run dry. Today we roasted that mutant cat and ate it. Really tasty. Renjinha's ability is so handy. They should bring supplies back when they return. Don't worry, Fawn." I clapped his shoulder. "Come on. You're idle anyway. Round up a few who can drive and have their wits about them. Get the keys. Come haul supplies with me. Chen Gang brightened. You got it. I've been bored stiff. I went up floor by floor. Plenty of women and children were tidying the hotel. The slain zombies and bloodstains had all been cleared away. Evolved ringed the building on watch, taking out any stray zombies that wandered over. The whole stronghold was already in good order, everyone with their own task. Many of the people I didn't recognize, taken in from nearby buildings, no doubt, come here seeking shelter. On the 5th floor, where supplies were kept, a few older women were sorting things. A flicker of intent, and a great heap of supplies piled up out of thin air on the open floor before them, along with the spears stripped from the zoo, leaving them speechless. I brought these back. Sorry to trouble you to sort them. It wasn't them I trusted, but Su Qidong and the others. Since they'd handed the supply sorting to these people, I said nothing more. The supplies had just been put in order when Chun Gang brought 2 men over. Fong, from my squad, both hotel people. Cars are parked in the underground garage. He pointed at a sturdy man in his early 30s. His name's Fong Hua, same surname as you, awakened just today. His ability is to sharpen objects, pretty handy. Something stirred in me. Perfect. Those spears could be sharpened and handed to the evolved. And down the line, with my demon flame, any weapon could be forged. Fong Hua hurriedly gripped my hand. Hello, Fong. Look out for me from now on. My car's right in the garage. Take it whenever you need. The other, in a suit and looking a bit worse for wear, was the hotel's lobby manager, named Jiang Feng, one of the earliest to join. Though only an evolved, he was a cut above the rest, vicious enough in a fight. Jiang Feng said, a little embarrassed, all to survive. I live nearby, built up some assets over the years, and my car's in the lot too. Good. You two go with Chun Gang and fetch the supplies now. The 4 of them headed down to the garage, few zombies. Jiang Feng pulled out a short sword he'd scavenged and drove it sharply into a zombie's skull, kicked it away, and finished it with another stroke to take the core, all in one fluid motion. Fong Hua chopped off a lunging zombie's arm with a hand blade, then whipped a scrap of cloth from his pocket and sent it spinning into the zombie's skull like a dart, a somewhat uncanny style. I deliberately hung back with Chun Gang to watch, and neither disappointed me. Jiang Feng especially, no ability, and yet clean and devastatingly efficient. We took 3 cars. That fellow Chun Gang couldn't drive and rode with me. I led, smashing through the garage barrier. Cars are all over the streets, and they weren't mine, so no heartache. I picked big SUVs for all 3 to fit more. Pickups actually hold the most, but at an upscale hotel like this one in Modu, you'd be ashamed to drive that kind on the road. You never see them. Fong Hua ability. Sharpen, can enhance weapons. Jiang Feng evolved ferocious in close combat. There were too many cars on the road, so I just drove up onto the sidewalk, the other 2 following behind. Hit a zombie when one came. Anyone clinging to the car got carried off by a prism. Ancestral painless trepanation, courtesy delivered to every zombie. Tempered in demon flame, the prisms had gone from crystal blue to a demon-veined blue-red, several times harder. 3 cars made a lot of noise, a great wave of zombies trailing behind, some smashing through windows in a frenzy. The 12 prisms, ablaze with demon flame, flew out the car windows and hung beside the cars. Fong Hua reached a hand out the window, transparent energy clinging onto the prisms, and they turned keener at once. The onrushing zombies skewered like candied haws on a stick, then wrapped in demon flame and burned clean away. Chen Gang was stunned. Fong, is this a new power you picked up? This fire's nothing Renjinha could match. I smiled. Got it just today, still not too smooth with it. The closer we got to that supermarket, the fewer the zombies. We parked at the door for easy loading. The roller shutter that had only had a hole punched in it before was now ripped wholesale off by brute force and tossed aside. My expression tightened. Wait outside. I'll go in and look first. Don't make a big racket. With that, I summoned Fong Dai Dai out to guard me. Into the supermarket. The few corpses by the door were gone, and the smell of blood grew thicker the deeper in I went, as though many creatures had died here. Fong Dai Dai sneezed a few times, unable to stand the stench either. It followed the smell toward the thickest point. In a corner of the supermarket sat a vast mountain of flesh, limbs short and thick, body bloated and huge, head nearly brushing the ceiling, still chewing something, scraps of flesh, and severed limbs scattered around it. A pair of small eyes lit on a living thing, as if on a peerless treasure. I knew what it was, an aberrant zombie, stronger and far more repulsive than an ordinary one. By its size, it had reached Tier 2. It ate anything, with a special taste for living things, swallowing people whole, the nightmare of so many in my last life. There'd been no sign of it when I came this morning, and less than a day later a thing like this had burrowed in, a real headache. It charged on its bloated belly and stubby legs, not fast against me, but extremely nimble, knocking over a whole row of shelves, its black-green skin sickening in the extreme, meaning to swallow me and Fong Dai both. A good chance to test the new ability. Fong Dai gave a dragon's cry, and a bolt of lightning thick as a bull's mouth struck it. It only blackened the skin and made it pause briefly before it charged again. Fong Dai clearly found this zombie repulsive too, and was unwilling to go in for the grapple. Demon flame rose in my hand, the prism sword wrapped in fire and doubled in size, coming down hard, searing. It raised a stubby arm to block. Ding! The sword only cut through skin and flesh before lodging in bone, a measure of just how dense that bone was. I pulled the sword back and withdrew, and Fong Dai's dark energy clung onto it just in time, dissolving its flesh bit by bit. It swung an arm at Fong Dai in pain. Fong Dai dodged, and the huge hand pounded the tiles to powder. Catastrophic had that landed. I merged the 12 prisms into a great sword and drove it hard into its belly. Demon flame churning within, scorching the corpse flesh black all over and all but cooking the meat around the blade through. It howled in pain and bit down at me, but my methods didn't stop there. Above my head, the demon flame conjured a sword of fire that I drove straight into its mouth. Eat all you like, plenty of demon flame to go around. With that, it couldn't even get out a scream. It struggled to flee. I dissolved the prism sword, demon flame raining down, clinging to each shard, all of them sinking into its body, and it moved no more. Aberrant zombies aren't like ordinary ones. An ordinary one doesn't know to flee no matter how hurt. Only zombie kings and the highly intelligent feel fear, and this thing plainly belonged to the latter. Stomaching my disgust, I took out its Tier 2 aberrant crystal core. A core like this is better suited to absorption than an ordinary one. Fong Dai, having played benchwarmer the whole time, sidled over now and stole sidelong glances at me, probably thinking, Master wasn't this strong before, how's he getting fiercer and fiercer? And now he knows the lion's tricks too. Chen Gang came in following the noise and clicked his tongue at the giant corpse. Mother of Fong, this is a zombie too? How's it this huge? I explained a little, then asked, how'd you come in? Where are those two? Heard a commotion in here. Worried you might be in danger. Had them hold the line first. They can handle scattered zombies. I nodded. Let them in. Take whatever you can carry. Fill the cars for me. Chen Gang was privately delighted. This time, just guarding home, I could haul back several carloads of supplies. My contribution may be no smaller than that fellow Su Qidong's, already plotting how he'd show off about it back home. Basket after basket of goods got dumped into the cars. I hauled faster than anyone, one trip worth several of theirs. The 3 cars filled up fast, leaving barely room for the drivers. The return had fewer scrapes, a clear run all the way. At the hotel, Chen Gang called people to put the supplies away one by one. Squad 3 was back too, with quite a crowd gathered in the lobby. Heading upstairs, I ran into Li Rui's. He didn't see me and walked head down straight into my chest, looking up to freeze on the spot. Wait, Fong, how'd you turn into this? I laughed out loud. Don't be jealous. This is a build you'll never have in your life. Fong, you were plenty handsome to begin with. How'd you go and become a muscle man too? He reached up and pinched my arm to confirm it was real, and broke down further. I clapped his shoulder and turned serious. Tell me how things stand now. Everything that happened this morning. He pulled a sour face. Pretty much all the survivors around here have come. Every squad's headcount has climbed past 30. We ran another round of awakenings this morning, turned out some espers, split evenly into the squads. Who's running logistics? He looked a little sheepish. My home's in Modu, not far. I went and had a look, brought my mom and dad over, and it's in my mom's hands now. Don't worry, Fong, my mom's reliable. I smiled easily. So it's Auntie. Rui's. How could I not trust you? With your mom on it, I won't fuss over logistics. His family ran a company and had managed hundreds of people. Logistics on this scale was nothing. That reminded me, I needed to track down relatives for a few of the core people. In my last life, I'd brought Yi Qingyao's parents into the settlement. Before the apocalypse, they'd treated me wonderfully, practically as their own, and knowing I was an orphan. They'd quietly paid my tuition and lied that it was a government program, terrified I'd feel a burden. I'd always kept that kindness in mind. This life, all the more, I wouldn't let anything happen to them. Tomorrow I planned to go fetch Yi Qingyao's parents. Finding them sooner would let her and me both settle our hearts that much earlier. That evening, everyone received food, no one getting something for nothing, each with their place. The ones who ate best were the combat squad members. Whether on guard or out in the field, everything depended on them, as it should. Today, Su Qidong's squad had hunted 2 mutant beasts, a dog and a rabbit, both good-sized, the rabbit nearly the size of a large hound. Su Qidong said the rabbit was even trickier than the dog, its hind legs explosively powerful. One kick off, and it nearly got away, only pinned down once his lightning had it numbed. Over 100 people sat in a great circle, chatting and laughing, bragging about how brave they'd been today, waiting for the mutant beast meat to be shared out. This was hard on Ren Jinha, the strongest fire type besides me. He had to control his flames with great care. My demon flame was off limits, the temperature too high, liable to burn the meat to ash, and carrying that soul-searing bite too, for fear the squad members would have trouble after eating. Luckily, the hotel's first floor was spacious. Shift some furniture and 100+ could sit. Yi Qingyao and the rest of us sat at the head of the circle. It struck me suddenly that the dark demon essence still held the demon flame Lion King's corpse. Fong died. I had eaten part of it, with plenty left. I planned to award the lion meat to the strongest and feel out the squad member's current bottom line while I was at it. I stood up. See this lion's body? I hunted it today. The leftover meat I'll save for 10 people. This meat is a huge help to awaken one's evolution. Members of all 4 squads can come up and contend. Winners take a slot. A battered lion's body appeared from thin air, and the crowd was both startled and full of longing. At bottom, a longing for strength. Su Qidong cut in. Fong, this good stuff we don't have, can't we go up? I smiled and placed 2 Tier 2 crystal cores in each of the captain's hands. Li Rui's was shocked. Tier 2 cores. Fong, you've already killed this many Tier 2 zombies. 8 Tier 2 cores for the 4 captains. Any single squad would have a fierce struggle against 1 Tier 2 zombie, and here I'd brought these back alone. Chun Gang flattered at just the right moment. It's gotta be my Fong. Never forgets us when there's a perk to be had. Yi Qingyao held her core but frowned. She didn't know how I'd killed this many Tier 2 zombies, but it must have meant danger and how many wounds I'd taken. She quietly resolved. Next time I went out, she would come with me. The words barely landed, and quite a few were itching to try. A chance both to raise their strength and to shine in front of the captains, with big perks down the line. A very ordinary-looking young man came up first. No one's leading off, so I'll go. I said good. A squad needs exactly this kind who dares step forward first. Su Qidong leaned over and said low. This kid's name is Lu Jiming. Very strong, stone type, offense and defense both. Cleared a whole building of zombies single-handed and pulled the survivors together. A real talent. Took me a lot of effort to land him. My interest was piqued at once. Once Lu Jiming went up, Li Pingyan, Legu, and a few other espers whose names I knew followed. I had Li Pingyan fight Lu Jiming first. Hearing from Su Qidong how strong he was, I worried others couldn't hold. Chun Gang presided. Pull your blows. No killing or malicious crippling. First match, Li Pingyan versus Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming stamped his right foot, and a man-high stone spike rose beneath Li Pingyan, who hurriedly twisted aside, a dazzling great golden shield appearing in his hand as he swept it forward to close in. Against an elemental esper, once you're inside their guard, the vast majority have no way to fight back, but Lu Jiming wasn't that kind. His left hand condensed a round stone shield, his right fist sheathed in rock. Li Pingyan raised his shield to smash down, and that stone shield shattered in an instant. Even Lu Jiming was startled. He'd always been confident in the hardness of his rock and hadn't expected the other's shield to be so hard. Unfazed, he raised more stone spikes from the ground. Li Pingyan didn't make a big dodge, only tilted slightly aside. Lu Jiming used the shield's force to back off and condensed again, a lifelike rock dragon shooting at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan braced the shield to block, golden light rippling, driven back a dozen steps. Then stone spikes rained down on the shield, Lu Jiming giving him no chance to close. Holding on until spent, the last spike came to rest at Li Pingyan's chest. "I lose, you're strong." Lu Jiming pulled him up and even gave him a friendly hug. "It's fine. I really am too strong." A self-assurance that left people speechless. But that endless stream of attacks was genuinely impressive. Down the line, he'd surely be a key source of firepower for the squad. The following matches weren't as spectacular. A girl with a vine ability was also very strong, her vines studded with spikes, impossible to fully guard against, and she beat Feng Hua, who could sharpen weapons. Her name was Yang Ruhan, from Yingao squad. There was another named Su Shuer, her ability Ice Wings, a pair of frigid wings that let her fly, an endless ice offensive, standing undefeated from the start and forcefully claiming a slot. Once Ren Jinha's ability recovered, he too went up and knocked one out, taking a place. Lu Jiming fought 4 in a row, and seeing no one else come to challenge, simply went and challenged others, downing 4 of the 10. If I hadn't called a halt, he'd have wanted to keep going, his energy seemingly inexhaustible. The final 10 were Lu Jiming, ability Sovereign of Stone; Li Pingyan, Shield of Light; Le Gu, Wolf King; Yang Ruhan, Ghost King Vine; Su Shuer, Ice Wings; Zhang Kongming, the only one of Chun Gang's squad to make the 10. Wind type, his wind blades fast and precise. 3 matches won to take a slot, leaving Chun Gang a touch awkward. Yu Bo, of Li Rui's squad, a rare mental type, for now able only to disrupt enemies' movements. Hua Yi, an old man in his 50s, of Li Rui's squad. Ability Radiant Yang Palm, whom opponents at first refused to fight and conceded to outright, only to be taught a lesson by him in the end. Ren Jinha, Fire type, and 1 slot I handed out directly. A pure healing Esper from Chun Gang's squad, ability Pool of Healing, his healing power extremely strong, whom Chun Gang called Little Chubby, full name Wang Xiaobang, the sweetest temper, always grinning. Lion Meat slots, 10 Lu Jiming, Sovereign of Stone; Li Pingyan, Shield of Light; Le Gu, Wolf King; Yang Ruhan, Ghost King; Vine; Su Shuer, Ice Wings; Zhang Kongming. Wine type Yu Bo, mental type Hua Yi Radiant. Yang Palm Ren Jinha, Fire type Wang Xiaobang, Pool of Healing. Little Chubby had been at my side in my past life too. Later, in a clash with another settlement, he was assassinated by a shadow type Esper. By then he was already tier 4. His healing so strong, he could keep himself alive even with his throat slit, his vitality like a cockroach's. But that killer pulled his organs clean out. It left me with a deep guilt toward him. He'd saved so many people, yet couldn't save himself. I had Ren Jinha roast the lion meat, and this time he clearly put his back into it. After all, 1 portion was his own. Just then Lu Jiming stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Fong, I want to challenge you. I'll most likely be no match, but I want to try." He'd fought Su Qidong and lost, and Su Qidong had said he was no match for me. So Lu Jiming reasoned he couldn't beat me either. Chun Gang jumped up. "Why? You little brat. You want to fight Fong? You get past me first." I held him back, not because I wouldn't let him go up, but because I was afraid he'd actually lose to Lu Jiming. I rose. "Fine. But if you lose, you behave yourself from now on." The whole hotel's mood hit its peak. A lot of people had never seen this man who ranked even above the 4 captains throw down. I said, "Come on, take your shot." I'd watched all his matches. If he had no hidden tricks, 10 moves at most. Lu Jiming loosed countless stone spikes in an instant, testing my hand. I didn't move. As the spikes came, demon flames surged up before me like a wall, and the spikes sank in without a sound. The flame dispersed, and I shot forward like a cannonball. His reactions were quick too. Seeing my savage beast momentum, 10 stone shields rose before him in a flash. Boom after boom, the stone shields shattered like thin ice at the touch of my fists, and it wasn't until the 6th that I stopped. Stone spikes rose again from the ground. I dodged them easily. Demon flames surged up. My physique strengthened further, the lion mark on my back giving off red light. One stamp of my foot and the hotel floor caved in. He sheathed his whole body in stone armor, encased head to toe. But what good was that? One punch shattered the thicker stone shield before me, and another drove at his chest, his right arm hastily adding another layer of rock to block. Bang! He flew backward. The rock over his chest crushed to dust. A mouthful of blood spat to the floor, clearly internal injury. The whole hall was in an uproar. Lu Jiming was the undisputed #1 outside the captains, yet he hadn't a shred of room to fight back. Some recalled that I'd fought by controlling prisms before and wondered how I'd become a humanoid rampaging dragon. The gap was this wide both because I was already tier 2 and because the demon flame had strengthened me. As for why I hadn't used the prisms, was there any need? Once people came to their senses, what they felt most was relief. Relief at having come here, at becoming one of Breach. That was exactly what I wanted. Let them know there's the most solid backing behind them, and only with that sense of belonging will they truly do right by the base. The two kinds of people I hate most in this life. One who loves to show off, and one who won't let me show off. Give him a little shock. I helped him up. Go find little Chubby for healing. There's a mission tomorrow. Lu Jiming answered, that bit of pride completely dispersed, his eyes now holding respect and admiration. I'd actually pulled my strength. Otherwise, that one punch could have taken his life. By raw ability, after vetting him a while, he'd be good enough to head a 5th squad, but I didn't plan on that. 4 squads were enough, and his ability suited construction better, perfect down the line for the base's defenses. I called out, little Chubby, and Wang Xiaopeng came over at once, grinning, helping Lu Jiming up and taking him off for healing. Plenty in the crowd were chanting my name, the fervor nearly snuffing out the demon flame. Riding that surge, I pressed both hands down and announced, everyone quiet down. Today we formally establish our survivor settlement. It's called the Breach Settlement, with me as its master, with 4 combat squads and logistics beneath it, and a defense corps to come. Join wherever you like, and develop the base well. In my past life, my settlement was called Breach 2. This life I'd carry on its glory, more domineering still. Chen Gang was first to stand in support, followed by Lu Jiming clutching his chest. Yes, Fong, I'm with you too. Cheers rang out, people packing even the 2nd floor corridor. I, too, smiled from the heart. Breach Settlement established master. Fong Lan by 4 combat squads plus logistics, plus defense corps to come. After it broke up, the 5 of us went to the top floor again to talk things over. Chen Gang grinned. Our power's bound to keep growing, saving more people. Li Rui's asked. But doing this, won't the authorities come down on us? My red and blue eyes settled on him. The authorities can't even look after themselves. There's no way they'll get to it in time. By the time they catch their breath, we'll have been eaten clean by zombies long ago. Su Qidong nodded. Then it comes down to one word, stronger. Strong enough that nothing can pin us down. I said right. I just raised the matter of the defense corps. Lu Jiming looked suited to it. What do you all think? Li Rui's mulled it over. His strength is real, and from today his temperament looks fine too, but this post is too important. I worry he can't shoulder it. Yi Qingyao said mildly too. It is a bit fast. We don't know his background yet. I smiled. I'd like to watch him a while longer too. Besides, defenses aren't urgent. We haven't even settled on our territory. Su Qidong asked excitedly. Fong, what's the plan tomorrow? I looked out the window. Moda University. It's full of talent. The professors and teachers, each experts in their fields. We set out tomorrow at noon. In the morning, Yao Yao and I will go fetch her parents back first. Yi Qingyao looked up at me, her eyes full of tenderness. She hadn't expected me to be ready this fast. Seeing Li Rui's bring his parents over today, she couldn't help thinking of her own. Li Rui's home was close, and his spatial type could dodge danger. Her home, though, was across most of the city, the risk sharply higher. She softly said thank you. Su Qidong thought of his own family too. He'd come to Modu for school from out of town, several hundred kilometers away, and for a moment regretted having gone so far. I saw it, but didn't worry for him. In my past life, his parents not only lived just fine, they came looking for their son of their own accord. Chen Gang couldn't be bothered to ask. Breach was his home, and anyone who tried to destroy it, he'd make pay even at the cost of his own broken skull. Another short meeting ended just like that. I set out with Yi Qingyao before dawn, driving an SUV borrowed from a squad member, with Fong Dai set on the roof. I'd started this early for fear of missing the noon plan to head to Moda University. Fong Dai looked around curiously, another size bigger, though still early tier 2. Its strength had grown. We followed the Huangpu River south, the sky still 2 hours from light. Apart from tier 2 zombies that could make me pause a moment, the rest weren't worth a single exchange. A glance at a car in the way and a mouthful of dark energy from Fong Dai corroded most of it, easily knocked aside. Later it found my driving too slow and simply flew through the air to scout my path and clear zombies, a smooth run all the way. In the apocalypse, probably only I would drive like that. When it tired of flying, it came back to rest on the roof, poking its head to the window to lick the two of us, setting Yi Qingyao laughing. With it along, the trip wasn't dreary. Yi Qingyao's parents were in government, kindly people who'd often kept me for dinner. Seeing I was decent and driven, they'd agreed to my dating Qingyao, largely because Qingyao had put in no shortage of good words for me in front of them. She'd been a good girl since childhood, together with me in high school, only telling her family once we started university. I tried to skirt residential districts and shopping areas, get tangled up by a horde, and there's no easy escape. Her home was in an upscale complex. I drove straight through the gate, zombies sent flying by the car, Fong Dai biting off one head, and parked downstairs. Fong Dai, guard the stairwell, don't let anything up. Roar, roar. I took her swiftly upstairs. The elevators were down. Last night she'd broken into tier 2, the second tier 2 Esper in breach, which caught me a little off guard. Perhaps she really was the one just below me. Up 9 floors on foot, neither of us out of breath. At the door I didn't knock, just punched a hole through, gripped it and heaved the security door aside, but no one was inside. Yi Qingyao searched back and forth calling for her parents. No answer, tears welling in her eyes. Lanbai, my mom and dad aren't here. Could they be in danger? I held her and soothed her softly. No blood inside, nothing in disarray. Uncle and auntie are definitely still alive. In my memory of the past life, I'd found them right around here, unharmed. Most likely they were out of food and had gone to scavenge. I went and knocked on a same-floor neighbor's door. A family answered, the man gripping a sharpened rolling pin, his wife holding a kitchen cleaver. Yi Qingyao leaned out from behind me and asked anxiously, Uncle Wang, where did my parents go? Seeing it was her, the middle-aged couple relaxed. Qingyao, aren't you at university? With so many zombies out there, how'd you get back? She answered hastily and pressed again about whether they'd seen her parents. Uncle Wang said, this morning I heard a door, looked through the peephole, and your mom and dad had gone out carrying gear. I felt surer of it, thanked him, and pulled her downstairs. Fong Dai was still on guard below, a few more zombie corpses around it now. With no supplies at home, they'd most likely gone to the nearest supermarket. Yi Qingyao said the nearest was Jiaoding Supermarket, small, but closest to home. At Jiaoding Supermarket, the glass doors were shut tight, the counter shoved against them inside. Plainly someone was there, and a few zombies snarled at the door. The moment I drew near, they made to lunge, but Fong Dai pounced faster, pinning them all under its dragon claws and electrocuting them to char. I pushed the door in. Goods were knocked all over the floor. A zombie corpse lay there, its head smashed, the crystal core already gone. In a corner was a small room locked from the inside. I drove a few prisms in sideways, cut out the whole section around the lock, and gave it a light push. Under 10 square meters packed with people, everyone covering their mouth in fear of making a sound, only relaxing once they saw a living person had come. Dad, Mom. Yi Qingyao spotted her parents at a glance and squeezed over to embrace them, the two elders wriggling out of the crowd as well, the three of them holding tight. But this was no time for catching up. I explained a few things briefly and was about to leave when an old man with thin, graying hair walked out frowning. Young man, you've had your reunion, but the door's broken. What do we do when the zombies come? The words were barely out and the whole room was clamoring at once, the scene descending into chaos, spittle nearly flying in my face. If not for their wariness of my strength, these dozen-some people might have rushed me. After all, it was about their lives. I hurried to explain, I've cleared the zombies outside. We're fine for now. With that I left, taking Uncle Yi and Annie Chen along. Fong Dai at the door startled the two of them, and the elders grabbed their daughter and made to run. Luckily, I was quick to stop them and explained, Uncle Yi, Annie-chan, it's called Fong Dai. Think of it as part of my ability, very friendly. Fong Dai, right on cue, brought its dragon's head over for the two elders to pat. I had the two elders climb onto Fong Dai's back and hold on tight, while I fought my way back to the building entrance. Half the zombies in the way killed by prisms, half pierced through by Yi Qingyao's lotuses. But the zombies kept pouring in endlessly, some crouched at windows snarling, some falling straight down from upper floors, bodies twisted and covered in blood, still scrambling up to lunge once they hit the ground. I took the driver's seat, Yi Qingyao the passengers, Uncle Yi and Annie Chun in the back. Fong Dai crouched on the roof spewing dark energy without pause, the 12 prisms guarding the car's exterior. Gas pedal to the floor, the charging zombies sent flying, prisms cutting them in half at the waist. Returning along the same route, a harrowing but uneventful trip, but in the distance, a pair of eyes had been watching us the whole time. The man's mouth curved up. Good, a decent opponent. As for who he was, I had no spare thought for it at the time. In the car, Uncle Yi couldn't help asking what this ability was and how I'd found them. Uncle Yi was named Yi Qiu, an official of middling rank, usually genial. Andy Chun was named Chun Ging, an executive at a company, strong-willed. Qingyao had been sensible since childhood, bringing me home as her boyfriend. The more the two elders looked, the more they liked me, and this time they were all the more moved by the affection of my coming to fetch them at such risk. I gave a brief account of the breach settlement, and Yi Qiu smiled. Troubled times make heroes. Little Fong's made something of himself. Following the Huangpu River, several water cannons suddenly shot in from the side. A giant lotus burst open beneath Yi Qingyao's car in an instant and wrapped the whole vehicle, but the water cannons were too fierce. It still took my prisms condensing into a wall to hold them off. The car stopped and zombies closed in faster. Fong Dai could only tie them up in the air, leaving me to deal with the thing in the river. I rode a prism to hover over the river's surface and hurled demon flame condensed into fireballs down to provoke it. The thing in the water was enraged, a column of water chasing me as if it had eyes. I could only raise demon flame to meet it head-on, and dense fog rolled over the river at once. For the first time, I condensed all 12 prisms into a single demon flame greatsword, meaning I'd unleashed my full strength. I hurled the greatsword skyward, where it split into countless swords of fire, all their points aimed at the river. I coldly bit out one word: down. The fire swords fell together, plunging into the river. The current churned and surged, and a colossal thing edged all over and wreathed in flowing water rose up, its shell a full 3 meters across. If I hadn't guessed wrong, this was Mo Mingzhao's contracted beast, the ink-black mystic tortoise. Mo Mingzhao, one of the 12 stars, the Beast Lord King Star, in the past life founder of one of Modu's 3 great settlements, the Light Dusk Settlement, an immortal enemy of mine. Little Chubby died at his hands. In fact, I hadn't gone looking for him, yet he'd come to my door first. The demon flame greatsword stabbed into the tortoise's shell, but it was absurdly hard. 3 inches in, and it could go no further. It cried out and made to bore back into the riverbed. I grabbed its tail barehanded and swung, hurling its several-ton bulk to the far bank, then stepped up into the air and drove 4 small swords into its 4 limbs. With no chance to break free, it spewed water balls from all over its body. I burned demon flame beneath it. The whole tortoise wreathed in fire, shrieking pitifully. It wrenched itself free by main force, threw up shield after shield of water, whipped up a water tornado to lunge, and used the momentum to bore back into the river, gone like a stone sunk in the sea. This ink-black mystic tortoise was Mo Mingzhao's destined beast, its vitality extreme, terribly hard to kill. Sensing another presence rushing in, I had to give up the kill. I got back in the car and started it at once, calling Fong Dai back. A commotion this big drew a vast number of zombies, likely over 100 all around, mixed with a few aberrant zombies. The 2 elders were frightened. I soothed them softly. It's fine now. These zombies are no threat. Uncle Yi marveled at how different I'd become, and right then declared he'd keep up with the times and try to awaken. Yi Qingyao worried and urged. There was the probability, and if they failed to awaken, it could leave lasting harm. But the elders insisted, and she couldn't sway them. Skirting the trailing horde all the way, we got back to the Jinhui Grand Hotel. The buildings near the hotel were cleared out now too, with some members moved into them. Only that earliest batch could live in the hotel, a kind of mark of standing. I settled the two elders on the safer 6th floor and taught them to awaken myself. Same as the past life. They were too stubborn, which was why I'd relented. Fortunately, both succeeded. Auntie Chun awakened a mental type, leaning toward mental buffs. Uncle Yi leaned toward logistics, an ability to promote plant growth in the past life. With it, Breach's grain output rose at least 50%. After awakening, their physiques multiplied, leaving a bit more self-protection if anything went wrong, and so I was at ease. At 1 in the afternoon, Li Rui's Squad 3 held home, while Squads 1, 2, and 4 came with me to bring in the survivors of Moda University. I stood before 100+ evolved. This is Breach's first outward sweep since its founding. Trade the least casualties for the greatest gain. Can you do it? Yes. The roar set the lobby humming. That earliest batch had all been issued spears, the spearheads sharpened by Feng Hua's ability, glinting cold. The sharpening would hold maybe 3 days. Moda University was 2 kilometers from the hotel. Squad 1 took point. Squads 2 and 4 supporting from the rear flanks. Su Qidong, broken into Tier 2, charged at the very front, his spears scattering thunder. Tier 2 zombies were more numerous now, but we had numbers and fought with method, no one flinching at the zombie count. I let Feng Dai die out first and mounted it to scout. Through a morning of slaughter and swallowing no shortage of zombie heads, it had entered mid-tier 2 and walked ahead of me now, gliding between the buildings on spread wings to pick up speed. Looking down from above, Moda University was deathly still, not a figure in sight, only zombies wandering. To find survivors, find the cafeteria first. Where there's food, that's mostly where people hide. I locked onto one. Sure enough, quite a few people had gathered in the cafeteria, but the place had long since been seized by a man named Sun Ling. Sun Ling had been a server in the cafeteria. When the apocalypse came, he'd awakened an ability, able to summon a 2-meter giant wolf that looked formed of pure energy, and zombies that charged and were torn apart by it. On that strength, he'd pulled together a dozen some people, including one named Yu Wenjia, who carried a ring that could grow or shrink, no weak ability. These dozen some held the cafeteria's 100 or 200 people firmly in their grip. Sun Ling used the hoarded grain to control everyone. Obey and you ate. Defy even a little and your food was cut off. Anyone who dared truly stand up to him. Last time one was beaten to death and dragged out to feed the zombies. Now he'd set his sights on a group of young people who wouldn't bow, forcing them to submit utterly to his command, or they wouldn't see a single grain of rice, and step out of the cafeteria, and the zombies outside would gnaw a person down till not even bones were left. In a corner of the storeroom, a few students huddled together, voices low. One with a little mustache, looking not too bright, was named Fan Wenbin. The girl of a couple was named Chong Mingqi, her boyfriend Hu Yang fair-skinned and frail-looking. Chong Mingqi fretted. Sun Ling keeps coming to pressure us these last few days, says if we don't fall in line he'll cut off our supplies. Hu Yang gripped her hand tight, yet only dared speak in a whisper too. Fan Wenbin, though, gave a mysterious smile and opened his palm. A little knight-shaped figure appeared out of thin air. The other started. He pressed his voice low. I saw Sun Ling always smash zombie heads and dig something out to grip in his hand, then it'd be gone. I figured there was a secret, climbed out past the 2nd floor, beat a zombie to death, dug out an irregular glass-like thing, and gripped it like he did. After a strange feeling, I could summon a suit of knight's armor, and my body got stronger too. Then I snuck a few more kills and stockpiled a good number. He fished several crystal cores from his pockets, his shoes and socks, and passed them around. Grip tight. Think of it. That's how I awakened. We make our move tonight. The few of them used a bathroom excuse, for men and a woman rising and heading inward. The nearest one, Brother Zhao, one of Sun Ling's men, pointed his meat cleaver at the ground and questioned them with a frown. Fan Wenbin said with an ingratiating smile that he was going to talk Chong Mingqi around, and slipped him half a pack of cigarettes on the side, finally fobbing the man off. In the bathroom, The few of them gripped the cores and quietly felt the changes. Just then, two of Sun Ling's underlings came in from outside, Lu Shuang and Li Xiao, smugly boasting how they lorded it over the cafeteria, all the good food and drink theirs. Fan Wenbin hurried out to greet them with a smile, saying there was a good thing that wouldn't work if they didn't look now, and coaxed the two into the bathroom. The moment the two were through the door, the few who'd already awakened struck at once. A knight gripping a heavy sword stood up out of thin air and ran a sword through Li Xiao's heart. Lu Shuang punched the armor and knocked the knight back half a step, but couldn't harm it in the slightest, baring his teeth and shouting, "Fan Wenbin's revolting," and trying to seize one of them as a hostage to trade for his life. A flicker of Fan Wenbin's intent, and the heavy sword flew out and nailed into his skull. The commotion was no small thing, and people would come at once. Fan Wenbin was frantic, urging, "Hurry up, I can take those too," but not a dozen. Sure enough, Sun Ling arrived with Yu Wenjie and a few awakened ones. Sun Ling had a hooked nose and a vicious gaze. He summoned that giant wolf, its ferocity hitting like a wave, yet he didn't rush to strike, instead sizing up the knight with interest. "Didn't think there was someone with real skill hiding in my cafeteria. Follow me, take all of Modi University into the fold, and today's business I can treat as never having happened." Brother Zhao, who'd taken the cigarettes, hurried to advise that Fan Wenbin was an ungrateful wolf you could never tame. Sun Ling didn't spare him a glance. In his eyes, someone with an ability was worlds above these useless ones. Fan Wenbin deliberately needled him, though. "He's freezing me out like this. I tell you what if he trips me up behind my back?" Sun Ling flung up a hand, and the giant wolf erupted, biting Brother Zhao's head off in one snap, the people around too scared to make a sound. "I've given you all the face there is. Where's your sincerity?" Fan Wenbin said mildly. "It's not that I won't take you as boss. It's that you're not worthy." Sun Ling's face flushed crimson. "You dare play me?" The words weren't out before the giant wolf shot forward, fast enough to leave only an afterimage. The armor before Fan Wenbin disintegrated in an instant and wrapped him whole. A moment ago a fellow of 170, now a 2-meter knight, heavy sword braced across his chest. The giant wolf slammed into him, its great force driving the armored him straight into the wall, the surface bursting into web-like cracks. I landed on the windowsill of the second-floor cafeteria, Fong Dai beating its wings beneath my feet to hold me up, watching this farce below. Fan Wenbin in his knight's armor grappled with the giant wolf. The heavy sword came down, but the wolf was too nimble, and a reverse swipe of its claws batted him back. Just as he made to counter, the golden ring behind Sun Ling had silently enlarged, slam, pounding him to the ground. Right after, the ring slipped over his waist, trying to crush him to death. The giant wolf rammed him off the floor below, tables and chairs overturned everywhere. Two late tier ones ganging up on a freshly awakened kid. Fan Wenbin pressed down hard, yet of all things he wasn't flustered, mouth still going. "Brother Sun, give me a chance. Jianghu rules, one-on-one. That work?" I knew him all too well. Fan Wenbin was, in the past life, the foremost fierce general under Thousand-Mile Blade Moon Wu Feng, also Wu Feng's strongest mouthpiece, a single tongue that talked its way across the world. He and I had drunk and killed zombies together no end, on the best of terms. Right now he was stalling without pause, his eyes flicking constantly toward the second-floor bathroom. He knew full well he couldn't beat Sun Ling and Yu Wenjie, and could only drag it out until his companions awakened and arrived for a sliver of a chance at life. If not for his stalling, those companions of his wouldn't have had time to awaken at all. What caught me off guard was Yu Wenjie. Sun Ling's strength came from forcibly collected zombie crystal cores, which made late tier 1 reasonable enough. But Yu Wenjie, with an ordinary ring, gold type yet laced with a thread of dark aura, where had he gotten so many crystal cores? This man had a secret. Sure enough, the turning point came. 3 men and a woman arrived. The man at their head hefting a black heavy hammer, the girl beside him none other than Chang Mingqi. Half her hair already turned purple. The hammer came down on Sun Ling's back and sent him flying. Blood spat up, clearly internally injured. These companions were Fan Wenbin's people. But it was their first time in a fight, and Sun Ling and Yu Wenjie had them on the back foot. The power of Chong Mingqi's ball of dark energy far from enough yet. Fan Wenbin and that fellow Hu Yang held on shoulder to shoulder. I was just about to step in and end it. A sudden, freakish turn. Yu Wenjie, behind Sun Ling, abruptly opened his mouth and bit off Sun Ling's upper half in one go, leaving only 2 legs standing in a pool of blood. That giant wolf turned to streaming light and was sucked into his mouth, his aura surging, jumping straight from late Tier 1 to Tier 2. Licking the blood at his lips, he sneered coldly. Found my chance at last. I knew this ability. Forbidden Item 039, the Goo-Devouring Fong. Devour flesh to accumulate energy and rapidly raise one's strength. In the past life, it appeared on a zombie king out west, and I never expected it to land in Moda University. A thing like this is a perfect match used on zombies. Used on a person, it only devours them until their humanity is gone. Yu Wenjie had plainly let the power go to his head. Fan Wenbin came to his senses and told Hu Yang to take Chong Mingqi and go first while he covered the rear, but Hu Yang gripped his hammer tighter and wouldn't leave. That's people for you. Some fear only for their own survival. Others are willing to cover the retreat for someone else. The two charged in and were each knocked flying by Yu Wenjie. Fan Wenbin's ribs broken in several places. In the past life, it was probably from this very moment that only he alone escaped and went north, while Hu Yang and the rest all died here. Hold off any longer, and it'd be the same ending as the past life. I sent a stream of demon flame rising from beneath Yu Wenjie's feet. He dodged, but his hands still caught a touch of it. The demon flame spread wildly like a wolf scenting blood, and he could only use 039 to swallow the fire into his belly. Fan Wenbin looked at me standing before him as a shield and went blank, probably wondering how this man could be both so strong and so handsome. Yu Wenjie made out my red and blue eyes, and the Fong dyed eye beside me glaring fixedly at him, and the pressure of my aura set his goo-devouring Fong faintly raging. He immediately put on an ingratiating smile. Young man, no grudge between us. Why come to blows? I didn't answer and signaled Fong dyed eye. A swat of its dragon claw laced with dark energy sent his ring flying and corroded a small hole in it. One move, and the gap between us was a world apart. Knowing he couldn't match me in force, he only meant to stall. I told Fan Wenbin and the other, "Wait here, don't run off." Then I stepped onto a prism and entered the fray. Demon flame clinging on, 2 light swords drawn, their blades burning to twice the length, first cutting off his retreat. A sword cut down through the air and shaved off the better part of his shoulder, bearing white bone. He begged for mercy through the pain. I said coldly, "I'll send you to see your maker." The 2 swords merged into a heavy sword that hung overhead and fell. Thanks to 039, he didn't die at once, and Fong dyed eye stepped up and crushed his head under one claw, only then truly dead, after which it wiped its claw on the floor in disgust. Beneath Yu Wenjie lay 2 red teeth joined together, curved backward and barbed. Forbidden Item 039. I stowed it in the dark demon essence to study back home. I looked at Fan Wenbin, standing there dazed. "You've got some ability. Stick with me from now on. I'm Fong Lombai. Take everyone in the cafeteria who's your own to the Jinhui Grand Hotel near campus. Find a man named Li Rui's to make contact. That's our stronghold. And absorb these crystal cores while you're at it. My place doesn't feed freeloaders." Hearing it was yet another conquered by strength type, Fan Wenbin put his heart back where it belonged and agreed wholeheartedly. The second in command of Wu Feng's Long Wind settlement in the past life had now become my man. Wu Feng, too, would later be the sharpest blade in my hand. Come to think of it, this fellow's strength was no small thing in the past life, and he'd take on anyone he didn't like the look of. He failed to make the 12 stars purely because he'd offended Boundless Life Star on the Sun Moon Star roster. Back then, he represented Long Wind at the capital for the wedding of Boundless Life Star's younger brother. And at the wedding sparring round, he got too into it and beat the groom into serious injury, carried off for treatment, the 2 sides falling out completely. Later over drinks, I learned the bride was Fan Wenbin's first love, and the more he looked, the angrier he got, his hand losing all restraint. With Fan Wenbin settled, I didn't linger. I still had to clear out Modu's tough cases for Su Qidong and the others before the zombies grew fully strong, sparing them being surrounded and taking heavy losses. There were already plenty of awakened ones across campus. Zombie corpses everywhere with skulls chiseled open and crystal cores taken. Reaching late tier 1 counted as the first tier. Getting a forbidden item like Yingao was 1 in 10,000. But ordinary tier 2s were worlds apart from me, dealt with almost effortlessly. And I was long past the prismatic hidden moon of the past life, only stronger now. On the squad side, after entering Moda University, the zombies tier was a notch higher, and the 3 squads found it a bit of a strain, but Su Chidong commanded well. 2 squads holding the front line, 1 resting, rotating up in turn, advancing steadily, their coordination growing ever more practiced. The formation split into 3 layers, evolved and melee fighters at the very front, Yang Ruhan's Ghost King Vine, and Rin Jina's Fire at the second layer providing firepower. Dead center were Yi Qingyao and Wang Xiaopeng on healing, with Yi Qingyao's lotuses able to bloom beneath the zombies' feet to control the field as well. The squads now had 2 tier 2s in Su Chidong and Yi Qingyao, Chun Gang closing on tier 2, and no fewer than 10 at late tier 1. As long as they didn't run into a large-scale horde, nothing could stop them. With me back in the ranks, it was steadier still, Fong Dai forever charging into the thickest press, a sweep of thunder, and the people behind surging up to reap. Lu Jiming and Su Shuer both fought dazzlingly too. Su Xuan's pair of ice wings able both to pin and kill zombies from the air and to scout the way for the squads. Su Shuer dropped down in front of me and folded her ice wings. Fong, there's a squad of people still killing zombies on the sports field ahead, under 10 of them, military, carrying guns. Someone saw me, so I came back. I said, keep scouting all around. Don't force a fight with anything strong. Come back and report first. Before I could lead a squad over, that group had already come up close. At their head was a middle-aged man, a pistol at his waist, his face weathered but composed, the people behind him all using real guns and live rounds on the zombies. He spotted me at a glance, his pupils contracting slightly, and stepped up to shake hands. We're under the Modu command. I'm the captain of this special operations team, Zhou Ming. I could feel it. This whole team were evolved, all at late tier 1 except Zhou Ming, a unit the authorities had formed after the apocalypse, dedicated to scouting ahead for the military and tracking down survivors. Zhou Ming had read my squad's combat strength too, and asked with a smile, "Young man, fancy taking on a military rank?" I declined as I'd expected to. "Brother Zhou, I'm just an ordinary student. Being able to protect myself is good enough. I'll pass on the rank." Half a lifetime in the army, he could see the ambition in my eyes and decided to let me in on something. Here's a heads up. Within half a month, the authorities will move to clear Modu's zombies. Keep that in mind. I thanked him with a smile. We'll meet again down the road. I understood full well. Right now, firearms could rack up cores fast, but once zombies evolved, tier 2s already knew to seek advantage and avoid harm, to dodge bullets. A body shot wouldn't even slow them. Only a headshot worked. Half a month on, the clearing wouldn't go so easily. If a clear-eyed man like Zhou Ming could join Breach and the combat squads were all kitted out with guns, the clearing speed could climb another level. It was just that firearms were all clinched in the authorities' hands, not so easily had. Su Shuer was a little worried. "Fong, the military's coming soon. Will they even tolerate us having our own power?" There was reason for her to ask. Over these days of clearing, she'd seen far too much of the human evil the apocalypse magnified, doing anything to survive, the strong wantonly bullying the weak, lawless and unchecked. But in Breach, everyone had their station. I'd expressly forbidden that kind of thing, and being co-opted by the military might not be as free as now. The longer she stayed in Breach, the more grateful she was for the choice she'd made back then. The truth was, my main aim in coming to Moda University was to spread Breach's name. From here on, survivors would pass the word, and once they knew there was a safe Breach nearby, they'd come to our door on their own. Watching Zhou Ming lead his team onto the military vehicle, I gave the order to the 3 squads. We've reached Moda University. By squad, spread out, kill zombies, take crystal cores. The 3 squads took the order and split into 3 routes. I moved Lu Jiming over to Chun Gang's squad to balance the strength. To him, it was killing zombies either way. I mounted Fong Dai myself and hunted the stronger zombies and mutant beasts across campus. The cats and dogs of the campus had all become mutant beasts after the apocalypse, mostly Tier 1, very few Tier 2, giving me no trouble. But I remembered there was something powerful still hidden in Moda University. The campus was well planted, a pavilion in the lake, a little bridge over a stream, lotuses filling the pond in summer. Yingao and I used to come here often. Now it was bleak and desolate, zombies running rampant. I walked to the little bridge by the river and saw at a glance something was off. Among a few willow trees, one hung full of zombies drained dry, and no other zombie would go near it. This willow had mutated, and it was strong, no weaker than the demon flame Lion King. In the past life I'd crossed hands with it. By then it was already closing on Tier 4 and could move slowly, and it took me and a host of strong fighters together to wipe it out. It had nearly become one of the 10 great savage beasts. Its crystal core was unusual too, not single-use. It could produce a drop of essence every 10 days, raising physique and ability, a great boon to plant-type espers, in a sense stronger than some forbidden items. This was exactly why I'd come to destroy it early. It rooted kilometers down into the earth, its willow withes hard as rebar and quick to regenerate, harder to deal with the longer it was left. By now, feeding on zombies, it had reached mid-tier 2. I shot a demon flame ball at it. Countless withes instantly wrapped and neutralized it, and the scorched black spot glowed green and was good as new. The withes broke up through the ground and coiled toward me. I simply clad myself in demon flame and let them bind me. Its withes were no simple thing, but neither was my demon flame, and one by one they turned to char. I rode a prism and charged in, Fong Dai pouncing from the other side with a dragon's roar. Withes lashed across the sky. One grazed and the pain seared. An ordinary person would likely have their bones snapped clean. But only a fool wages a war of attrition with a willow rooted in the earth. Luckily, Fong Dai's scales were tough enough, and its dark energy could corrode the withes outright. It stood undefeated. I drove a waist-thick gout of demon flame at the trunk, whittled down layer by the withes along the way. It only burned a patch black. But that was just a feint. Seizing the gap, I merged my light prism swords into a heavy sword and cut down, severing countless withes, embedding it deep into the trunk, demon flame pouring along the blade into its body. The skyful of withes lashed back in a frenzy, abandoning even Fong Dai, and clamped down hard on that demon flame burning heavy sword of mine. I had to fall back, Fong Dai catching me out of the air to land. It condensed dark thunderballs and blasted them straight in, blowing several great holes in the trunk. This time it only repaired part of them, a sign that sword had wounded it badly. Dai, take me up. Thunder paving the way, I rode its back and charged in, my bowl-sized fists hammering the trunk, a pit per punch, pounding the heavy sword right back out. Fong Dai's dragon claws hooked into the trunk and tore off great slabs of bark. Dark energy raging through the claw marks in destruction. I drove the heavy sword in stroke after stroke, demon flame rolling and spreading, the whole willow becoming a black-red tree of fire. Within 3 minutes the withes were all ash, and from the ashes shone a trace of green. That was its crystal core. This green core in hand was utterly unlike the demon flame core. The demon flame core was violent and searing, this one mild, and the wounds from the fight just now were slowly mended by it. But just as I went to put it away, forbidden item 039, the goo-devouring Fong, flew out beyond my control, repelling and yet fusing with the green core, blood color and green swiftly intertwining, spinning into an ever larger vortex of energy that became a tornado and sucked in everything nearby. Fong Dai and I were thrown to one side. I gathered that 039 had sensed the willow core's powerful life force and meant to forcibly devour it, only for it to resist madly, which was how this came about. And it was through this very fight that I rode the momentum to break into mid-tier 2. About 10 minutes later, the tornado shrank, and within it emerged a jade pendant, half blood, half green, glaringly striking. I quickly stowed it in the dark demon essence. A commotion this big had long since drawn no shortage of prying auras all around, only held off by the wholly unconcealed pressure of me and Fong Dai, 2 mid-tier 2s, with no one daring to move rashly. WHFF. A blue arrow shot straight for the top of my head, blocked by my prisms, no small force behind it. Someone had finally cracked. A few people came out of a nearby teaching building. A blond, hard-featured young man, an archer with thick arms and not a single arrow on him, and a fat man whose ability you couldn't make out. The blonde grinned. "Pretty boy, let me have a look at that thing." I waved a hand. "Want it? Come take it yourself." Fong Dai wreathed itself in lightning and planted itself before me, giving the three of them a little shock. The blonde clapped, though. "So you're not the only Tier 2. A silver door opened before him, and out walked a Tier 2 brute bear even bigger than Fong Dai. The fat man's body swelled as he charged, becoming a 3-meter giant. Fong Dai met the brute bear and raked a bloody gash across its chest, then offhandedly hurled a ball of dark energy that corroded the fat man into a grimacing wince. Single-handedly, it held both of them hard in place. I blocked the archer's arrows with prisms, tore off my tattered shirt, the demon marks giving off red light, and lifted my sword to bear straight down on the blonde and the archer in the back, the demon flame arriving before I did. I understood clearly. Too many opponents. I had to play it steady. Take out the blonde first, and the brute bear would dissipate, freeing Fong Dai's hands. Just as I made to close in, a thick tree branch suddenly blocked one of my strokes. Riding a tree up from the riverbed shot a white-haired old man, eyes blazing, a young ice-type woman at his side, like a professor with his student. The old man urged me to hand the thing over to him, then turned and tried to draw the blonde into joining forces. Next, he raised his voice in a shout, and a gang of bandit-like men wielding all manner of blades bored up out of the ground. Led by a burly fellow with a full beard, no ability, and yet giving off a Tier 2 aura. In a moment, the several factions coveting this jade pendant had all assembled. In my eyes, they were already dead men. I took a prism shield to guard my left hand, sword in my right, demon flame burning the incoming attacks into streams of air, working steadily toward the blonde. I easily evaded the ice-type woman's ice crystals, punched clean through the ice wall in my way, and clamped my bare hand around the blonde's throat, demon flame surging, burning him to nothing. To his death, he never understood why I'd fixated on him alone. The moment he died, that brute bear dissipated at once, leaving Fong Dai with only the fat man to deal with, finished off with a single claw. Then Fong Dai charged into the crowd like a war chariot, 10,000-ton thunder beneath its dragon claws laying that pack of small fry out flat. Only the bearded man leapt clear on the force, and a single blade stroke actually cut into Fong Dai's neck. He had no ability, yet his strength was no weaker than an awakened one's, catching Fong Dai off guard. A strong man like this was 1 in 1,000, but as for being stronger than Fong Dai, not a chance. The Thunderhell Demon Dragon is forbidden item 004, nothing to be trifled with. Seeing how it was going, the old professor shrank behind the archer and the female student. I jeered at him. "Big professor, come out and fight me, don't hide behind a woman." He answered with perfect conviction. "This is my tactic." I couldn't be bothered with more talk. The prisms all disassembled and spun whirling around me, clad in black-red demon flame, condensing into an ever-shrinking ring that landed in my hand. I said mildly, "Come on, stand together. Let's take a group photo, say cheese." The few of them sensed something wrong and made to run, but where could they run to? Boom! The little ring slammed into the dead center of the crowd, blasting out a great crater. The female student nearest it turned to flying ash. Half the archer's body was gone with demon flames still burning. The old man was pinned through the heart by a prism, fire burning on his legs as he still crawled forward. I walked over, pulled the prism from his chest, and drove it into his neck to put out his breath for good. The people I've killed are beyond count, but I never torture. They'd raised killing intent against me, so naturally I wouldn't go soft. The bearded man hung with no shortage of wounds. Fong Dai couldn't put him down in short order. I drew near, and he gave a little smile. "You're strong, brother. We'll meet again." The words barely out, a door appeared beside him, and he slipped through. By the time Fong Dai lunged, the door was gone. I felt the spatial aura lingering in the air. If I hadn't guessed wrong, it was him, now Tier 2 at most, his teleportation unable to reach beyond Modu's bounds. I hadn't expected him to turn up here. There was no need to give chase now. The run of hard fights plus that one blast had nearly drained my ability dry. And besides, down the line, there'd be uses for him. Fong Dai had collapsed in exhaustion too. Even a Thunderhell demon dragon couldn't take this kind of non-stop grind. I patted it and had it carry me back to the Jinhui Grand Hotel to recover first. In the apocalypse, you must never let yourself stay powerless for long. Halfway there, Su Schwenner's ice wings dropped down. Yingao had sensed something amiss and sent her to check. I had her relay not to worry. I was fine, heading back first. Back in the room, I collapsed onto the couch and took out that blood-green jade pendant. In the past life, I'd never seen a forbidden item take such interest in a crystal core, rather than devouring it. It had fused into something new instead. So I simply took control of it first. It became a jade pendant-shaped mark on the back of my hand, called Delusory Spirit, and should still count as a forbidden item. As for 039's original path of trading the devouring of flesh for strength, I had no use for it, and no regret at losing it. I tried to channel it. A flash of green and 6 drops of green liquid surfaced. It had actually kept the Willow Core's ability. I took 1 drop into my body, and a gentle energy wrapped my whole self in an instant, my ability quietly climbing back up, the fight's expenditure filled in a flash. Boom. A wave of energy spread out, and I shot up 2 tiers in one go, to late tier 2. All thanks to Delusory Spirit. But this was the first absorption, the effect especially good. It wouldn't be this outrageous from here on. I had Fong Dai open its mouth and fed it a drop. Its energy came back some, but its tear didn't rise. Its purple eyes still hungry for more. These 6 drops were condensed from the mutant willow killing countless zombies plus its pre-apocalypse accumulation. Energy extremely high. 1 drop, and I was saturated, yet it could still eat more. The Thunderhell demon dragon lived up to its name. Only with the second drop down did it enter late tier 2, another size bigger, taller than me sitting on the floor. The remaining 3 drops weren't enough to go around the base's important people. I tried channeling my own ability into Delusory Spirit. I poured in most of what I had before producing the barest bit. At that rate, it'd take 10 of me to scrape together 1 drop. But don't forget the nature of 039, the goo-devouring Fong. I threw a zombie corpse in, and sure enough, that green energy climbed a notch. After the 2 fused, the Willow Core's traits and the goo-devouring Fong's devouring were both kept. Only the devouring no longer directly raised strength, but converted into this green, pure energy. It amounted to upgrading 039's ability across the board. I also found that Delusory Spirit could attach to the mind and carry mental defense, which patched exactly my last weak spot, since mental attacks are the hardest of all abilities to guard against. This was a real unexpected delight. Otherwise, I still wouldn't have known what to do with 039. Once I reached tier 3, that matter can be set in motion. The me of the past life was too conservative. Breach's territory was still too small. This life, I'll let them see what I'm capable of. That evening, top floor, the few of us gathered again, and I deliberately called Lu Jiming too. Yi Qiu, Yi Qingyao's father, I'd put in charge of logistics, the highest-ranking person in Breach's logistics. In the past life, he'd kept logistics in perfect order, and I trusted him completely. Today, Lu Jiming reached tier 2, a step ahead of Chen Gang, who wouldn't take it lying down and clamored that he'd hit mid-tier 2 first. I opened my hand, Delusory Spirit surfacing on my palm. This is why I didn't link up with you all today. It's 039, the goo-devouring Fong, fused with a mutant Willow's crystal core. Devour something carrying energy, and it produces this green essence. 3 drops of essence surfaced, and Su Qidong, being near, was first to marvel. This energy's so much purer than a crystal core. I said, not only can it be used like a crystal core, it raises the ceiling of an ability, makes a person stronger within the same tier. Li Rui's asked if the conditions weren't very harsh, and I nodded. With my ability, it takes 10 of me to scrape 1 drop, but anything carrying energy, like a zombie corpse, can be converted. Li Rui sat straight up at once. Well then, the one thing the apocalypse never runs short of is corpses. Lu Jiming raised his hand too, volunteering to go collect corpses. I took the opening. These are incidental. Now we establish the defense core. Lu Jiming, you'll be its commander, and starting tomorrow recruit espers from among the survivors. Use your ability to reinforce the places we hold, guard against hordes. He was a little surprised, but didn't decline, rising to give his thanks. Watching how stiff he was, I had a strange sense of loading a burden onto a newcomer, even though I wasn't much older myself. Then I parceled out the various jobs. This life essence would be made public down the line, everyone exchanging for it with crystal cores, the rules set by Uncle Yi, making sure everyone could afford the exchange and basic survival was secured. Su Chidong would lead his squad to kill more zombies, and out in the field, anyone who picked a fight would be shown breaches rules. Chun Gang would dedicate himself to gathering intelligence on forbidden items and report to me the moment there was word. Li Rui's would use his spatial ability to monitor the base and scout externally. Yi Qingyao would manage supplies internally and help Uncle Yi. Yi Qiu also reminded me there was no need to be wary of the authorities. Half a lifetime inside the system, he knew it was a chaotic mess in there right now. Every faction busy growing itself amid the turmoil, with no attention to spare for Modu's ordinary people. I'd never counted on the authorities to begin with. An organization like that, sooner or later I'd come to their door and let them taste the flavor of demon flame. Mo Mingzhao must have already run up against the authorities. As the Beastlord King Star, strongest in group combat, he did have the means. Once I freed up my hands, I'd go pay this old friend a visit. And Wu Feng, I wondered how he was holding up under that Monkey King's fist, and just thinking of it, I couldn't help but curve my mouth up. After the meeting broke up, Yi Qingyao circled her arms around my waist and leaned against my chest. She looked up and said that today she'd found her lotus could attach to a person, and she'd already given one to Little Chubby. His healing was extremely strong, able to recover from any grave wound short of regrowing severed limbs, and this lotus could save his life in a crisis. I nodded. I'd never seen healing stronger than Little Chubby's. This was something I'd meant to handle anyway, and her reminder came at just the right time. That night, we lay close, the blood-tinged dusk outside shut beyond the window, leaving only the steadiness of each other. Over the next few days, the high-rises and malls nearby were cleared out one after another, each of the 4 squads swelling to over 100 people, veterans taking newcomers out to kill zombies, going at it steadily. The settlement's people grew by the day, some rescued in, some coming to our door on their own. Lu Jiming's defense corps took in plenty of people, using Sovereign of Stone plus Feng Hua sharpening to forge new weapons for members and lay out defensive works. Teachers and students from Moda University who'd studied architecture handled the planning and design, Lu Jiming reviewing it before passing it to me to look over. Work in exchange for supplies, the currency being crystal cores. The Jinhui Grand Hotel became the nerve center. Only important members able to get in, later to be used for housing relatives, so they wouldn't become a soft spot. The whole of Breach was like a precision machine, each part to its task. The zombie corpses were all piled into a warehouse far from the living quarters. The smell of blood was heavy, apt to draw zombies and mutant beasts, but luckily, Su Chidong stood guard. Delusory spirit devoured close to 3,000 corpses all told, scraping together 63 drops of essence, which I called life essence. I wouldn't convert any more than that, soaked too long in that bloody stench, and I'd surely go mad. I took out 40 drops, diluted them into a great vat of water, and after diluting it summoned the combat squads, ensuring everyone could drink a small cup. A teeming mass of people, not one making a sound, all eyes fixed on that vat. This was good stuff. Who wouldn't be stirred? I explained this was water diluted with life essence, a great help to leveling up. Chun Gang bellowed for everyone to line up. Anyone who didn't follow the rules could get out of Breach. Li Rui's used his spatial ability to guarantee every cup held the same amount, leaving no one with grievances. Some broke through right then and shouted, "I leveled up." Those who didn't break through clearly felt their strength climb too, all giving their thanks. Watching the base grow stronger, my heart was steady. After this wave, Breach rose another level. Still no match for those settlements in the capital with deep foundations, but developing at breakneck speed. A batch of late Tier 1s entered Tier 2 on the back of it. Zhang Kongming of the Windblades, Yubo of the Mental type, and old hands like Li Pingyan and Lugu all took a step further too. What caught me off guard was that there was also a girl using blood-colored chains, named Yuan Nan Nan, who reached Tier 2. She'd only recently joined Chun Gang's 4th squad, in a black leather outfit, her gaze sharp, decisive in action, carrying a military bearing, plainly no simple figure at a glance. Chen Gang was beside himself with delight at landing such a strong hand. But I recognized it. This was clearly that Southern One's person, sent to scout out Breach. You delivered yourself to my door. It'd be a real shame not to put you to good use. I called her over and asked offhandedly where she was from and how I hadn't seen her before. Her expression calm. She said she worked in Modu, came when she heard Breach was a place you could survive, and even praised me as open-minded, having given so many people a way to live. Those words, at least, were sincere. I didn't tease her further, just had her go back and put that ability of hers to good use. After that, I called several core people into the meeting room, gave each one a drop of life essence, smoothly pushed them up a small tier, and the overall strength climbed again. Modu's Zombie King was due to appear, and I had to deal with it early, before it came into its own and drew a horde. Modu had 2 Zombie Kings. The other was far from Breach. Leave it for Imo Mingzhao to wrestle with. The one I was after went by the single name Qi. Its ability blood, all but undying in the midst of a horde, able to drain a living thing's blood clean out into a dried husk. Extremely hard to handle. Killing the Zombie King itself wasn't the hardest part. The hard part was the airtight horde around it, where even getting close was a struggle. This trip, I brought Yi Qingyao, Lu Jiming, Yuan Nannan, and Fan Wenbin. I'd quietly slipped him a few Tier 2 crystal cores and a drop of life essence to push him up to Tier 2, the better to be of help. Yuan Nannan drove. Free labor going to waste is a waste. Along the way, the high rises were mostly rubble, gunfire faint in the distance, and I had us steer clear. It wasn't yet time to clash with the authorities. On the road, we ran into a Tier 2 aberrant zombie, like a praying mantis, its 4 forelimbs turned to sides. I had Yuan Nannan and Fan Wenbin get out and warm up. Yuan Nannan on offense, Fan Wenbin clearing the field for her. Yuan Nannan's blood-colored chains carried barbs nearly 10 centimeters long, raking gash after gash into the zombie, fighting very steadily. Fan Wenbin, in his knight's armor, his heavy sword ferocious, far stronger than back then, knocked its scythe limbs away with one stroke. Yuan Nannan's chains coiled and trapped it and flung it before Fan Wenbin, who ran a sword through its skull. Afterward, Fan Wenbin shamelessly pocketed the core. Nannan, I'll keep this core saved up for you. Give it to you once you've grown up. Yuan Nannan couldn't be bothered with him. I said offhandedly, sure. In a bit, killing the Zombie King, you take point. Fan Wenbin wilted on the spot, not daring to argue, only mumbling an answer. We reached Modu's east side. This was Qi's turf in the past life, not a living soul for miles around. Lucky the 3 great settlements suppressed it every so often, or its turf would have been larger still. Qi had 3 zombie generals under it, all confidants it had personally cultivated from the day it became king, commanding the zombie ranks. One short in stature, savage of claw, who specialized in targeting espers, an old one named Jiang Cha, able to buff zombies across the board, the one Qi guarded most heavily, and one called Chun Pang, the same kind as the first aberrant zombie I killed, but a deluxe version. All that flesh not slowing it in the least, fighting it like sparring with a mountain of meat. The 3 generals each had their strengths. Qi's strength was no weak thing across all of China. Set it anywhere outside Modu, and it'd command more than this. Modu zombies were strong, and its espers came out many and strong too. The deeper in we went, the higher the zombie density, and drag it out and you'd risk getting bogged down. I summoned Fong Dai Dai and had it go up to find the Zombie King. Search where the zombies were most numerous and strongest, since a newly risen king would surely have a great mass of zombies guarding it. Fong Dai Dai, high in intelligence, understood with a single dragon's roar, spread its wings, and shot into the sky. Yuan Nannan was a little stunned. She'd long heard Breach's leader commanded a dragon, but only seeing it with her own eyes did she realize how far the rumor fell short of the reality. This man was unfathomable himself, and beside him a dragon just as terrifying. From that aura alone, she knew she was no match. Breach had given her too many surprises and bred a powerlessness in her heart too. Was she really going to make enemies of people like this? Perhaps making friends was the better course. We searched inward on foot, zombies throwing themselves in the way one after another. At first, I didn't need to act. Fan Wenbin and Yuan Nannan charging and killing up front. Lu Jiming patching gaps at range. Stone spikes running through the zombies that slipped past. Yi Qingyao restoring the three's energy and controlling the field as well. But the proportion of Tier 2 zombies kept growing heavier. Fan Wenbin was like a meat grinder, a level swing of the heavy sword cutting several in half at the waist, the whole suit of armor steeped red. Just then Fong Dai came back. It had found an extremely strong zombie, one even it had no sure win against, and confirmed the direction. I drove my prisms wrapped in demon flame hard into the zombie ranks. What blocked the way burned to ash in an instant. This direction, charge. Yi Qingyao restored energy at just the right moment, and the few of us drove into the ranks like a sharp blade, Fan Wenbin at the head, my prisms guarding him. But the ranks were too thick, the killed filled back in the blink of an eye. I had Yi Qingyao and Lu Jiming clear the field. A lotus in Yi Qingyao's hand, small but astonishing in energy, pushed slowly into the ranks, not bursting on any zombie it brushed along the way, a measure of how strong her control was. Only at the front did it burst with a roar, clearing a great open swath, the few of us driving hard on the momentum. Lu Jiming sealed off both sides with rock, cutting off the pursuers. I took Fan Wenbin's place at the head, and at a signal we leapt into a nearby high-rise. We couldn't stay too conspicuous out in the open, and could only use the terrain to choke off the number of zombies, leaving Fong Dai to lock onto Qi and not let it flee. In the building, Yuan Nannan took over the work, a swing of her chains bursting zombie heads. The zombies squeezing in were limited, no great threat. The few of us amounted to nearly the strongest combat force in the apocalypse right now. We weren't about to be bogged down by zombies pouring through a single door. Lu Jiming built stone bridges all along, breaking them once past, which sped the advance considerably. On a bridge, Fong Dai gave a long roar in the air. A few figures appeared in the building ahead, Qi, red skin, magma-like veins across its body, wearing a not-quite smile. This aura, Tier 3. This thing was actually faster than me, reaching Tier 3 first. I parceled prisms beneath each person's feet. One each, hold steady. The words weren't out before Qi pressed a claw onto the stone bridge, and the whole bridge shattered and plunged. Luckily, I reacted fast, and the few of us all landed on prisms. Even across dozens of meters, you could smell the heavy reek of blood on it. Fong Dai slammed into Qi like a meteor, buying us a place to land. Chun Pang stepped up to block and was knocked flying by that hundreds of meters dive, plowing furrows into the ground. We landed in the building where Qi was. I said in a low voice, "You go kill those 3 generals. Watch out for the short one. It's extremely fast." The few of them nodded hard. The moment Qi moved, it closed in and pounced at Fong Dai. I slammed it into the wall with a full-load demon flame punch. Did I tell you to move? Fan Wenbin drew Chun Pang away, not disturbing my battlefield. She hadn't been Tier 3 long. The gap with me wasn't large, and today it had to die, or next time it'd only be more cautious. It rose from the rubble and, of all things, spoke. "You're strong, but I'm stronger." A zombie king already had the power of language. Its blood-colored veins surged, strength climbing step by step, claws shooting out longer. So fast I didn't see it before it was on me. Its claws raking against my prisms. The never-before-damaged prisms actually showed claw marks. I punched its face crooked, prisms stabbing in, and a surge of its blood restored it good as new. Fong Dai's dark energy dragon claw swatted down, heavier than mine, punching it straight through the wall and into the building next door. Qi rose again, its aura climbing once more, the red on it no longer so deep. It was burning its own blood to grow stronger. A punch grazed my arm, far heavier than I'd imagined, sending me flying, caught by Fong Dai. It charged again, a chain of claws pressing Fong Dai into pained yelps. Fong Dai bit off half its shoulder and whipped its head to fling it out with thunder. Borrowing the prism's force, I slammed in like a missile with a demon flame-clad fist, knocking it into the general's battlefield, where Chun Pang took the hit head-on. Over there, Jiang Cha, every inch the sage, flashed bloodlight in its eyes, and its own aura abruptly withered. So it was the one pouring all-out buffs into Qi I cursed, pulling nesting dolls on me here. And demon flame rose from beneath Jiang Cha's feet. Powerless to resist now, it was burned to nothing. But Chi charged again and punched me flying, its whole body ashen white now. Having gained Jiang Cha's life-staking buff and burned away the last of its blood, its strength climbed to where it was all but unmatchable. My body was already unrivaled within its tier, and you can imagine how strong it was at that moment. Luckily, over on that side, Yuli had a leg blasted off by Yi Qingyao's lotus and was finished off by concentrated fire. Jiang Cha was dead too, leaving only the wound-covered Chunpang. She gave a vicious grin, die, and lunged again. A net of dark energy and lightning woven by Fong Dai just barely slowed it. One of its claws still raked a few bloody gashes across my abs. My prisms wrapped in demon flame shot out like cannon fire, but its body was too hard, and the prisms only sank in a little. In that very instant, Yi Qingyao's two lotuses had quietly suctioned onto its feet, and Yuan Nanan's chains coiled its waist trying to drag it. Its strength too great, she was flung off instead. Then another lotus suctioned onto it firmly from behind. Chun Pang made to save it, but was held down hard by Lu Jiming and Fan Wenbin. Demon flames surged in my eyes, the prisms merging overhead into a single enormous crystal. The silhouette of the demon flame Lion King flickering faintly within the burning flame, and it crashed down with a roar. Chi shrieked, the huge energy wave forcing everyone back several steps, the surrounding temperature shooting up dozens of degrees. Afraid it wasn't fully dead, I poured out nearly all my ability. Pulling my hands back, I almost couldn't stay on my feet, took out a drop of life essence from Delusory Spirit and downed it, and leaned against Fong Dai to recover. Chi's chest had a great hole blasted through it, its upper and lower halves joined by only a scrap of flesh. Chunpang too was ground to death little by little under the firepower. Lu Jiming went to take the crystal core and was scared off by a roar from Fong Dai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I was going to get it for Fong. I told him to go ahead. This was our spoils to begin with. After that, I gave everyone a drop of life essence each to recover their abilities. Yuan Nanan was a little stunned. Among the few of them, only she hadn't absorbed a whole drop. Even the diluted liquid was that effective, let alone a whole drop. I stowed the corpses of Chi, Chun Pang, and Yu Li into the dark demon essence, saving them to convert with Delusory Spirit. Jiang Cha had been burned to nothing, but luckily its core remained. This was the worst injury I'd taken since the apocalypse began. Several ribs broken, my belly clawed open with bloody gashes a foot long. Fong Dai's chest and back were clawed to a bloody pulp too. Yuan Nanan's left arm was broken, the most badly hurt of all. 1 Tier 3 Zombie King, 3 Tier 2 Zombie Generals, plus the countless zombies on the way in. That was this trip's haul. If Chi hadn't reached Tier 3 and Jiang Cha hadn't buffed it with its life, it wouldn't have been this hard. On the way back, Yuan Nanan couldn't drive, so Lu Jiming took over, and thankfully we didn't run into any more tough cases. Squad 1 met us and brought us back, and Little Chubby treated me at once. Tier 2 now, his effect was excellent. I felt only an itch in my wounds, the bloody gashes slowly knitting closed, the broken ribs mended too. Fan Wenbin hugged Little Chubby and fawned. Little Chubby, you're a treasure, stick with Brother Fan from now on. Lu Jiming shot back. Dream on, Little Chubby answers directly to Fong, same level as us. You think you rate ordering him around? Fan Wenbin laughed sheepishly and said he was joking. Su Qidong rushed over too, and seeing me in such a sorry state ribbed me. What kind of opponent could leave Breach's strongest this badly hurt? Fan Wenbin tilted his head and bragged. We took out a Tier 3 Zombie King and 3 Tier 2 Zombie Generals. Lucky you didn't come, Dongzi, or you'd have wet yourself. Su Qidong scoffed. More like you were dead weight. The two went back and forth, and with that temperament of his, he hit it off with Fan Wenbin fast. I threw on a shirt and got up, talking with Su Qidong as we walked. He said, today a squad ran into a troop of monkeys that dropped a pile of corpses and fled without attacking. The squad brought the mutant beast corpses back, all Tier 2, including a blue tiger nearly at Tier 3, the cores all already taken. I smiled, an old friend. It seemed the Monkey King had seized that patch of turf, even taking down a late Tier 2 Tiger King. Its strength was no small thing. Roast this meat tonight. Let's all gather. Su Qidong saw I seemed to know the inside story and didn't press. his mind only on how long it had been since he'd had a drink. Back in the dorm, he used to be the one who could hold his liquor best, but now what you matched was the knack for dissolving the drink with your ability, a lesson I had to give him properly. Breach's turf was growing larger and larger. Having swallowed Moda University, it was spreading outward, and would sooner or later join up with Wu Feng's Long Wind base, at which point I'd set about taking in Wu Feng. The collapsed high-rises, Lu Jiming led people to clear and rebuild sturdier with Sovereign of Stone. Some of the stone, refined by my demon flame, was silver shot through with red all over, exceptionally noble, and these fine buildings went to the espers who'd contributed most to make them work all the harder. The evening's banquet was set in a quaint little courtyard I designed myself with Lu Jiming. From now on, it would be both my residence and the place where everyone deliberated. The long table no longer a meeting table, but a dining table. In its center, a 5-meter whole roast tiger. Rin Jinha roasted up a fine flavor, and this time appointed himself MC too, taking a water bottle for a microphone and putting on an entrance ceremony. He read out the roster one by one. The Sovereign of Stone, Defense Corps Commander, Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming waved to a non-existent audience and took his seat. The number 2 fighter of the 3rd Combat Squad, Ice Wings, Su Schwerer. Su Schwerer gave a slight nod and sat. The 3rd Squad's strongest shield, the Golden Shield Li Ping'an. That steady, slightly dopey fellow whose contribution to the base was rock-solid grinned and walked out. The Hua Tuo of our age, Razor of the Dead and Fleshing of Bones, Pool of Healing Wang Xiaobang. Little Chubby trotted to his seat bashfully, his eyes glued to the tiger meat. The knight, Fan Wenbin, heavy sword in hand. Fan Wenbin bowed the moment he came out, snatched the microphone for a round of self-praise, and even shook everyone's hand, only stopping once Rin Jinha seized the microphone back. Captain of the 4th Combat Squad, Savage of Bloodaxe, symbol of the fearless, Chun Gang. Chun Gang pressed both hands down in a pose he thought looked very cool and walked over, sending Lu Jiming and Fan Wenbin into fits of laughter. Captain of the 2nd Combat Squad, Overlord of Space, Li Rui's. Li Rui's simply appeared out of thin air beside Rin Jinha, gave his double chin a wobble, prompting Fan Wenbin to holler, "How come you get to show off with your ability?" Whereupon Li Rui's offhandedly conjured a face mask and handed it to him. "You're a bit loud." Captain of the 1st Combat Squad, lightning spear out of the barrel, unstoppable as a splitting bamboo, Su Qidong. Su Qidong's dark but keen face had taken on still more dominance since awakening, threads of thunder at his feet, walking out as if with his own sound effects, giving a slight nod. Fan Wenbin slung an arm around Li Rui's and trash-talked. "You're gonna take that?" But the two of them knew full well they couldn't win. Su Qidong was already late tier 2, the gulf in cultivation plain to see. As for Li Rui's, the spatial type was strange and unpredictable, even I couldn't gauge his depths. The mistress of breach, healing, control, and damage all in one. Captain of the 3rd Combat Squad, Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao walked out smiling, a lotus faintly visible between her brows. The moment she appeared, the whole table broke into applause and cheers. In battle, she did every job there was. Everyone had been healed by her, had had an attack blocked by her. This applause was richly deserved. She took the microphone. "Thank you all. May our settlement be better still from here on." The crowd cheered all the louder. And the last, also the most authoritative presence in our breach, Demon Flame and Prisms, Fong Lanbai. I walked out, in casual clothes yet lent a touch of grandeur by my aura, took the microphone Rin Jinha handed me, and said with a smile, "Today's our first dinner together. You're all the backbone of Breach. Here's wishing your strength grows ever greater, and Breach climbs another level." The whole table applauded. My strength and ability were there for everyone to see, my standing in Breach unrivaled. I sat back in the head seat. As the 4 combat squads grow bigger, it's about time they had names of their own. Let's hear your thoughts. Su Qidong jumped in first. "Our first squad. The name's got to be grand." Li Rui's objected at once. "What's weak about 2nd squad?" I cut in. "Put that energy into killing zombies. Each of you think about what you're best at." Yi Qingyao picked it up. "Our 3rd squad is good at defense and organization. Call it Candle Lotus." Su Schwerer kept saying how nice it sounded. Li Rui's eyes lit up. Our squad's balanced, and I'm spatial. Call it void mark. Su Qidong slapped the table. Our first squad is divine convergence, like gods descending on the world, striking terror into the enemy. Only his hand came down on a bone little chubby had spat out, smearing his face with disgust. Shin Gang strained for ages and came up only with War Wolf and Blood Tiger. So corny he looked to me for help. I smiled. Your squad hits hard. Use Zhu Yin from the myths, savage and battle fierce. Shin Gang gave me a thumbs up. Off to the side, Lu Jiming muttered under his breath. Envious, he wasn't on a combat squad. I cracked open a beer and raised it. Come, for tomorrow, let's clink. Everyone clinked together. For everyone. For family. For breach. For you. A few rounds in, the empty bottles piled into a little hill. After awakening, you could dissolve the alcohol with your ability, but ability was finite, and once it ran out, it came down to each person's own constitution. Su Qidong opened too cocky and got ganged up on by me, Li Rui's, and Shun Gang, the first to go down, dragged off by Ren Jina. That Tier 2 tiger meat was gnawed more than half away too. One bite, and you felt your ability climbing, the more you could eat. Yi Qingyao and Su Shuer drank little, helping send those two drunk to walk back to their rooms one by one, lest they not even know how they got eaten by zombies the next day. I went woozy too, hauled back by Yi Qingyao. This was the first gathering since the apocalypse, and everyone treasured it. Open your eyes, and what you faced was zombies. I carried too much, every matter great and small passing through me, and a night this relaxed was rare. Yi Qingyao helped me onto the bed, and that night I rested easy at last. The next day, I was in my room studying Chi's Zombie King Crystal Core. Unlike an ordinary core, it was cold to the hold, yet savored carefully it turned violent, driving straight at the mind. I sent Chi's core and the three generals' cores together into delusory spirit to refine. A Zombie King core, they say, can let an ability mutate for the better, but with risk, I didn't want to gamble, so I'd strip its negative state with delusory spirit first and see. The four cores resisted fiercely but couldn't escape delusory spirit's control. As it refined on, Chi's core actually swallowed Jiangcha's core, shrinking steadily, becoming a small golden sword, all its cold malice gone, leaving only pure energy. Yu Li's and Chun Pang's cores didn't change much, and I took them out to absorb. Me, already at late Tier 2, broke straight into Tier 3 on the back of these two cores. I was probably the earliest human to reach Tier 3. Apart from Chi, there was no stronger beast or human. That little golden sword, though, couldn't be absorbed. Instead, it imprinted into my mind. I had a premonition. It wasn't a weapon. Since humans couldn't use it, what about zombies? This was a zombies thing to begin with. If I could control it, then zombies could be controlled by me. In the past life, no one ever conceived of controlling zombies. Zombies were perhaps an entirely new species. If they could be controlled, what was there to fear from a horde anymore? I could even make a zombie king. Chi's ability to grow stronger again and again was to have vanished with it, and I'd been lamenting it. Now it not only hadn't vanished, it was stronger for having fused Jiangcha's core. I walked out of the base. With the turf large now, you had to walk a good while before running into a zombie. I cleared the Tier 1s and deliberately left a Tier 2 early male zombie. Too high a strength, and I feared losing control, while Tier 2 I had a handle on. Prisms pinned it hard to the ground. Come, let's see if you'll become the next zombie king. The little golden sword needed no urging from me. It bored into its brain like streaming light, and it instantly went still. About 10 seconds on, its hideous face gradually returned to normal, no different from an ordinary person, but for the still white eyeballs, its aura rising to late Tier 2. It stood, knelt toward me, and stammered, "Moss, Tur." It worked. I had it summon zombies to test, and it spread its claws, red veins blooming, and the zombies 6 floors below soon surged onto the rooftop. Its body was nearly identical to Chi's, red veins crawling all over it like giant pythons. Countless red tentacles reached out from its back and skewered the zombies on the rooftop like candied haws, draining their blood. A wave of energy swept out, its momentum surging, its tentacles more solid. I gathered a great demon flame prism shield. Hit this shield with everything you've got. It instantly turned white, like chi at full power, and one punch actually knocked my shield flying. Had I not been holding it, who knows where it'd have gone. Late tier 2, and it had this strength, nearly no weaker than the tier 3 chi, whereas I'd needed my twin abilities of Prisms and Demon Flame plus Fong Dai to hold down the tier 3 chi at late tier 2. A real unexpected delight. This was a hidden piece I'd left in place. I named it Blood Emperor and ordered it to go develop a power base in the west, advance its strength, report to me if anything came up, stay far from my turf, and not kill humans wantonly. Blood Emperor knelt on one knee, took the order, and left. A Zombie King core plus Jiang Cha's core, transforming like this into illusory spirit. None of the three could be missing. This zombie-controlling treasure was a thing of fortune you couldn't seek out. The past life had forbidden items for controlling mutant beasts, but controlling zombies was another matter entirely. Mo Mingzhao's ability was precisely the contracting of mutant beasts, the strength on which he'd made his name. Thinking back to when he blocked my way last time, I rather wanted to invite him for a proper drink. This could go on the agenda. The other Sun Moon stars would never imagine that their opponent was growing stronger and stronger. My grand plan had already begun. Breach was getting onto the right track too. Ice-type and water-type espers had dug wells underground, enough for basic needs. Lu Jiming led Earth-type espers to open up great tracts of farmland, and Yichio's plant ability, sustained on crystal cores, reached late tier 2, the broad crops growing like mad, with hired hands to tend them. Compared to going into battle against zombies, the timid all scrambled for this work. The 4 legions were near 500 people now, and to get in you had to pass a selection. Only the outstandingly talented earned the right to pick their squad. The strong took the choice spots. Those without ability could only live in the outermost layer, on tenterhooks. I couldn't protect everyone, and Breach didn't keep deadweight. At Breach's gate, hundreds queued each day begging to get in. These people, out there too long, didn't dare speak loudly and glanced about constantly. The careless had died long ago. At the intersection between 2 buildings, ahead stood the defense corps with their spears and short swords, the construction within orderly, a world apart from outside. Stationed here was precisely Lu Jiming's defense corps, lining people into 3 columns to register one by one, the rosters all sent to me in the end. A squad leader asked the mother and child at the very front, "What are your names?" The young woman, a small boy clutching her thigh tight in her arms, said, "I'm Wang Lifang, he's Zhang Tutu." Mother and son were travel-worn, their clothes layered thick and torn with claw marks. They'd likely escaped a zombie's claws only because they'd dressed so heavily. Asked about awakening, ability, former occupation, she answered Tier 1 awakened, no ability, formerly a middle school teacher. The process separated men and women, a same-sex member taking people aside alone to check for claw wounds on the body, guarding precisely against the bitten slipping in and turning. When it was the child's turn to go with a member, he clung tighter. A middle-aged member crouched down, slipped the child a small length of sausage, and patted his head. "Young man, from now on it's your turn to protect your mom." But Zhang Tutu held the sausage out to his mother. "Mom, you eat it." Wang Lifang's eyes went hot. She urged him to hurry along, and the middle-aged member consoled her. "Don't worry. Coming to Breach is the most right decision you've ever made." The female member leading her along asked Wang Lifang as they walked, "Interested in joining the defense corps? The pay's good, the commander's easy to get along with." Wang Lifang was taken aback. There was none of the exploitation here she'd seen out there. She could tell this member, barely past 20, was close to Tier 2, and asked carefully whether there'd be rest time. The other said freely, very free, not tiring, and even invited her into her own squad. Wang Lifang was a little moved and agreed to consider it, and the member smilingly gave her name, Xiongya. Once she'd decided, go register at the Defense Corps headquarters. What she didn't say was that she did, in fact, have an ability. After the apocalypse, she and her child had been taken in by a man who looked unremarkable yet was frighteningly strong, a man who held life cheap and bullied those around him. Her husband had been throttled to death by him, and she'd scraped by under his nose with her child. Grimy and unremarkable all along, she'd avoided being marked. After awakening by chance, she found she could turn invisible, slit the man's throat while he slept soundly, then cut a way out, and brought her child here. Since the apocalypse, she trusted no one easily. Leaving herself a way out was her means of survival. Move it up there. Been waiting an hour. Getting a bite to eat. Is this much trouble? One man, impatient, rushed up to a member and reached out to grab his collar, was dodged, and in shamed fury threw a punch. He was an awakened. But how could the gate-guarding members be ordinary folk? One borrowed his force and threw him down, planted a foot on his chest, and drove a blade into his arm. The man fled screaming, scrambling, and rolling, a trail of blood behind him. Bystanders chuckled. Of all the people to provoke, he had to provoke the demon king of the defense corps. This skilled one was named Yulai, 30-some, of military background, stronger than the average after awakening. A fat man hefting a fire axe clapped his shoulder. Getting better and better with your hands. That was his elder brother Yufeng, who joined the army earlier. All that flesh no hindrance to his skill, also tier 2. The two brothers were both awakened ones with no ability, yet stronger than espers. The defense corps' two big captains, of considerable repute, their parents both brought into breach to put down roots. The rest of the people fell honestly into line too. Gunfire suddenly carried from the distance, drawing nearer. Several armored vehicles drove up and stopped outside the checkpoint, black gun muzzles poking from the windows, dozens of fully armed soldiers dismounting into formation, followed by a balding official in a suit and leather shoes, looking no small rank. Yufeng recognized him. This was a heavyweight wielding military power in the Modu military district, and a good number of these soldiers were no weaker than himself. The man spoke down from on high. You the one in charge here? Yufeng didn't answer, first flicking a glance at a female member, who vanished like a gust of wind to carry word. Yufeng was neither servile nor overbearing. I'm just a lowly defense corps captain. You've got some designs on breach, do you? Everyone rose to their feet, the survivor registration halting too, hands reaching for weapons at their sides, the air abruptly taut. The man straightened his suit. Don't be nervous. I'm Li Wenqing, from the Modu military district, here to discuss something with you. Yufeng said, please wait a moment. Someone will be here shortly. Li Wenqing frowned and pressed, the soldiers behind him leveling their guns and advancing, muzzles trained on Yufeng's head. At this range, this much firepower, even a tier 2 would be riddled. But Yufeng didn't retreat. He knew full well. Take a step back, and it was a disgrace to breach. Even his own brother would look down on him. He said mildly, if this is your attitude, you may come to regret it. Li Wenqing raised a hand, and the soldiers lowered their guns. Fine, I'll wait 10 minutes. In under 2 minutes, Lu Jiming and Li Rui's arrived with a large contingent and surrounded the lot in an instant, countless figures leaning out from the surrounding high-rises to look down, waiting only for a word. Li Rui stepped forward, his tone unceremonious. Li Rui's, commander of Breach's Void Mark Legion. What, you want to annex Breach? Afraid you haven't got the strength. A nearby soldier immediately raised his gun and aimed it at his head. Li Rui said mildly, I'll count to 3. Keep that gun on me and don't blame me. 3. The soldier looked to Li Wenqing for the order. He made no sound. 2. Li Rui's pinched one hand and spatial energy surged. Those guns, along with the pistols at their waists, vanished without a trace, the soldiers' faces blank with shock. I changed my mind. I act on 2. Since you insist on this, I'll hold on to the guns for you. Li Wenqing said helplessly, raising our guns was our error. Might we step aside for a word? Li Rui smiled. Sure, but Breach doesn't allow firearms in. I'll trouble you to hand over all the guns and ammunition for us to keep. Li Wenqing hesitated. Hand over the guns, and there'd be no saving his own life. Li Rui's let him take 5 people in, the rest to hand over their guns and stand by on the spot. This was the biggest concession. Li Wenqing agreed and named 5 to accompany him. Li Rui's brought them to the Jinhui Grand Hotel, now the reception hall here. Yi Qingyao and I were already waiting at the table. We exchanged a glance, and I rose with a heaped-on smile. Long admired, long admired. This must be brotherly. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The 5 who'd come in with Li Wenqing were all awakened, 2 tier 2 and 3 tier 1. And the moment they entered, they were so pressed by my aura they nearly couldn't stand, reflexively gripping the guns in their hands. Li Wenqing was an old fox and weighed Breach's heft too, saying with a smile, "This must be young Brother Fong." I picked it up. Brother Li really does grow ever more brilliantly bald, truly a heavyweight of the Moda military district. He knew I was mocking his bald pate, his face darkening, but on someone else's turf there was no good way to flare up. Once seated, he turned serious. Today he'd come to talk something over. Over in the Moda military district, mutant beasts ran rampant. Zombies could still be fought with firearms, but that pack of beasts was extremely cunning, with no stronghold, and the military's high-end combat power was limited, a real headache. I stared at his crown and played dumb. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Brotherly. Breach has no guns and not many awakened. Can't be of help." He understood my meaning. No benefit, no move from me. Old brother's got nothing else, but the district's got guns, and the crystal cores piled up off those guns. "What do you want?" Only then did I fish out a list from under the table I'd written up in advance, in truth taken from Forbidden Item 004, densely packed with firearms, ammunition, and armored vehicles. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Young brother, you're asking for far too much." I put on a cold face and bluffed him. "If I haven't guessed wrong, that mutant beast king is already tier 3, isn't it?" He nodded, and now it was my turn to give an inward jolt. Tier 3. No wonder he wanted to fob this hot potato off onto Breach. I rode the moment and faked a big reaction. "Tier 3? You're sending us to die, brotherly?" He hurried to soothe me. "I'll double everything on the list. You just have to drive it off, and I'll send people to help too." I kept frowning. This is a job that costs lives. How many brothers would we lose? He gritted his teeth. "Another 3,000 tier 1 crystal cores on top. You absolutely have to help with this." I reluctantly agreed, saying I'd lead people myself and there was no need for him to send anyone. The truth was, that tier 3 beast king was precisely the monkey king who'd killed the demon flame lion king with me back then. I'd arranged for it to go there. When the time came, I'd just have a word with it, mooch this list for free, and Li Wenqing would still think he'd come out ahead. Besides, I'd been planning to take a turn over to the Long Wind settlement anyway, right on the way. When Li Wenqing went to retrieve his guns on leaving, Li Rui's returned only a small fraction, dodging with "not familiar with the ability, lost some by accident. I'll make it up when we deliver supplies tomorrow." He knew full well he wouldn't get them back, but thinking that the tier 3 beast king would be driven off and the district's chokehold loosened a little, he let it go. Once the man left, Li Rui's clutched his belly with laughter. "That baldy. Fong, you're too much. You've got even a district heavyweight pinned." He flipped a hand and conjured several dozen Type 95 rifles out of thin air. "Now we can handle guns too, just not much ammo." I said there'd be some tomorrow, and told him to first find people who knew guns and train up the core members and the 4 legions. They had to at least have aim. Guns like these, unimproved by crystal cores, were good only against tier 1 zombies. Tier 2 needed heavy firepower to suppress. The truth was, even a whole crowd raking me with fire right now couldn't harm me in the slightest. I'd stand and take it. If I truly wanted to dodge, they couldn't so much as touch a hair of mine. Li Rui's was still fixated on going to fight a tier 3 beast this time, and I laughed that his scheming had come to nothing again. "I'll go alone. That's all it takes." He looked utterly lost, and only then did I let slip that the beast king was one-eyed arranged. His pupils shook. Lu Jiming leaned in, and Yi Qingyao pressed closer too. I didn't explain much, only said, "Call it a partnership. You'll understand later." Li Rui's narrowed his little eyes. "I thought we'd made a killing. Turns out we made out like bandits." Over the next few days, I was in the base handling matters great and small. The meeting room sat at the front of the little courtyard. Yi Qiu found people to fit it out grand and imposing, and even brought in fine rosewood furniture. Like a kind father, he passed on to me, bit by bit, the worldly experience steeped in decades in officialdom. I'd heard it once in the past life, and heard again it was still of use. All the base's matters great and small passed under his eye. Only the big ones brought to me, freeing up no small amount of time for me to do my own things. Annie Chun was attentive too, often making her signature dishes for me to try, and using her mental ability to ease my mind. Her single-target mental ability was extremely strong. At Tier 2, she could blast a Tier 2 mutant beast into a foaming idiot, no weaker at all than Voidmark Legion's Yubo. More remarkable still, she'd worked this ability into her cooking, making mind-calming remedies to supply the legions, greatly lessening the threat of mental attacks to awaken ones. Busy as Yingao was, she made time to plant a ring of lotuses around the little courtyard. A small river ringed the courtyard, only one little path leading in, and those lotuses, once in bloom, had never once withered, made manifest by her ability. They'd keep blooming as long as she didn't die, like a domain, where her strength would shoot up in a straight line, and anyone who dared make an enemy of her here would pay a bitter price. The people of Breach had only to see this ring of lotuses to feel reassured. It was also the most beautiful and most symbolic place in the whole base. My strength held steady at early Tier 3. Once at Tier 3, it didn't climb so easily, and these days I was consolidating. Fong Dai had entered Tier 3 too, formally putting on display the might of Forbidden Item 004. Its frame swelled, a spread of its wings blotting out the sky, 5 or 6 people able to stand on its back. It loved to perch on the rooftop terrace of the Jinhui Grand Hotel, swooping down on the base when bored and kicking up black fog to scare people, then roaring off into flight once it got its way. Do it enough times, and everyone stopped being afraid. Only the children never tired of it, and it would carry them into the sky, toss them up, and catch them again. The parents were reluctant at first, but seeing the children delivered back safe and sound, they let it be, with a powerful bodyguard like that. They were glad of the ease. The day after Li Wenqing came, 20-some armored vehicles, with freight trucks and over 1,000 soldiers, escorted the supplies. 20 armored vehicles left behind, several thousand sets of black combat uniforms, assault rifles, submachine guns, Type 88 and SV-98 sniper rifles, grenades. All by the list, not a bit extra. He was guarding against me, reckoning these would run out sooner or later, and once Breach grew dependent on firearms, would he then have any trouble pinning me down? But he'd reckoned wrong. The soldiers unloaded without a word and left, wrapping up in half an hour. Candle Lotus and Divine Convergence legions, along with the Defense Corps, carried the things into the underground armory, everyone wearing a look of delight. They were going to handle guns. The 4 legions and the Defense Corps changed into black combat uniforms, no longer like a scattered rabble, but like a true legion, and the veterans began targeted training on gun use. Awakened one's command of their bodies far surpassed ordinary folk, and they adapted to recoil extremely fast. Among them, a dozen-some gun prodigies hit dead on the moment they touched a gun, and I handed the best sniper rifles to them, dispersed among the squads. There was a retired Special Forces soldier named Lei Xia. The gun like it grew on his hand, able to strip and reassemble a Type 95 in 11 seconds. A headshot every shot with Tier 2 backing. Chun Gang promoted him straight from squad leader to big captain. In a few days, Breach was transformed on the back of this batch of arms. Its strength doubled. After dragging it out 2 days, Li Wenqing came to press. I mounted Fong Dai. Its dragon back was hard, so I patted it with a cushion and shot up into the sky. It was a thrill. Tier 3 Fong Dai was a true overlord of the air. Mutant birds didn't dare even approach at the sight of it. A clear run all the way, far faster than before. It remembered the Monkey King's bearings and soon descended above a stretch of parkland. That troop of monkeys actually drew bows and loosed arrows. My prisms blocked them for it. Fong Dai gave a dragon's roar, the Tier 3 pressure pinning the monkeys all over the ground, unable to move. The Monkey King gave a cry, and only then did the troop stop. The Monkey King was another size bigger than before. Thick muscle hung all over its body. Standing, it had to be a full story tall. It ran up before me and, of all things, spoke. "Hello, friend. Long time no see." Not quite standard, but very fluent. Far better than Blood Emperor. Learning human speech at Tier 3, its talent was astonishing. Mind you, Fong Dai still only knew how to roar. It sat cross-legged across from me, saying it was strong and its tribe stronger, and had a monkey bring over a full platter of crystal cores. "Please eat. Thank you for helping me kill the Lion King back then." That platter held at least a dozen-some Tier 2 cores. Its heart was pure. It knew how to repay a kindness. And those mutant beast corpses last time had been sent by its people too. It had even given itself a name. "From now on, call me Dolly." I smiled. I'm Fong Lanbai, and this is Fong Dai Dai. I said I had something to discuss, and Dolly agreed without hesitation. Our whole tribe was saved by you. What's there to discuss? I had it take its tribe to develop in the northern mountains, and I'd come find it once I'd dealt with what was on my hands. It nodded its agreement. With one long roar, the mutant beasts all around swiftly assembled, a wolf treading flowing flame, already at late tier 2, several blue tigers a few meters long. The tiger corpse it had sent over was one that resisted and was killed, and a dozen some tier 2 monkeys, some carrying wooden bows. I tested one. And the bow could bear a draw of several thousand caddies, able to wound from 3 li away. No wonder Li Wenqing had a headache. Oh, and this. Dolly suddenly fished a small golden disc from a corner. Took it off those humans. It can block my attacks, but I can't use it. One look, and I recognized it. This was Forbidden Item 067, Gale Authority, in the Modu military's hands in the past life, a defensive type that, once invoked, became an all-around barrier. The stronger the ability, the stronger the defense. I'd never expected it to fall into Dolly's hands. No wonder it had pushed the military district so hard. I smiled. Dolly, you've done me a big favor. This thing is very useful. With Gale Authority, I now held 3 forbidden items. It was just that Gale Authority wasn't much use to me. My prism's hardness was no weaker than the defense of an invoked Gale Authority, so it was a bit of a chicken rib. But I had a more fitting candidate. Wang Xiaoping, a treasure of breach, with Gale Authority to guard him. His survivability on the battlefield could climb another level, and our side's staying power in a fight would rise along with it. Dolly waved a modest hand and led its mass of mutant beasts off in grand procession. With their strength, they'd tear apart anything that blocked their way. I had one more thing to handle, seeing that old friend Wu Feng. From the air, I could see the Long Wind settlement was already taking shape. Awakened ones patrolling with guns, patches of white cloud drifting overhead. Harmless white cloud made by some Esper, purpose-built to guard against high-altitude spying. I had Fong Dai Dai land straight in the middle of the base. It'd all be mine later anyway. Why stand on ceremony? The moment I touched down, a crowd of Espers surrounded me with guns, a man wielding a Tang saber, around tier 2, barking at me to get out. Fong Dai Dai's huge frame, the cracks where its dragon claws struck the ground, and the thunder wreathing it shook them no small amount. This apocalypse had truly changed. There were even dragons now. I said mildly, I'm a friend of Wu Feng's. Come to catch up? Go tell him to see me. The 12 prisms drove deep into the ground. Demon flames surged up, and no one dared step forward. The man kept his head in the crisis, stalling on one hand while having the crowd fall back. Several saber lights meters long came cleaving through the air. This Frostnorth sabers as domineering as ever. I smiled and blocked them with prisms. Wu Feng emerged from the saber light, his gaze keener after awakening, sharp enough that those of lesser strength felt a sting just meeting his eyes. He frowned, sizing me up. This man was strong, with a tier 3 dragon beneath him too, not one to fight head-on, yet didn't recognize me. My build and features had changed greatly after absorbing the demon flame, and he'd seen me only once at the school. Where did Long Wind offend you? I smiled. Master of a settlement this big, and you've gotten so forgetful. The day before the apocalypse, Modi University cafeteria. It came back to him with a jolt. Those strange words of mine that day had indeed been odd. Let's talk somewhere else. He agreed with a cold face. In the reception hall, I sat myself down, dropped the joking, and said in a low voice, have them all clear out. Wu Feng turned his head, and the gun-toting and tier 2 ones all withdrew. His eyes weren't pure black, but black shot through with silver. That was his forbidden item 007, Void Howl pupils, a spatial type. Saberlight came howling in from 1,000 li away, which had made his name 1,000-mile Blade Moon. And it was on that he'd rushed back in an instant just now. He couldn't help asking, what do you want with me? Do you know something? I do know some things. I've come to do a deal with you. I offhandedly picked up a cup, melted it with demon flame, and pinched up a little figure. You built this base, but you can't hold it entirely in your own hands, can you? His gaze sharpened. And if so? Because Wu Li is still in the military's hands. Long Wind had developed this fast entirely on the military backing it from behind. Wu Feng was more like a puppet. He shot to his feet. Wu Li was his younger sister, his only kin in the apocalypse, hidden extremely deep. He hadn't expected I'd even know this. You're going to threaten me with my sister too? The fellow was a thorough sister con, but that was understandable. Don't get worked up. I can help you, but you have to join Breach. He sat down, his tone softened. As long as she's safe, anything goes. It was I who'd helped him resolve it in the past life too. I knew where the military had hidden Wu Li. I tossed him the melted and set matchstick man, and he stared at it a good while, as if making up his mind. When do we move? I'd already walked to the door and said flatly, now. Boom. Wu Feng smashed through the reception hall's doors and flew out, tracing an arc in the air before steadying. Quick, get him. He means to destroy Long Wind. The moment those outside heard it, they raked with gunfire, but the bullets were either melted by demon flame or knocked away by prisms. Not one got near me. Someone yelled to step up the firepower, and ice spikes, stone spikes, flames all came at me. A man gripping a stone statue summoned a huge stone giant to charge. The military's people, are you? Come try me. My prisms became a sword hung overhead. Demon flame burst up from beneath the stone giant's feet. One punch slammed a great crater into its chest and laid it flat on its back. The prism, sword running it through the skull from behind on the momentum. The man controlling the statue spat a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering backlash. Wu Feng's saber light came again, tens of meters long. I blocked it head-on with the prism-heavy sword and was driven back by that pent-up stroke. I rode a prism and charged him, arriving before him in a howl. I knew him too well. One hand reaching not to strike him, but to grab his neck, the palm leaving only spatial energy behind. The prisms at my side instantly shot toward the landing point of his spatial jump, giving him a start. But Thousand-Mile Blade Moon wasn't a name for nothing. Several saber strokes lashed out, saber light ringing me to force me to defend, making me drop my guard. He still underestimated me. Demon flame burst open around me like a storm, burning all the saber light to nothing. His Frostnorth saber was fast to the extreme. A flash of streaming light knocked my prisms askew, the prisms grazing two bloody lines onto me too. This fight was, of course, put on for the onlookers. In the air, Fong Dai pinned down the reinforcements that rushed in, a rocket launcher striking its wing unable to harm it in the slightest, and it would now and then cast down a net of thunder, the espers too slow to dodge falling stiff and flat. I glanced at Wu Feng. He nodded imperceptibly, and at my call of Dai, I leapt onto the dragon's back. Wu Feng made a show of giving chase, several saber lights affecting Fong Dai's flight, yet helpless against its twists and turns. Flying to a warehouse at Long Wind's edge, Fong Dai's mouth loosed dark energy that passed through Wu Feng's figure. He'd long since dodged with the Void Howl pupils, blasted through the wall, and corroded an ever-widening crater into the ground, beneath which a pitch-black passage was revealed. I dove in without hesitation, Wu Feng close behind. The passage's end opened onto another world, a transparent room, cozily furnished, all kinds of dolls, a little girl lying quietly on the bed. The guards at the door raised guns and fired. I blocked the bullets with prisms, walked nearer step by step, the prisms already through their throats. To pin Wu Feng down, the military had purpose-built this basement to confine Wu Li. Wu Feng shattered that paper-thin glass with one saber stroke, rushed in, and gathered his sister into his arms. Someone drugged her before I got here, ready to move her at any time, nothing serious. In the past life, I'd searched several days to help him save her, only later tracing the satellite signal the military used to let the siblings talk, following the thread to this warehouse. Wu Feng put Wu Li into my hands and stared at me. I trust you. If she comes to the slightest harm, I'll drag you down to hell even in death. I clapped his shoulder. She's a living ancestor of Breach. She won't suffer the least bit of grievance. He reluctantly pinched his sister's little hand. Go. Quick. The military strong ones are on the way. This was what the two of us had agreed. For now, he couldn't fall out with the military, but without the hostage Wu Li, the military would have to think twice about driving him. I held Wu Li and rose on Fong Dai. The little one was 60% like Wu Feng, with a child's baby fat. She blearily opened her eyes, looked at me without fear. You don't look like a bad person, I said gently. I'm a friend of your brother's. He asked me to look after you for a few days. I took some food from Forbidden Item 004 and put it in her arms, and she wasn't shy of strangers either, stuffing her mouth full and mumbling, "My brother can do magic too." I stroked her head. Your brother's very capable. Truth be told, I rather envied her having a brother like that. I was all on my own, though luckily Uncle Yi and Andy Chun had given me the feeling of a home. Wu Li wasn't the least afraid, walking back and forth on Fong Daidai's back and even trying to pick off a scale, which of course she couldn't budge. I wasn't worried about her falling either. Fong Daidai would catch her, and besides I was watching. Descending over the Jinhui Grand Hotel, I ran right into Lu Jiming directing the Defense Corps' construction, his face full of nosy delight. "Fong, is this your kid? This big already?" Prisms formed a staircase to let Wu Li walk slowly down, and I thumped a fist into his chest. "How old am I do I look it?" Helping her brother look after her a few days. "You do a good job for me, or this defense chief seat of yours goes to her brother." Lu Jiming pinched Wu Li's cheek. "Her brother stronger than me?" Wu Li huffed. "My brother's way more amazing than you." I reminded him, "Don't take it lightly. Odds are you really can't beat him." Lu Jiming was taken aback. If even Fong said so, the man was surely no weakling. I handed Wu Li to Auntie Chun to take and play with the other children in the base, and went off to other matters. Breach now was like a fortress. Earth-type espers filled whole buildings solid, between buildings raising fortress after fortress, the Defense Corps standing guard, entry and exit all subject to verification. The life essence I'd handed to Yichio's logistics, priced at 5 Tier 2 crystal cores for 1 drop, a price that would change down the line, since 5 Tier 2 cores weren't something just anyone could produce. Its first use had marked effect. Use it again, and it was much diminished, no longer raising an ability's ceiling, but it healed wounds excellently, and the strong all scraped together to exchange for a drop to keep as a lifesaver. Little Chubby was nearly overdrawing his ability every day, the wounded all coming to him, his quarters packed full daily, and he too took some crystal cores by the severity of the wound to replenish his ability. I called Little Chubby to the office. The man hadn't come in yet, but his belly was already through the door. I set Gale Authority on the desk. "For you, Forbidden Item 067, Gale Authority." He shot up and waved both hands, saying it was too precious. "Give it to Brother Dong and the others." I smiled. Gale Authority doesn't suit them. They'll have their own. Use it. Only then did he drip blood to claim it as master, and Gale Authority bored into his body. I had him try invoking it. A layer of jade-green light dome wrapped his whole body. I shot a demon flame-clad prism from between my brows at it. The demon flame clung but couldn't burn through that light dome, and he invoked it without the least effort. That casual strike already matched the full power strike of an ordinary Tier 2. A forbidden item indeed, singular, but taken to the extreme. In the past life, a single forbidden item could leave any number of people fighting tooth and nail, and now I'd handed one to a subordinate offhandedly. Word of this perk getting out, Breach's threshold would be crushed under the crowd. With Gale Authority, short of a Tier 3 attack, no one could take Little Chubby's life on the battlefield. "Little Chubby, here's a task for you. Build a medical department in the base, with you as director. Any awakened one with a healing ability can join, and whichever legion goes out applies for however many medical personnel to be assigned." He slapped his belly. "No problem, I'll have it sorted nice and tidy." I tossed him a token, black-red all over and warm. The demon token, condensed from demon flame, unforgeable. With it, it's my order, and no one in the base can defy it. The 4 legion commanders and Lu Jiming all having to cooperate, since the medical department ranked equal with the other departments. The demon token lasted only 3 days and could be used twice. Last time, it had been for the research department's construction. The research department studied how to apply crystal cores to weapon manufacture and base facilities. In the past life, the Northern Military District went furthest on this. Crystal cores could substitute for electricity, and core-made weapons could even directly threaten high-tier espers. The director was a Modu University professor nearing 70, Ouyang Yutsai, who after awakening grew intensely interested in crystal cores and the Apocalypse's products, holed up in the research room with 30-some people day in and day out, even meals and water carried in by dedicated staff. If they hadn't tinkered out some little gadget every few days, I'd really have wanted to see what they were messing with in there all day. One time, I even heard the meal bringer come out grumbling. That meal bringer's grumble was that the strange stench in the research room nearly made him throw up. So Yichio simply laid down an iron order that it be cleaned out at intervals, the researchers watching from the side to keep their materials from being tossed as garbage. The words were an exaggeration, but you could tell that bunch was self-forgetful, plunged headlong into the study of the apocalypse. That evening, Yingao and I sat in the courtyard, the lotuses all around stirring without wind. Suddenly waves of energy rippled out, and the whole base, countless survivors, all felt it. Something stirred in me. Yao, want to pull off something big? She answered without thinking. I do. This pulse comes from the collision of three ruins. They appeared in the same place and show signs of fusing, which means there are three forbidden items in this fused ruins, and we have to go grab them. A commotion this size, half of China could feel it. It would surely be lively when the time came. Once three ruins fused, entering would no longer require a specific key. In the past life, I'd helped Su Chidong grab forbidden item 017, the spirit erasing sword, at this ruins, but didn't take the other two. Too many contesting them, and with the military district in control, without enough strength, there was no breaking the blockade at all. All three were high-ranking forbidden items, among the top 36, 017, and also 011 and 025. Of them, 011, the Ruashi Water Lotus sequence, ranked highest. In the past life, it was seized by Lung Yutong, all but cementing her place among the 12 stars. Back then, it didn't quite suit anyone in Breach, so I hadn't paid it mind. But as I see it now, 011 suits Yingao best, able to greatly raise her staying power in a fight. Yao, when the time comes, let this 011 be the first gift I give you since the apocalypse. She leaned into me and softly gave her thanks. We set out for Mingdu in 3 days. These few days, push all out for Tier 3. I gazed at that blood-red crescent moon out the window. Mingdu ruins fusing. Let me see how many of my moves you can take this time. Ordinary 12 stars weren't a single exchange's match for me. Far away, at the center of a horde tens of thousands strong, a suited man slowly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils giving off a bloodthirsty light, gazing toward Mingdu, as if receiving an order. That was Blood Emperor. I hope this life you won't disappoint me. I've prepared no shortage of grand gifts. Mingdu, the military district's meeting room. A general held a cup of hot tea and asked the assembled officers their view on this pulse. A young general with bony wings sprouting from his back, Colonel Luo, said indifferently, anything that can kick up a commotion this big is worth a look. Another agreed. Zombies were getting stronger, firearms damage ever lower, and espers like Colonel Luo were the apocalypse's mainstream. The general set down his teacup. We can't fall behind. It'd be a loss if someone else takes the treasure. Little Luo, take an esper squad to scout, the faster the better. Luo Sheng gave a slight bow, went out, spread his bony wings, and flew into the sky. This general was named Luo Hong, master of the Mingdu settlement. He'd climbed to where he was step by step on his own, and the apocalypse had only stoked his hunger for power further. Even the capital couldn't look after itself, much less Mingdu. After the apocalypse, he'd swiftly purged the army of zombies, taken in survivors from outside, forcefully suppressed resistance, and built Mingdu's strongest settlement. He was already Tier 2 himself, his son Luo Sheng on the verge of breaking into Tier 3, thousands of espers under him. It was just that he knew full well Luo Sheng, for all his high combat talent, was arrogant and ill-suited to great responsibility, having reached his current seat entirely on his father's covert guidance. Chuzhou. In a hall of utmost luxury, a woman in white, her face exquisite yet devoid of emotion, sat upon that crown-shaped throne, her voice cold enough to make one want to take her command. A woman below the dais asked whether she'd come for that pulse. That's right, Meng Jingqi, I want you to come with me. A commotion that carries this far. I have a premonition this time will greatly change the situation. She was Yuhua Yu, master of the Yuhua settlement, the 9-soul-honored moon among the 5 moons in the past life, the only power in Chuzhou. She was the best in the world at laying schemes. Yuan Nan in Breach was a piece she'd planted. If I hadn't known early that Yuan Nan was her subordinate, I'd truly not have caught it. No one knew just how many eyes and ears she'd buried among the various powers. On Breach's side, I only planned to bring Yi Qingyao and Blood Emperor. The base was under construction and couldn't be delayed, and besides I had confidence in my own strength. Yi Qingyao broke into Tier 3 the next day. I could now absorb a dozen some drops of life essence a day, the gain slow but solid. Using it this lavishly, no one but me could do it. The energy in the essence was too pure, requiring an extremely strong physique to take in, and this body of mine was already no weaker than any low-tier forbidden item. At this rate, in a few days I could enter mid-tier 3, making this ruins trip sure still. Before setting out, I gathered my corps in the newly built meeting room at Jinhui. The 4 Legion commanders, defenses Lu Jiming, healings Wang Xiaopeng, logistics Yi Qiu, and the most special, Fan Wenbin's Shadow Veil squad, 20-some, my personal guard, answering only to my command, dedicated to intelligence, everyone a master of stealth and reconnaissance. I wrapped the whole room tight in demon flame, not a trace of energy able to seep through, before speaking. Day after tomorrow, Yao Yao and I go scout this ruins in Mingdu. Li Rui's and Fan Wenbin both wanted to come, but I held them back. The base needed people to hold it down. The horde was probably coming soon. Just Yao Yao, me, plus Dai Dai, was nimbler instead, and if there really was danger we could get away. Su Qidong thumped his chest. With me at the base, no fear even of a horde. I made more arrangements. After Yao Yao left, Candle Lotus would be led in her stead by Su Shuer. While I was away, at least 2 legions would hold home each day. On external matters touching our interests, not a step's concession, guard strictly against the light dusk settlement attacking. Anyone who dares reach a hand in, chop it off. The dealings with the Moda military, I left to Yi Qiu, who knew best how to handle that lot. Half an hour and the matters were settled. I was much at ease. These people had all worked with me in the past life, each with their own methods. The next day, Yi Qingyao and I rode Fong Dai Dai on the road. She plucked lotus petals to drift in the wind, a little wistful. We'd said we'd come to Mingdu to travel after graduation. Never thought the apocalypse would come before we graduated. I smiled to console her. Maybe the apocalypse's Mingdu has a different sight to offer. Fong Dai Dai suddenly halted. An eagle's cry sounded in the distance, and a thunder-wreathed thunder eagle, a hair faster than it, blocked the way. Already Tier 3, surely the overlord of this 100-li expanse, its territory trespassed. Mutant beasts had an extremely strong sense of territory, fighting to the death. There was no going around it. Going around would cost us time. A Tier 3 Thunder Eagle still wasn't enough to make me give way. Yao Yao, it's fast. Find a way to control it. Yi Qingyao stepped onto a lotus born beneath her feet and left the dragon's back, freeing up Fong Dai Dai's combat strength. Fong Dai Dai charged straight in. The Thunder Eagle was quick as lightning. Its lightning type leaned to heavy offense, the eagle to speed, and with that backing, it was faster still. Fong Dai Dai's claw knocked it back several meters, a demon flame wall rising behind it to cut off its retreat. It hesitated, and my sword swing had arrived, the prism sword clashing against its claws with a clang. Yi Qingyao's lotuses formed a ring of flower sea within 3 seconds. The Thunder Eagle's claws could rip open a mutant beast's tough hide, yet left only shallow marks on these soft lotuses, unable to break through for a time. Fong Dai Dai grappled with it at close range, lightning trading against lightning. How could the thunder-held demon dragon's body lose to an eagle? My 12 prisms cut it now and then, demon flame burning into the wounds, forcing pitiful shrieks from it. Fong Dai Dai watched its moment and swatted a claw onto its head, and was just about to bite when violent lightning erupted from the Thunder Eagle's body, jolting even the lightning-resistant Fong Dai Dai stiff. Tier 3 indeed. But a strike this strong, could it manage a second time? Pink points of light had already risen all around. Fast as the Thunder Eagle was, it couldn't dodge, the lights gradually all clinging to its body. Yi Qingyao stood atop a lotus, the lotus mark between her brows flaring, and detonated them with a roar. The Thunder Eagle plummeted and lay still. I took out its lightning-type crystal core and tossed it to Fong Dai Dai. A great boon to its lightning attribute, the eagle corpse I stowed in the dark demon essence. Roast eagle tonight. Yi Qingyao chided that all I thought about was food, and I smiled. Heaven's vast, earth's vast, eating's the vastest. Since my frame had grown, my appetite had shot straight up. I could eat half a mutant beast in a sitting, and this eagle was just enough for a few meals for me and that glutton Fong Dai. Fong Dai flew at a steady pace most of the day to Mingdu, circling to find the ruins entrance. I'd long since informed Blood Emperor through the little golden sword, and only needed to sense its location. The ruins wouldn't open until tomorrow morning, but seizing the spot in advance mattered a great deal, lest someone get there first. A pulse of clashing energy laced with Blood Emperor's aura carried over. It was crossing hands with someone. When I arrived, Blood Emperor's tentacle had cut a man in a black robe, behind whom hung a bottomless abyss, become a star wheel hung with fangs in his hand, trading wound for wound. A wash of sunset glow fell over him, and his aura surged greatly. His helper was a buff type. The man's attacks were strange, his strength extreme, and Blood Emperor couldn't put him down for a time, having already developed thoughts of retreat. With the ruins not yet open, exhausting its strength here was unwise. But a small black dot in the distance grew larger and larger, a dragon, with someone on its back. The man felt the dragon's aura was no weaker than his own, the red and blue-eyed man unfathomable. The stunning woman behind him also a Tier 3 expert, and his heart abruptly lost its footing. Blood Emperor stopped, came up respectfully, and knelt on one knee. Master, the elite I brought arrived tonight. Fearing some mishap, I came ahead. The black-robed man went off. You're all together? He said evenly. I'm Shan Yunlong, Southern Military District. You're here for the ruins too, no doubt. How about we cooperate? Lone Wheel Sky Star, one of the 12 stars, the strongest of the Southern Military District, one man and one abyss. The dopey one behind him gazing at Fong Dai with intense interest was his own younger brother Shan Yunhu, an extremely strong buffer. I looked down from on high, my face full of disdain. Cooperate. You think I need to? Shan Yunlong forced down his anger and offered another out. I didn't take it, and he finally couldn't hold back. Don't push it too far. I walked down from the dragon's back along a prism staircase, my momentum climbing step by step, the shade of the demon flame Lion King rising behind me, pressing him to where he could neither walk away nor dare to fight. He laughed sheepishly. Just kidding. I want your star wheel. The moment I said it, his heart churned. This was the Southern Military District's biggest secret. The star wheel was bred within his body by his ability, one born per tier risen, able to raise survivors' odds of awakening and ability, precisely the root of the Southern District's Esper ratio being far higher than elsewhere. He was Tier 3, with 3. I only wanted the Tier 1. Couldn't press too hard, rouse public wrath, and you become the target of all. He still played dumb. The star wheel is my ability. How do I give it to you? The demon flame-clad prism sword was already at his neck, Fong Dai, Blood Emperor, and Yi Qingyao forming an encirclement. Only then did he manifest a star wheel hung with fangs. I'm generous, a gift to you, to make a friend. Plainly being robbed, yet he put it so prettily. I stowed it in the dark demon essence. In the past life I'd coveted this star wheel a good while. Fine, off you go, best of luck tomorrow. His face went stiff and he turned and left. Shan Yunhu still quietly begged his brother to go steal that dragon, and got a slap to the back of the head. Steal my ass. Steal again, and you won't have your shorts left. The ruin's energy came from a small lake of 20-some mu, the bank shaded with tall mutant plants, the water sure to hold formidable mutant fish. Once the ruins opened tomorrow morning, this lake would churn into an energy vortex. That was the entrance. Yi Qingyao asked about Blood Emperor. His aura was like a zombie's, the reek of blood heavy. I didn't hide it from her. He's called Blood Emperor, a zombie king, made from cheese and Jiang Cha's crystal cores. A zombie? She was startled. From that delicate, 20-something young man's face alone, you couldn't tell at all. It's fine. He answers only to me now. Controlling zombies was something you couldn't dream of, let alone a powerful zombie king. Blood Emperor stood quietly to one side. His intelligence already no different from an ordinary person's, yet utterly dependent on me because of the little golden sword, willing to lay down his life to protect me. Yi Qingyao trusted me deeply and didn't ask more. I had Fong Dai land on a rooftop to rest the night, while Blood Emperor waited lakeside for his zombie horde. Tonight there'd most likely be a clash with the Mingdu settlement's people. This trip Blood Emperor had brought only Tier 2 zombies. Tier 1 were too slow on the road, and would be cannon fodder even if they came. The zombies on the rooftop were cleared easily by Fong Dai, and I slowly roasted that Thunder Eagle on the Demon Flame's lowest temperature. At a touch too much force and it'd char, a real test of an ability's control. Luckily its flesh was hard enough. Ordinary meat would have burned away long ago. That glutton Fong Dai stood watch right beside me, eyes wide, before it was even done. In the night the firelight lit Yingyao's face. She was usually a woman of few words, but with me, there was always a light in her eyes. And in the dark, there was more of killing. Luo Sheng, with his Esper squad, had clashed into a fight with Blood Emperor's zombies over control of the lakeside. The fellow's strength was the real thing, his bony wings flickering, responding with composure under Blood Emperor's tentacle assault. What caught me off guard was that among Blood Emperor's 30-some Tier 2 zombies, 2 aberrants were especially strong. One covered all over in venom sacs, spewing thick poison that rotted on contact, wounding several of Luo Sheng's squad in the first wave. The other an extremely rare metal zombie, iron-skinned all over, bigger than Chun Pang, hard for blade or spear to breach, and regrowing metal to cover any breach at once. Its claws turned to metal too, and ever sharper as it evolved. In the past life, a certain zombie king was just this type, extremely hard for same-tier awakened ones to handle. Aberrant zombies were rare to begin with, and Blood Emperor was an aberrant himself. That it could muster these was already proof of its strength. Luo Sheng's squad coordinated well, but the Tier 2s were too few to chew through Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor's strength lay in its recovery. Once it fell behind, there was no chance of beating it. After a few rounds, Luo Sheng cursed and grumbled, "How is this thing so hard to shake?" Seeing his squad about to be ground down, he ordered a retreat, rising into the air to harass and cover the rear. He was puzzled. How was this zombie horde all Tier 2? As if posted here on purpose to guard the spot? Hunter Skywing Star indeed. I'd known he'd come. This was his old lair. The man had no interest in power, yet his strength placed him among the 12 stars. Upright and aboveboard, never resorting to tricks, just a touch arrogant. One of the few opponents I acknowledged. In the distance, a figure in white stood, gazing across several thousand meters at me. Nine-soul honored moon. Yu, master of the Yuhua settlement. One of the 5 moons in the past life, the best in the world at laying schemes, and Yuan Nanan was the piece she'd buried in breach. She alone had once been willing to work with me. This time, she was the greatest obstacle to my seizing the forbidden items, and a clash was unavoidable. Over in Chuzhou, Meng Jingqi asked whether she knew me. Yu Huayu's voice was cold. "No, but he's strong. Be careful tomorrow. Avoid a head-on clash as much as you can. It's not to our advantage." In the faint light of dawn, the lake water rippled and gradually churned into a vortex. The ruin's entrance had opened. Blood Emperor rose to its feet. It was a zombie and couldn't enter the ruins. What it had to do was wear these people down as much as possible to add to my odds. Everyone hung back, unwilling to be the one to stick its neck out. And it was Luo Sheng who couldn't hold back first, spreading his bony wings and flying toward the vortex, only to be intercepted by Blood Emperor, that venom sac aberrant, and a few ranged zombies. He simply called out to everyone, "All of you out. Take this zombie down, or none of us get in." Shan Yunlong was first to show himself. Only then did it dawn on him that what he'd crossed hands with was a zombie, and I grew more mysterious still in his mind. Yu Huayu sent Meng Jingqi to help too, a zither-like instrument, its notes becoming an offensive that tangled up Blood Emperor. With the 3 of them combined, Blood Emperor was a bit hard-pressed, turning white again, its aura surging, charging like a cannonball to a punch before Luo Sheng, knocking even the speed-specialized Luo Sheng back several hundred meters and jolting him into spitting blood from internal injury. Shan Yunlong's star wheel scored 2 lines across its back, yet drew no blood. Meng Jingqi's zither notes were ground apart by white fleshy matter the instant they entered its body. Blood Emperor backhanded a grip on Shan Yunlong's star wheel and punched him flying, though several bone spikes lodged firmly into its side. Withdraw. My voice sounded in its mind, and it swiftly fell back, the zombies behind it covering the rear. The three didn't pursue. Their aim was achieved. Luo Sheng was first to rush into the vortex and vanish, the Shan brothers close behind, and Yu Yu and Meng Jingqi went in too. I swept along on a prism, Yi Qingyao following behind, and left a tiny cluster of demon flame at the entrance. This entrance wouldn't close for a while, and with Blood Emperor outside, I'd know about anyone who came in. A spell of dizziness and I dropped into the ruins. Before my eyes, a desert with yellow sand whirling across the sky. Everyone who'd come in had been scattered by the energy currents. I had to find Yi Qingyao first. Before setting out, I'd left a demon mark on her, by which I could faintly sense her position. Fong Dai spread its dragon wings and kicked up the sky full of yellow sand as it hurried over. She was at the ruin's center. The center was an enormous metal disc you couldn't see the edge of, with some irregular protrusions in the middle. Landing on it, my ever-victorious demon flame prism sword couldn't even carve into it. One protrusion was a star-shaped door. I pressed my ability to its center, and the door split into four, and inside a metal warrior gripping a heavy sword swung as if switched on. Lightning surged beneath Fong Dai's feet, condensing several thunder spears to break its attack. Its aura was around tier 3, only it had gone too long without energy replenishment to last. We together took it apart into fragments. In its chest, a fingernail-sized energy core, like a crystal core yet not. To extract this kind of energy for use in core weapons, survivors still had a long road ahead. I went by memory through Metal Warrior after Metal Warrior, not tangling much. Lanbai, Yi Qingyao's voice came. She said she was in a control room full of buttons. I followed the demon mark and found her. In her hand was a gray-white seal-shaped object, and taking it, it was dense and heavy, a little slip of a thing weighing tons. Made into a weapon, it would absolutely be a top-grade thing for awakened ones. This place ran in every direction like a spiderweb, too much high-tech, more than I alone could swallow. Fong Dai flew about this strangely vast place, and we came to a heavy metal door with a groove in it, sized exactly for that seal. On the off chance it would work, I inserted it, and with a rumble the door opened. Inside was a gray-white colossus, that same metal all over, 10 minutes to walk a circuit, more like an airship, and that seal was its switch. The ship was all high-tech, rows of seats in its midsection, plainly used to transport combat personnel. Lanbai, this thing rivals a pre-apocalypse aircraft carrier. Yi Qingyao was awed. I walked to the foremost control room, over 1,000 square meters. In its center, the suspended characters, Xianming, and an exquisite little airship model. I gripped the model and my mind instantly linked with the ship, the whole vessel's structure surfacing in 360 degrees. A flicker of intent, and the Colossus shrank at high speed into the model, the floor dropping out from under us. Our quick reactions sparing us a fall. Its application of space was far ahead of its time. The Xianming airship's functions could be the research department's headache to figure out. In the past life, no one ever found this thing. It stayed in the ruins forever. With it, transporting troops and traveling would be a great advantage down the line. What came next was the real business, the 3 forbidden items. I remembered 017, the spirit erasing sword's location. The other 2, I'd have to wait for others to find and then snatch. These 3, I'd allow no one to lay a hand on. The spirit erasing sword was in a circular room, hundreds of metal men long since out of energy and unable to move. Only 3 remarkable ones able to grow on crystal cores. In the past life, it took Su Qidong one deadly fight to carry it back. I hung the spirit erasing sword at my waist. It repelled the dark demon essence and couldn't be stowed inside, and held in the hand, its oppressive force was extreme. Not strong enough, and you likely couldn't so much as grip it, a high-ranking forbidden item indeed, with demands on the holder's strength itself. In the past life, Su Qidong fused it into the flash lightning tyrant spear, that annihilation attribute greatly raising his combat power. The 3 ruins fusing had spawned other good things too, several grass of the immortals grade sandgrasses, given the single name, Puh, by the military, which an awakened one downing would very likely advance a tier, practically a cheat. A pity there were only 3. In the past life, Lung Yutong found them. Entered mid-tier 3 after downing 1, the highest tier at the time, but brought them back to the Western Military District without managing to cultivate them. By now, she'd likely already gotten her hands on them, but I was already mid-tier 3. Truly run into her, and I wouldn't fall behind in cultivation either. The things in this ruins, I'd take what I could, even at the cost of offending other militaries. Atop a colossal tower, it was a melee. Behind Luo Sheng now followed Cui Ming, a strong fighter of Mingdu, wielding a feather fan, lavishly dressed, looking steadier than the loud Luo Sheng. And they'd teamed up temporarily with the Shan brothers to split things where they could. The few of them walked into a tiered colossal tower, at its spire a lotus several square meters across, the very Ruashi water lotus. Luo Sheng and Shan Yunlong traded a glance and rushed up nearly at once. Luo Sheng had wings and was faster. Shan Yunlong, under Shan Yunhu's buff, had his star wheels surge, points of starlight clinging to Luo Sheng's wings and dragging him back. Cui Ming's feather fan loosed 3 bunches of feathers at Shan Yunhu. This buffer was a hidden danger, but Shan Yunhu smiled, a sweep of gray energy pressing down and the feathers all falling to the ground. It turned out the dope had a card in hand. Luo Sheng condensed a bone sword and, at the cost of breaking it, wrenched free of the binding, and Cui Ming caught up to tie down Shan Yunlong. Quick, go get it. Luo Sheng spread his wings and charged up. Nearly at the spire, a snowflake slowly enlarged before his eyes. He silently cried trouble and guarded with his bony wings. Boom! Blasted back dozens of meters, slamming into a wall to bleed off the force. At the passage stood, at some point, a man and a woman, the Western Military District's Lung Yutong and Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an was the past life's gatekeeper of the 12 stars, a sliver of cultivation short. Lung Yutong, on the back of that immortal grass, was already mid-tier 3, and Gu Chang'an had reached early tier 3 on Pa as well. Lung Yutong said indifferently, Lung Yutong, Western Military District, here to take this forbidden item. I trust you'll all give me face. Luo Sheng, hanging on the wall, grinned and made light of it. Shan Yunlong sneered. Since when did the Western Military District's face count for so much? A word from you, and you just take it? The few of them traded barbs, no one willing to let go. A forbidden item ranked this high. Anyone who saw it would burn for it. Luo Sheng's mouth gave no quarter, provoking Gu Chang'an to bark coldly. Keep acting like this, and I'll roast you and feed you to the zombies. White flames rose in his hand. White spirit flame, cold enough to chill the heart. The Ruashi water lotus turned slowly at the spire, the strife below nothing to do with it. Forbidden item 011. Born of ruins 011's spirit spring, and made by exhausting the whole ruin's energy, swallowed by the desert in the fusion, in the past life in Lung Yutong's hands no weaker in the least than the top 10 sequence. Lung Yutong sneered. Whether you get it isn't for you to say. Frost snow fall. Ring upon ring of ripples spread beneath everyone's feet, great drifts of snowflakes falling. This was her unique domain, greatly limiting the agility of those in the field. How would the others sit and wait? An abyss opened beneath Shan Yunlong's feet, and he bored in with Shan Yunhu, countless star wheels flying wild, striking the snowflakes with a clang of metal, piercing several drifts to go straight for Lung Yutong. And Gu Chang'an raised several fire shields of white spirit flame at full strength to meet them. The field was in chaos, Lung Yutong and Luo Sheng busy blocking those wild flying star wheels. When Shan Yunlong appeared again, he was already before the Ruashi water lotus, as if he could already see himself in command of this forbidden item. Did I tell you to touch my things? Boom! Demon flame descended, prisms driving straight in all around. The violent aura slamming like a sledgehammer on every heart. Lung Yutong's domain crumbled in an instant. She bent over, plainly buffeted by that force. Shan Yunlong's eyes went wide. How are you here again? I grabbed his neck and threw him straight to the ground. Shan Yunhu gave a heh grin. I couldn't be bothered to think about him either, and kicked him over beside his brother. Gu Chang'an felt a tremor of the heart. His white spirit flame, before this blackened demon flame of mine, was very small indeed. Fong Dai arrived after, batting away the wild flying star wheels with a claw, carrying Yi Qingyao to land at my side. I'd been rushing here since the first roar, only being far off had I just arrived. I swept a glance around, and Shan Yunlong simply lowered his head. Yi Qingyao seized the chance to climb onto the Roashi water lotus, pressed one hand to it, blood color rising, sat cross-legged atop it, and mobilized her ability to take command of it. Luo Xing panicked. What are you all waiting for? Watch them carry the forbidden item off. There's so many of us, all at once. With that, he was first to charge in with his bone sword. Lung Yutong close behind, a huge black snowflake slapping at me. I sneered. My shirt instantly burst by swelling muscle, the demon marks on my back as if come alive. Did I let you run your mouth? I stepped onto a prism, and before Luo Sheng had finished blinking, my fist was at his face. Crueler than the explosion of that snowflake of Lung Yutong's, smashing him into a wall like a bird with a broken wing. Stars burst before his eyes, yet he didn't dare ease up, forcing himself to fly. Lung Yutong's black snowflake had pressed to beneath my feet, its chill pressing the demon flame a few shades dimmer. The prisms in the ground shot up abruptly and shattered it, but it didn't disperse, becoming black fog. This was her Ming, which once it entered the body destroyed from within. Lightning surged across Fong Daidai's dragon body, instantly turning that black fog to nothing. The prisms wrapped in demon flame returned to my hand to form a long sword, easily dissolving Chui Ming's wind. A cross star mark came at me from behind, Shan Yunlong, and I blocked it backhanded without even turning my head. Demon flames swayed in my eyes, the formless energy disturbing everyone's mind. Gu Chang'an loosed several white spirit flame flying swords. I twisted aside to dodge, and backhanded set demon flame alight beneath his feet. His white spirit flame, the instant it touched this black-red fire of mine, was devoured, and he could only dodge away. A gray light shot from between Shan Yunhu's brows into Shan Yunlong's body. The next second, 9 star wheels rose from the abyss behind him, hung overhead, forcing me to choose. Guard one, and I'd take a heavy hit from the other. But they'd underestimated me. I hurled the prism greatsword into the air to disassemble, the pieces linking head to tail to ring a circle in the air, all pointing at the center, blue energy converging with a roar. My right hand's demon flame slowly condensed a massive lion's head, 80% like the demon flame Lion King. Prisms in the left hand, demon flame in the right. Boom. The 9 star wheels struck the prism energy, 5 shattering on the spot to just barely block it. The rest of the star force all scattered. Lung Yutong leapt into the air, an enormous snowflake, half black, half white appearing behind her, her aura turning eerie, switching offense for defense in the crisis. My demon flame lion's head struck it, burning the snowflake into black and white mist. This was where my strength lay. The two abilities could combine or split, each strong on its own. In the past life, I'd made the name of the 5 moons on 12 prisms alone, and now was long beyond comparison. Fong Daidai had been guarding the cross-legged Yi Qingyao on the lotus dais the whole time. Forbidden items choose their users, and the Roashi water lotus was no exception. Back when I absorbed 004 so smoothly, half of it was because Fong Daidai had just woken and I was the first thing it saw, giving it a sense of closeness. Fail the trial in absorbing a forbidden item and you take a heavy hit, even your abilities source wounded. But with Yi Qingyao's strength and temperament, passing this trial wasn't hard. Luo Sheng tried to close in and was driven back time and again by Fong Daidai's dragon claws. Luo Sheng borrowed Chui Ming's wind to twist and dodge in the air, and Fong Daidai simply spread dark energy thick as liquid along its claws over the whole tower body. Thunderclouds massing overhead, bolts of lightning thick as a man crashing down, truly showing the might of Thunderhell. Chui Ming wasn't as nimble as Luo Sheng. Struck by lightning, he foamed at the mouth and hurriedly swallowed a pearl, one the two of them had gotten in the ruins, able to rapidly restore blood. A spread of his feather fan and the fan leaves shot out, several actually lodging in Fong Daidai's neck, a searing pain. The fan leaves were unexpectedly sharp. Mind you, Fong Daidai's scales were no weaker than the defense of a Tier 3 forbidden item. But an attack like that, Chui Ming couldn't pull off a second time. Fong Daidai unleashed its full dragon might, forcing the fan leaves out of its body. Thunderhell fiercer still, dark energy balls firing in all directions. Luo Sheng and Chui Ming hard-pressed, even to approach. After one go-round, Luo Sheng was charred all over, his bony wings scorched, his arms of bloody pulp. Chui Ming was worse, lying on the ground at his last gasp. Fong Daidai had spent most of its energy too. Luo Sheng flew high carrying Chui Ming, not daring to fight on. It was his first taste of defeat. In single combat, before this man of solid muscle, a notch above him in both body and ability, he was good only to be beaten about. Lung Yutong lost her composure. Yield this forbidden item to me, and we can talk. Gu Chang'an said too, whatever you want. As long as it's not this forbidden item, we can give it. I scoffed. What I want is the forbidden item. How many of those can you give? A high-ranking forbidden item like this. One out means one fewer. Who would think it too many? I sensed Lung Yutong still secretly building force and dissolved it in advance, saying mildly, don't bother trying again. This Ruashi water lotus, I'll have it without fail. Puffed. A great splatter of thick poison shot in and burst in midair. A sweep of my hand and demon flame burned it into vapor. He'd come. A sinister laugh rose, and Chao Yunxiao walked up with 3 subordinates whose auras were no weaklings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chao Yunxiao, sovereign of the apocalypse. Death Doom Poison Star, the best at poison among the 12 stars, styling himself a savior, who'd made his name once poisoning thousands of zombies. I knew he'd come, and had deliberately told Blood Emperor not to block him. The fellow's area attacks were too vicious, and Blood Emperor's elite would likely lose more than half. By now 12 people had gathered in the field, the lowest of them late tier 2. Prismatic Hidden Moon Me, Lone Wheel Sky Star Shan Yunlong, Hunter Skywing Star Luo Sheng, Death Doom Poison Star Chao Yunxiao, North Snow Ming Star Lung Yutong, plus the not yet shown 9-soul Honored Moon Yuayu and Soundbane Zither Star Meng Jingqi. 2 moons and 5 stars assembled. More than half the Sun Moon star powers crowded into this fused ruins. All but the ceiling of all China's combat power. I looked down from on high. You mean to block me too? Chao Yunxiao didn't like being looked at this way. And if I block you? The talk going nowhere. I was before him in an instant. His 3 pure power-type subordinates barely took a few of my punches. I punched one back, and offhandedly a prism fell from the sky and sheared him in 2. The prism controlled in advance to keep the blood off me. Don't know your own measure. Chao Yunxiao put away his smile, 3 poison arrows shooting out, dyeing even the air green, a measure of their venom. I dodged. The others swarmed in 2, star wheels, snowflakes, white fireballs, bone swords all bearing down, refusing to let me carry the forbidden item off in peace. My prisms were just about to move when I sensed a familiar aura, and the corner of my mouth lifted. Pale blue water ripples wrapped me, a thin layer yet blocking every attack. Yi Qingyao had absorbed the Ruashi water lotus. Forbidden item 011's might first showed. She stood on the lotus dais and grasped at empty air, and pale blue water beads slowly condensed beside everyone. Withdraw quick. The water beads abruptly burst, blasting everyone back several meters. 2 flowerings of water sank into me and Fong Daidai, the battle's wounds healing at speed. The Ruashi water lotus was indeed a cure-all forbidden item, granting water-type ability and greatly raising defense for 1 on the lotus dais. Daidai charge out. The forbidden item in hand, no need to stay. Purple lightning gathered in Fong Daidai's mouth, Yi Qingyao buffing it at the right moment. The thunder energy doubled. A band of thunder 3 men wide blasting open everyone's blockade. With that move out, only then did the crowd notice this woman was no weakling to begin with. Otherwise, how could a single Ruashi water lotus so easily dissolve everyone's combined strike? Fong Daidai carried me out. The Ruashi water lotus gathered from dais into a single lotus guarding my back, attacks landing on it only stirring ripple upon ripple. Chao Yunxiao cursed and grumbled, his ever-victorious poison easily blocked by this lotus. Seeing we were about to fly off, Lung Yutong shouted, if you've got cards, stop hiding them. Get the forbidden item in hand first, then fight over it. She flung a ring, a flash in midair becoming a suit of armor bright silver all over. Tier 4, of all things. I hadn't expected her to be holding this trump too, the puppet treading once straight at Fong Daidai. My face changed. Tier 4, and I was only mid-tier 3, a cultivation gulf this wide. Even I had no sure when. But that armor surely had a drawback. Long in the ruins with no energy replenishment, it couldn't last long. I immediately split off 3 drops of life essence to replenish each of us. That armor threw a punch, and even the Ruashi water lotus quaked and shattered. I met it head-on, priding myself on great strength. Yet this armor's punch force bred a powerlessness in me, and I didn't dare take a single punch head-on. Snowflakes surfaced beneath my feet, my body abruptly heavy. It punched my chest, yet I wasn't sent flying. A lotus had wrapped its fist. Borrowing the force, I kicked off its chest toward the pursuers behind, the lotus bursting to halt its frame. Fong Daidai's dragon tail whipped through the air, knocking it back dozens of meters. Another dark energy wave covering it over. The Roshi water lotus appeared soundlessly beneath its feet, petals wrapping layer on layer, yet it pried the petals apart by main force of both hands and broke free. Fong Daidai met it and grappled hand to hand. With Fong Daidai and Yingao tying down this tier 4 armor for the moment, I turned, running right into Chao Yunxiao. From somewhere he'd fished out a dark red scythe, sharp just to look at. Forbidden item 024, the Bloodslaughter Scythe, the last of these 3 ruins, made famous by its extreme killing intent. Those it wounded, so long as they bled, took ever-accumulating damage. In the past life, Chao Yunxiao took this trait to the extreme, all but winning on first blood. He thought tier 3 plus this scythe could crush the whole field, but under my hand he had no room to fight back. My prism sword crossed the scythe with a clang. Chao Yunxiao, fine as a forbidden item is, it depends on who uses it. A palm of demon flame struck his chest. He hurriedly used poison to offset it, yet also exposed half a still beating heart. A few exchanges, and he was gravely wounded. I'd meant to wait till you were alone to take it. Looks like you're more impatient than me. Come again. His mouth stayed hard, the blood-red scythe scoring a long bloody gash. My prism sword swiftly disassembled and broke through the air, already pressed before him, and I grabbed his arm, backhanded a wrench, crack, snapped, took the Bloodslaughter Scythe, and hung it at my back like the spirit-erasing sword. The prisms around drove like a net into his ribs. At the critical instant, Shan Yunlong's star wheel braced against my prisms, and Luo Sheng flew in carrying the broken-armed Chao Yunxiao in a hasty retreat, cursing as he went. What are you putting on? If not that we'd have even worse odds with you dead, I couldn't be bothered to save you. My prisms turned and shot at Shan Yunlong. Lung Yutong knocked them askew with 2 more snowflakes, and offhandedly flung them. Gu Chang'an's white spirit flames steaming the snowflakes into a great drift of white mist to block my sight, the 2 pulling away on the momentum. Now there's something of the 12 stars about it. The few of them coordinating had both saved the sure to die, Chao Yunxiao, and helped Shan Yunlong out of his bind. Unlike on the disc, where they'd fought each on their own and mistrusted one another. With forbidden item 024 in hand, Chao Yunxiao had to die, or no one else could use this Bloodslaughter Scythe. The spirit-erasing sword was sharpness to the extreme. This Bloodslaughter Scythe, eternal killing intent, just hung on me. It chilled the spine. You still mean to block me? I said mildly. Withdraw now, and I won't pursue it. We can even talk cooperation down the line. In the apocalypse, you can't make too many enemies, unless you've the courage to face all China's combat power. Breach wasn't at that point yet. But Chao Yunxiao cursed. Bullshit. You want to hog all 3 forbidden items. What a greedy gut. Not stopping to think he'd nearly died at my hand just now and had his scythe taken besides. Luo Sheng cast him a sidelong glance, knowing full well this fool loved to stick his neck out and would surely die first in a bit, while he was glad to conserve his own strength. 2 forbidden items hung on me, and so long as he caught a chance to grab one, with his speed he could fly back to Mingdu and be safe. At bottom, it was that these 3 forbidden items ranked too high in sequence. Everyone was greedy. Lung Yutong watched me with interest. You're strong. Join the Western Military District. Just agree, let me leave a mark in your mind, and this forbidden item is yours. Trust me, your Western Military District won't live long. I toyed with a cluster of demon flame and scoffed. As the son of the Western Military District's commander, how could Gu Chang'an stand it? He railed at my arrogant talk, but one sweep of my gaze and the white spirit flame behind him wilted in an instant as if meeting a natural predator. He didn't dare meet my eyes and turned his head aside. Shan Yunlong muttered under his breath. I suddenly don't want the forbidden item. This trip's haul is pretty good. With that, his star wheel shifted, a starry sky appearing within, and carrying Shan Yunhu, he shuttled away in escape. Luo Sheng wanted to slip off too. My dad needs me. Play another day. His bony wings had just spread when my prisms had already shot out. He barely dodged, and I was on him in an instant. The prism-heavy sword running clean through those extremely tough bony wings of his, so he could fly no more, and I tossed him to the ground like lifting a little chick. I never said I'd let you go. He backed away again and again, begging for mercy. Relax, you're still useful. You won't die that fast. The most dissolute hunter Skywing star of the past life now begged for mercy too, with no one to blame but his own greed. With Shan Yunlong gone, this little clique lost its cohesion. I added, Cui Ming, stand still, or I can't guarantee his safety. The gravely wounded Cui Ming shuddered. Lung Yutong, seeing the others had lost their fighting spirit, developed thoughts of retreat. But Chao Yunxiao panicked. Until he died, my link to the bloodslaughter scythe couldn't be severed. And right then, a black snowflake beneath Lung Yutong's feet stuck to him. Meaning to seize the chance to escape, he dissolved it with a burst of green fog, becoming a streak of energy fleeing outward. I blocked it with demon flame, my longsword falling from the sky to pin him to the ground. Both hands demon flame lion heads swallowing him whole. His final thick poison surged back and was burned away by my demon flame over several minutes before annihilation. A generation's death-doom poison star, dead in this ruins before he'd truly grown. Lung Yutong and Gu Chang'an seized the chance to flee. I didn't pursue. She likely still had cards, and I wouldn't do a thankless thing. I alone had routed 4 of the 12 stars. Shan Yunlong gravely wounded, Lung Yutong lightly wounded, the death-doom poison star left forever in the ruins, the hunter Skywing star a prisoner at my feet. Yi Qingyao and Fong Daidai had drained that Tier 4 armor's energy too, leaving only a motionless empty shell in the dragon's claws. In this fight, Fong Daidai's scales had mostly shattered, its internal injuries no light thing. I stowed the armor into the dark demon essence. This growable armor was the next best thing to a forbidden item in the ruins. Counting it, this trip I'd gained 3 forbidden items, for sets of growable armor, and the Xianming airship, a great battlefield trump. I stroked Fong Daidai's dragon head and praised it a while, then split off a few drops of life essence to restore it, and Yi Qingyao. Perhaps you should celebrate a bit later. A cold voice sounded. You appeared a short way off with Meng Jingqi. Why didn't you act just now? I asked. She was slightly taken aback, probably not expecting that I could spare attention to watch my surroundings and fighting that intense. Chuzhou settlement. Those 3 forbidden items don't interest me. Strong as a forbidden item is, suiting yourself is what matters most. Meng Jingqi spelled out their purpose for her. Sister Yu has taken a liking to that ability replenishing thing of yours and wants to discuss cooperation. I understood at once. They'd set their eyes on the life essence delusory spirit produced. Before it was even promoted, the business had come to my door. It's unique to Breach. You exchange crystal cores for it. I summoned a drop to drift toward her. Life essence was graded by zombie tier. The higher the tier, the stronger. The tier 1 kind I could already mass produce. Precisely what Breach would chiefly sell next. How much have you got? As much as you want. Her expression didn't move, though her heart was likely already shaken by my confidence. Good. Chuzhou settlement, I'll be waiting for you. With that, she left with Meng Jingqi. If the 9-soul honored moon had truly acted, these 3 forbidden items I might not have gotten. In the past life, both of us among the 5 moons, I'd never once seen her go all out. From her aura just now, she most likely already held a high-ranking forbidden item. No wonder she'd held her hand. She was the best at laying schemes. Going to Chuzhou down the line, I'd have to bring Yuan Nannan along, lest she truly take me for easy to handle. I had Luo Sheng get on Fong Daidai and take me to find his father. He didn't dare make a sound. He knew full well I didn't kill him because there was something I wanted in Mingdu. Blood Emperor still guarded the ruins, blocking scattered survivors and mutant beasts, reporting all normal. I had it head back first and await orders. The Mingdu settlement was built on a mountain, easy to defend and hard to attack. Per Luo Sheng it had weathered 2 hordes and come through both safely. From far off I could see the metal-cast city wall, espers on patrol, discipline strict, a military hand indeed. I stowed Fong Dai Dai into the dark demon essence to heal. I'd need it for the trip back, and entered through the city gate. Luo Sheng always flew straight in, and no one dared stop him. No one in this settlement didn't know him. At the gate, a squad leader, Zhang Jiahao, came up to greet him, and seeing Luo Sheng in a sorry state and Cui Ming at his last gasp, took it they'd gone and killed zombies. Luo Sheng had no time for him, only telling him to open the gate. Zhang Jiahao swept a glance over the 2 of us, one with a sword and a great scythe at his back, one with an unfathomable aura, neither easy to provoke, and didn't dare look long, hurriedly letting us through. Once inside the city, the tallest Mingdu Tower was the seat of power. Power had been restored, and there were even elevators. The moment I stepped out of the elevator, a bespectacled, demure-looking man teased Luo Sheng, then turned his attention to me and Yi Qingyao, his words flippant, raising a hand to grab at Yi Qingyao. Luo Sheng failed to catch his arm in time. This man didn't take me in the least seriously. Plop, his outstretched right hand had already rolled to the floor. A scream tore through Mingdu Tower. He stared at the blood-slaughter scythe in my hand, never having seen when I struck. Next time it won't be a hand that drops. His frame swelled into an upright tiger man. A tiger mutation ability, late tier 2. First rate, even in Mingdu. His left claw swept at me on a gust of wind, and one swing of my blood-slaughter scythe shaved off his one remaining claw, then cut him in 2 on the follow-through. I didn't absorb this scythe, only borrowed its sharpness. Luo Sheng stood by with his hands tied, casually pointed at someone to clean up the bloody hall, and urged me low, "Let's go." Through the crowd's astonished eyes, we passed and were gone. This man was called Lu Mingliang, a first-rate fighter of Mingdu. Of all the people to provoke, he went and got himself killed. In the meeting room, Luo Hong looked at Luo Sheng with a stern face, paying us no mind. I walked straight over and sat Yi Qingyao down on the sofa, set the spirit-erasing sword and the blood-slaughter scythe on the floor. Luo Hong, I wasn't wrong, was I? He hadn't expected the person Luo Sheng brought to be this brazen, calling him by name, sitting down ahead of him. But he'd been around for years and faintly sensed something off. "Don't bother. Your son, I beat." Luo Sheng stood with his head bowed behind him, a docile manner Luo Hong had never once seen. "What do you mean by coming to Mingdu? Your son tried to grab my things and got a lesson from me. I wonder how you'll thank me." Luo Hong, in full general's uniform, let the pressure of a man in power spread out. "Beat my son and still dare come to Mingdu Tower, confident enough." I smiled. "General, let me ask you, where do you think Mingdu's advantage lies? Countless awakened ones, the most complete weapons and equipment." I laughed aloud. "These, the southern and western military districts, other settlements, would they be without them?" He fell silent. "I can help you. You know full well espers grow ever stronger and firearms ever less useful. If you don't believe me, ask your son." Luo Hong slapped Luo Sheng's head, his voice like a great bell. "Don't be a coward. If you lose, lose willingly. If you die, die without regret." My estimation of him rose a few more notches, willing to put himself in his proper place, unlike those with overweening official airs, which was precisely why I'd come to find him. Luo Sheng said something about being badly hurt and walked out. "General Luo, since you don't yet understand the ruins situation, let me tell you. This great pulse was 3 ruins fusing, and inside were 3 forbidden items, all high-ranking." I glanced at the 2 on the floor, and Yi Qingyao opened her hand too, a sky-blue lotus dais appearing, the Ruashi water lotus. A storm surged in Luo Hong's heart. This time in the ruins there were no few with strength like Luo Sheng's. Yet I'd taken all 3 forbidden items. This strength already walked ahead of every awakened one. He had the nerve to be alone with me, and naturally kept the card in hand too. I could feel no few auras all around. Those strongest single-target weapons were likely all trained on me right now. "General, here's something for you." I shot a drop of Tier 1 life essence into his chest. Before he could react, he asked angrily what it was, and before the words were out his aura swelled, going from mid-Tier 2 into late Tier 2. One drop and you advance a tier. Yet he didn't show much surprise on his face. The more interested you seem, the easier you are to mark up the price on. I said, this is called Tier 1 Life Essence. The first use brings a big boost. After that, it subtly strengthens the ability, and it heals excellently too. How much have you got? Can you mass produce? That depends on how many chips you can put forward to move me. He knew he had to land this thing. If someone else got it, the gap would widen, so he tried to drive the price down. This thing's only of great use the first time. After that, the healing effect's not worth mentioning. I sat up a bit straighter. Not worth mentioning? Short of being crippled or losing a limb, this essence can heal any ordinary wound. For the general to say so, Mingdu must have an even more impressive healing type esper. Healing types were scarce to begin with. He was just angling to lower the price. What do you want? He fixed his eyes on me hard. Your firearm manufacturing methods and the assembly lines for all the parts. Master gunmaking and breach could endlessly self-produce, no longer beholden to others' favor. For these, I'll give you 30 drops. Too few. 300 drops. You think this life essence of mine is plain water? You want to mooch it for free with a bit of tech? 50 at most, no more, and if you won't take it, I'll go find another military district. Seeing I genuinely didn't care who I dealt with, he had no choice but to agree, going out to make arrangements and having me wait here. Outside the meeting room, a masked woman in a black robe, her aura mysterious, stood before Luo Hong, speaking in a voice so hoarse it scarcely sounded female. She was called Nan Hanxin, awakened to a shadow ability, Luo Hong's personal guard. Saved by Luo Hong from childhood, her throat burned out. She'd followed him in both martial training and study. Luo Hong was unresigned. Fong Lombai carried several forbidden items. The temptation too great. Land him, and the top-tier combat power gained another. What are your odds of a one-strike kill? None. Nan Hanxin shook her head. His aura is extremely strong. His physical constitution, the like of which I've never seen in my life. Luo Sheng says over a dozen surrounded the two of them at the time, and 3 were of his strength, the weakest mid-tier 2-2. The result was several dead, countless gravely wounded. Luo Sheng's bony wing run through in one stroke. A bony wing even I couldn't pierce in an instant. His strength is near despairing. Luo Sheng's even lost his confidence now. People like this, we can't afford to provoke. Luo Hong sighed. A place he'd held for half a lifetime, and now he was helpless against a mere youngster. If he'd joined Mingdu, our strength would surely soar. Nan Hanxin's eyes blazed, but Luo Hong shook his head, as if drained of strength. He won't. He has his own power. Otherwise, what would he want these firearm blueprints for? Before his eyes was plainly a treasure, yet he hadn't the ability to open it, and could only watch it walk away. When Luo Hong returned and saw me still seated on the sofa, he let out a breath of relief, and had people set several thick stacks of white paper crammed with data onto the table. I'll have those machine assembly lines delivered to you. I trust you'll keep your word. I stowed them in the dark demon essence and offhandedly tossed him a little vial. Come to Breach and Modu from now on to exchange for life essence. You can pay with high-tier crystal cores. At the door I stopped and said coldly, don't try tricks in front of me, or I'll come collect myself, and then your life won't be something those few people can protect. Luo Hong's heart sank. My strength had long exceeded the range he could control, and he wasn't willing to gamble. Fong Dai carried me, and Yi Qingyao flying toward Shishan. This trip, I had to leave Dolly some life essence. It counted as a major helper of mine, too. The Shishan Dolly had gone to was in Modu's northwest, mountain ranges stretching on, mutant beasts in droves, beast kings beyond count. A heaven for mutant beasts, a hell for survivors. If Dolly could unite Shishan, its tribe would surely rank among the 10 great beast kings. Fong Dai's wounds, under the dual nursing of Yi Qingyao and life essence, were nearly healed, the shattered scales pushing off the old and growing new purple-black ones of finer texture. I took the chance to study that Tier 4 armor, soft white, humanoid, about 2.5 meters tall. With more domineering mental force, I destroyed the mark Lung Yutong had left and replaced it with my own demon mark, short of my death. Even if this armor fell into enemy hands, they couldn't control it. I fed it crystal cores, instantly absorbed. But with only a few dozen Tier 2 cores, it took 2 steps and stopped. Energy too low, neither enough for it to fight nor to help it advance a tier. It differed from those 3 metal men in the Dark Demon essence. The armor was independent and could be thrown straight into battle. The metal men needed an awakened one to climb in and operate them. The threshold extremely high, with space inside left to hold a person too. I'd hand those 3 metal men over to Ouyang Yutsai to study later, truly mass-produce them, and Breach's strength would climb another notch. Shishan arrived, giant trees hundreds of meters tall everywhere, the bottom invisible from the air. A dragon's roar from Fong Dai rang through the mountain range. I meant to tell Dolly I'd come, and to draw some mutant beasts over to deliver crystal cores while at it. The moment I touched down, all manner of beast roars rose, and before long a giant deer ice blue all over and noble and bearing appeared with a deer herd. The ice-trailing frost deer, 6th among the 10 great beast kings, extremely strong in ice, extremely high in intelligence, with which I'd dealt no small amount in the past life. It didn't attack rashly, only raised a huge ice spike not far from Fong Dai as a warning, plainly unwilling to clash or unsure of taking us down. Fong Dai unleashed its dragon might bearing down on the deer herd, and a layer of pale blue ripples from the deer king walled the dragon might off, eager for a fight. I held Fong Dai down. Wait a bit, more mutant beasts will come. I'd noticed the claw marks on the ice-trailing deer king's body. Those were its sworn foes. Sure enough, the ground shook, and a giant python rivaling an ancient titan emerged from a hill, its snakehead alone over a man's height. This titan python was the ice-trailing deer king's old foe, fighting on sight. Its frame charged about like a heavy truck. The ice-trailing deer king was nimbler and had its herd, and one strike of ice could freeze the python's snake flesh to shards. But the python was big enough and recovered fiercely, healing its wounds and coming to snag a few from the deer herd for a snack. Neither could do anything about the other. After a bout of grappling, the python swallowed 3 deer, feigned retreat, then ambushed the ice-trailing deer king, was blocked by a prism of ice, its mouth full of bloody flesh, and turned to flee. Dai, stop it. This core I'd have for sure, and a thing of this caliber Fong Dai handled easily. Strengthened by the Thunder Regal's core, Fong Dai's speed and lightning were greater than before. It pressed onto the python in an instant, dark energy on its dragon claws corroding the flesh into white smoke, biting onto the snake's neck and hauling it up bodily, tearing off a great chunk of snake flesh. The ice-trailing deer king's ice arrows then drove into the python's body, freezing it solid from within. Its heavy frame slowed. Fong Dai's sky thunder several meters thick ran straight through its skull, and the python, robbed of its bearings, slammed straight into an ice spike the ice-trailing deer king had condensed and went still. Fong Dai pressed onto the corpse to declare ownership, and the ice-trailing deer king didn't contend. Deer don't eat meat, and getting rid of this scourge was already a great fortune. I knew full well, without Fong Dai, once the ice-trailing deer king entered Tier 4, this python would have died all the same. Tier 4 was a qualitative change, which was also why I'd never heard of this titan python in the past life. The ice-trailing deer king walked over, and a piece suddenly dropped from its antlers and flew toward me. Holding it, ice cold, even my mind was washed clean. This was its gift of thanks for removing the scourge. It was about to lead its herd back when I called to it. How about you come with me? I can make your tribe safer. High in intelligence, it understood, yet hesitated. In Shishan, the humans it had seen mostly fled on sight or harmed its tribe. On one act of help, how could it hand its tribe over? I flicked a drop of life essence before it. This drop was condensed from a Tier 2 zombie, its energy far surpassing the Tier 1 kind. It startled and came back, looked closely and found nothing amiss, and opened its mouth to swallow it down. The rich life energy wrapped it, its wounds healing, and having just entered early Tier 3 it shot in one go to the peak of early Tier 3, its ice finer, its near-transparent antlers more solid still, every step it took freezing a thin layer of ice. The deer herd was in an uproar and swarmed over in a mass. One deer call from the ice-trailing deer king drove them back, and it walked before me and slowly lowered those proud antlers it never bowed. This was its respect as a beast king. It led us back to its turf, a paradise apart from the world. High mountains enclosing it on three sides, a great waterfall pouring into a pool in the middle, a deer herd cast from the same mold perched on the rocks, the valley mouth blocked tight by 100-meter sky-piercing tree. Even Yingao was dazed by it, sitting by the pool plucking leaves to feed the deer, all smiles. I made a turn with the ice-trailing deer king. There were no few Tier 2 deer in its tribe, but only two could command ice, and both late Tier 2, far short of its brilliance. A beast king was rare to begin with. At the valley's end, a great mountain cave, fawns frolicking, a dozen some doe nestled close around the ice-trailing deer king. I hadn't expected that for all its noble look, its harem was no small size. As I strolled, Dolly's roar carried over. It thought I'd been trapped by the deer herd and had brought its subordinates to save me. Out of the cave, the whole valley was already ringed by mutant beasts of every kind. Dolly standing at the very front, clustered together with Fong Dai. The moment I came out, it came to meet me, scratching its head. I thought you'd been caught by these deer. I smiled. It's fine. This power base of yours has developed beyond what I expected. A Tier 3 golden-crowned eagle circled in the air, a Tier 3 pink charm fox, mental type, its eyes strange runes, crouched on its shoulder. Dolly had subdued all the aerial overlords of this stretch. It said smugly. It had been planning to come take the deer herd in a few days anyway, and only that wolf pack was left in Shishan now. The ice-trailing deer king watched on, awed beside us, not having expected this monkey's power base to be this strong already, and finding me more mysterious still. I said to it, "Dear king, after I leave you take orders from Dolly, help it guard Shishan." It nodded gently. The charm fox leapt into my arms, soft as a little plush toy, mewling under my strokes. I had Dolly summon all its mutant beasts, and it sent the golden-crowned eagle back to spread word. This eagle was extremely fast, and there was nowhere in Shishan it couldn't reach. When the Eagle King landed, a gale mussed my fringe, and Fong Dai rose at once with an angry roar. Any move that startled me it forbade, and even when carrying me in flight, it would cast a film of energy to block the wind for me. Dolly slapped the Eagle King's head. "This is my big brother. Show some respect." Only then did the Eagle King fold its wings and bow its head. Dolly apologized, and I waved it off. "I'm not that delicate." Dolly and I sat by the lake and chatted idly. Its human speech grew ever smoother, and it remarked how lovely the Deer King's turf was. I smiled and said once we were strong, we'd dump all the work on subordinates and just retire here, and it laughed aloud, its voice like thunder. Yingao teased the charm fox in her arms, giggling. In the lake, carnivorous and herbivorous mutant beasts rarely coexisted. Under Dolly's rule, the carnivores' rations were the zombies down the mountain and the herbivores that didn't belong to it. From now on, Shishan would become a human no-go zone. This was precisely the layout I'd set. Breach backed in the north by Dolly's Shishan, in the west by Blood Emperor's horde, to the east facing the sea, the mutant fish in the water unable to come ashore for now, leaving only the south to guard. I'd never taken Modu's power seriously. The two remaining zombie kings, the other human settlements, were no problem. The Modu military district and Mo Mingzhao's light dusk settlement checked each other, and I was glad of the ease. What truly preyed on my mind was the northern twin suns. In the past life, the twin suns represented all China's strongest, the capital growing by the day, and even I had to admit that past life Breach couldn't match the capital. But this life, the twin suns were likely in for an upheaval. Dolly's strength was no weaker than any beast king of the past life. In its wrathful golden warrior god state, every attribute was maxed to the limit. A rare attributeless, yet extremely strong mutant beast. That charm fox's mental force was astonishing. They say when Dolly first came to Shishan, one move from it stunned a whole mountain of baboons into idiocy, and for all its love of play, given guidance, it was a fine hand at guarding the mountain. The mutant beasts soon ringed the valley airtight, beast roars and bird cries blending into one. The moment Dolly rose, the din cut off abruptly, all the beasts fixed on it. It slowly stepped aside and yielded me to the front. Don't resist this power. A great mass of life essence in my hand burst in midair, the essence scattering point by point. The beasts vying to absorb it, great swaths evolving. Mostly Tier 1, few Tier 2. This was all my Tier 1 life essence, to add some boost for Dolly. Then I flicked a drop of Tier 2 life essence to Dolly's mouth, helping it smoothly enter mid-Tier 3. Gave the little fox a drop, and it was already closing on a tier up. That golden-crowned eagle could just scramble with the rest of the beasts. All the mutant beasts knew this human could give them tremendous benefits, gazing at me ardently, wanting to crowd close. One release of my violent aura, and they abruptly froze stiff. The benefits of the life essence had made them forget for a moment the strength of the man before them. The domineering aura instantly cooled the beasts. I said to Dolly, "Come, that wolf pack's no need to keep either." The golden-crowned eagle king spread its wings to lead the way, and I took Yingao up onto Fong Dai Dai and rose. Dolly couldn't fly, but it leapt through the trees as if flying, no ravine able to stop it. We chased a good while, changed directions several times. That wolf pack was fleeing too, but it couldn't shake the golden-crowned eagle's tracking. We cornered them before a rock face. The lead wolf was a rare white wolf, a size larger and exceedingly noble. The very moon-white wolf king. The pack actually had 3 Tier 3 wolves. No wonder Dolly hadn't taken them down all this while. I'll say it one last time. Swear loyalty to me, or the wolf pack is wiped out today. The white wolf king was unmoved in the slightest. Go! Dolly charged out, its frame swelling, golden fur gleaming, 2 fists knocking the blocking wolves flying. The moon-white wolf king's moonblade several meters long cut into its arm, making it pause. Fong Dai Dai then followed up to pincer, while Yingao and I held the perimeter, not letting one escape. The golden-crowned eagle's golden feathers were like swords in the air, piercing through several wolves. Those that tried to flee cut down by it in an instant. Dolly single-handedly pressed the moon-white wolf king and 2 Tier 3 wolves. The moon-white wolf king's moonblade was extremely strong, its claws carrying moonlight, raking even Dolly bloody. I corroded off 1 Tier 3 wolf's foreleg with a dark energy ball, and Dolly seized the chance to blow its head apart in 3 punches. The moon-white wolf king watched for the gap as Dolly turned and bit at its neck. Dolly, a veteran of 100 battles, blocked crosswise with a thick arm and took the bite. Backhanded flung it at the other Tier 3 wolf lunging in, then pounded the ground with both fists to soften it. Found a moment to punch that Tier 3 wolf flying. Grabbed a wolf's leg as a weapon and smashed it at the moon-white wolf king, who forcibly twisted its body in midair to dodge. This moon-white wolf king was extremely strong in the moon element, astonishing in speed, and had a rare coordinating ability among mutant beasts. If not so overly proud, it would have been a superb helper. That rare moon core of its was just right for strengthening my prisms. I'd held my hand all along to see Dolly's depths. As it looked now, it rarely met an equal in its tier, and though it had no ranged attack, with that agility closing in was no problem. Time to end it. Yao trap it. The lotus mark between Yingyao's brows flared, a huge Ruashi water lotus wrapping the moon-white wolf king, streams of water binding it fast. It decisively released moonblades against its own body to break free too, but I was already over its head, my searing demon flame dispersing the moonblades entirely. Prisms gathered above it, clad in demon flame. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. It went on biting at the water, ignoring me. Down. The prism's sword fell with soul-scorching demon flame, running through its neck under its unwilling gaze. It was too proud, never one to live on in disgrace anyway. I burned its corpse clean and took that moon core. Over there Fong Dai Dai and the golden-crowned eagle had wrapped up too, wolf corpses all over the ground. Fong Dai Dai bathed in blood, not a drop of it its own. Dolly walked over and praised me. The way you two coordinate is just unbeatable. I smiled. Only used 30% of my strength. I'll take the Wolf King's core. The rest I leave to you. Shishan is your turf from now on. Time to head back to Breach. Yi Qingyao tossed the whimpering charm fox in her arms onto Dolly's shoulder. Fong Dai Dai offhandedly ate a few wolf cores, and on leaving even pretended to bump the golden-crowned eagle aside carelessly, growling at it to get out of the way. Dolly waved. Bye-bye, come by often. The return trip went without incident, and from far off I could see Breach, but farther still were densely packed zombies. corpses heaped like small hills outside the city wall. The horde had already surged once. Lu Jiming and the defense corps were repairing the wall pitted from aberrant zombies' charges, and seeing Fang Dai called for us to land. The defense corps broke into cheers. With me here, they had their backbone. Lu Jiming was bloody all over, his clothes torn in several places. Fang, did this trip go smoothly? The horde's been coming for 3 days. The day after you left there were signs, and all 4 legions reported a surge of zombies around them. Lucky you warned us before leaving. We whipped everything into shape and prepared across the board in advance, so the losses weren't too great. I nodded. This horde was most likely one of the 2 remaining zombie kings. With Qi dead, these 2 had expanded their strength further, using breach as a springboard to cut their teeth and fight for turf. I'd let it know what a thick slab of iron it had run into. Well done. Now Modu's about due for an upheaval. Call a meeting in 2 hours. The Jinwei meeting room. Fan Wenbin clamored that if I hadn't come back he'd have led people out to find me. Li Rui's cast him a glance. Fang in danger, and that bit of strength of yours going would just be serving yourself up. Fan Wenbin recalled that spatial throttling of his and instantly fell silent. Yichio cut in at the right moment and had everyone listen to me. I told them about the ruins. 3 ruins fusing, the sequence extremely high. Gang picked it up. So that's 3 forbidden items? I set 2 on the table. This is forbidden item 017, the spirit erasing sword, annihilation attribute, extremely high damage. This is forbidden item 024, the bloodslaughter scythe, doubling on first blood. Then I pointed at Yi Qingyao's hand. Forbidden item 011, the Ruashi water lotus, extremely compatible with Yao Yao, absorbed right there in the ruins. Everyone's eyes couldn't move away. They tried Little Chubby's Gale Authority, sequence 69, and found it extremely hard to break, let alone these 3 high-ranking forbidden items. That I could take all 3 from so many strong hands showed my strength now. I took out the 3 growable metal men too, and said to Fan Wenbin, in a while, someone will come take over your shadow department director post. He shot up and asked anxiously where he'd gone wrong. I put on a stern face. No discipline in the meeting room again, and I really will dismiss you. Teasing him. These 3 metal men can advance a tier. Hand them to the research department to develop a knight's armor unique to breach, and you'll be commander of the Knight Order, answering directly to me, the face of breach. For these 3 suits of armor, pick the strongest awakened ones in the whole base to operate them. Only then did he come around, his head lifted, and cupped his hands to take the order. His ability itself was a knight, so this commander post couldn't suit him better. I had Ouyang Yucai assist in building the Knight Order, and handed the Star Wheel borrowed from Shan Yunlong to Yichio. It could raise awakening odds. Star Force was limited, so he'd allocate it to grow the number of espers in the base. And that Tier 4 armor, its energy demand too high, needed over 100 Tier 3 crystal cores just to fight 1 battle. Su Qidong teased that my haul was no small thing, and Chun Gang said heroically, kill however many come. But I was grave. Don't underestimate them. They're none of them weak, and if they truly joined hands, even we'd be hard-pressed to hold. We still need to develop steadily. Yichio nodded in agreement. Forming alliances and patching weaknesses was the way to survive. Since coming to Breach, this Uncle Yi had handled most matters great and small himself, his prestige extremely high, faintly showing the makings of a number 2. The spirit erasing sword's no use to me. Give it to Dongzi. His flash lightning tyrant spear can take the annihilation attribute to the extreme. Anyone who thinks himself more suited can challenge him, to each by ability. Everyone deferred to Su Qidong. No one objected, just as I wanted. In the past life this sword was his. He took it excitedly, and I said mysteriously, try fusing it first, then we'll talk about adapting. As for the bloodslaughter scythe, I kept it for now. A forbidden item's worth is in suiting, not in more being better. Li Rui suited an enhancement type, and this scythe would only limit him. Yi Qingyao and Su Qidong already had forbidden items. Chun Gang was a fierce assault blood axe. Lu Jiming sovereign of stone. Little Chubby using Gale authority. Whoever took this scythe couldn't bring out its true might. Yichio asked about the horde, and I smiled. The scale's no small thing, but we can hold it, and even ride the zombie crystal cores for another wave of strength. Survival of the fittest. Awaken ones who dare charge, and kill don't lack for cores. The words are cruel, but the apocalypse is, only by growing stronger do you live. Yichio concurred. Ouyang Yutsai earnestly asked for high-tier crystal cores. Low-tier ones did limited good for weapons. Tier 2 had been tried. Tier 3 might be different. I agreed. After the Horde, I'd give the research department 5 Tier 3 zombie crystal cores to study core weapons. This director Ouyang had never disappointed me. Other settlements had research talent in droves, and the one thing Breach could put forward was just him, one man worth an army. The meeting broke up well into the night. I caught up with Ouyang Yutsai. Grandpa Ouyang, let me show you something. Nearing 70, he was more than old enough to be my grandfather, hunched but sharp-eyed. Seeing the city master like this, could there be more good things you haven't brought out? I took him to an open patch outside the base. With me there, ordinary as he was, it was no matter. The Xianming airship model in my hand flashed, and the colossal ship appeared out of thin air, casting a great shadow. This apocalypse really is in for an upheaval. His eyes went rigid, and he darted forward faster than a young man, throwing himself at it to feel around. I used the model to open the hatch and took him in, and the difference between expert and layman showed at once. The moment he went in, he rattled off its structure and flight principles, took the model and set it back in place, and started studying the cabin full of buttons, leaving me hung out to dry. I was a little unsure whether handing it to him was the right call. By the look of it, he meant to move in. Luckily, under a stern order, he agreed not to hold up the night order and the core weapons. And only then was I at ease handing Xianming to him. He'd later have Lu Jiming build a place underground at the research department to store it. I hadn't mentioned Xianming at the meeting, wanting as few as possible to know. From now on, this would be a card not easily turned over. Ouyang Yutsai reminded me. Ruins were popping up one by one. The world in upheaval. We had a card, and other settlements would too. So prepare early. Don't capsize in a gutter. I reassured him I'd run Breach ever better. He smiled kindly. The approval at the corners of his eyes impossible to hide. If the apocalypse had more people like this, why would there be so much killing? As for the Shadow Department head, I already had a candidate. Ouyang Yutsai's own granddaughter, Ouyang Yunma. In the past life, she died at the hands of the zombie King Qi, where she too would have been a renowned strong fighter. She'd never known her grandfather was in Breach, and now served Mo Mingzhao. Once she came looking for her grandfather, how to keep her would be Ouyang Yutsai's business. With the Horde assaulting the city, the night watch doubled. Zombies were especially active at night. The scattered ones that wandered to the wall were easily cleared. The occasional stronger aberrant cut down by the Legion's top hands combined. The mountain of corpses outside the wall, part hauled into the warehouse, part with no manpower to clear, were simply made into another line of defense, the guards setting up guns before them. These few days the corpses outside the wall piled into a mountain, part sent into the warehouse for delusory spirit to convert. As my strength rose, delusory spirit converted ever faster. Life essence had become one of Breach's great specialties now. Though it hadn't expanded to other provinces, Modu's powers all knew of it, and even small powers brought crystal cores to exchange. This one thing alone brought in over 10,000 cores, making Breach one of the wealthier parties in the apocalypse. On the city wall, Su Qidong gazed at the horde stretching past sight, his eyes faintly aglow. The Divine Convergence Legion stood at battle ready, black gun muzzles trained on the zombie ranks. Old Run, any word on the zombie king? Flame kindled in Renjina's eyes. This was an eye enhancement he'd developed himself, with a touch of golden-eyed fire vision. Not yet. This zombie king's a sly one. Shows its face, and then hides. Gunfire and artillery sounded together, the front-rank zombies falling like wheat, great craters blasted out of the ranks. Thanks to the weapons Li Wenqing had delivered, or who knows how many more awakened ones this wave would have cost. The blueprints I brought back were being copied at full tilt too. But this zombie throng was more than a cut above the previous waves, pouring in endlessly. Su Qidong realized the zombie king meant to tear open a breach here, and hefting the flash lightning tyrant spear now fused with the spirit erasing sword, the spearhead glowing white, lightning arcs coiling, dropped into the ranks. Charge with me. One sweep of the annihilation aura and zombies split in two by the swath. The spear drove into the ground. Thunder, fall. Dense lightning crashing down from the sky. The reek of char spreading across the battlefield. Mountainous, heavy, aberrant zombies bore down. The one at the head, already tier 3 and a dozen some meters tall. Divine Convergence's attacks landing on it to no effect. Second Squad Captain Yen Ming loosed an arrow off the air, sinking one deep into its arm. Late tier 2, yet able to pierce tier 3 defense. He met it head-on with members flying on lotus leaves. Those lotus leaves were Qian Feifei's ability, controlling the field and flight for everyone. The Earth-type Li Pengwei guarded Qian Feifei, slamming a boulder at the aberrant zombie's head. Chi-Chi's mental poison clung to an arrow to disrupt it, Tan Hui's short blade darting extremely fast. The aberrant zombie grabbed a car to smash about, blocked by Li Pengwei's stone wall. Those dozen-some aberrant zombies tied down dozens of the Legion's top hands, their thick flesh hard to breach. At the crucial moment, Yi Qingyao arrived with the Candle Lotus Elite. Li Pingyan's golden shield blocked an aberrant zombie's heavy fist. He was Candle Lotus's second tier 3. Legu turned werewolf and pounced to claw at its eyes. Yi Qingyao's Ruashi water lotus binding it for a moment with its streams. Legu, at the cost of grave injury, drew its attention away, was caught onto a lotus leaf by Tan Hui, and healed on the leaf's veins. In that very instant, Su Qidong kicked off into the air, the flash lightning tyrant spear's annihilation aura built to the extreme. Go! The spear shadow swelling 1,000-fold to run the aberrant zombie through, a great hole hollowed in its chest, the annihilation aura still churning the rotted flesh to pieces within. Su Qidong, the zombie king striking in two places. This is just the horde. The high-tier zombies are all over at the defense core. Yi Qingyao called out. This zombie king actually knew to feint east and strike west. Su Qidong drove his spear in and laid down a thunder-forbidden zone. Zombies unable to come near, and downed a drop of life essence to restore his energy. Good. I'll go meet it once I've killed these. Didn't think it'd play me too. Wonder if Fong will keep it alive. The Zombie King's calculation was a great horde fiercely assaulting divine convergence, to make us think it meant to storm this wall with full force, and once reinforcements were shifted over, lead its elite to strike into breach from elsewhere, pincering from inside and out. But it misjudged breach. I only sent the one Candle Lotus Legion to reinforce, the rest holding fast. Even if this were truly the main assault, 2 legions were enough to hold until reinforcements came. The defense core side was where the high-tier zombies were. 7 tier 3 zombies. Li Rui's alone pressed 2, his void blades flickering in and out. The tier 3 zombies only sensing his position the instant he struck. Death was only a matter of time. Fan Wenbin, tier 3, his knight's armor ever more resplendent, and Lu Jiming joined hands to trap 3, first slaying the trickiest, an 8-legged aberrant, 3 pairs of mantis-like forelimbs. With the heavy sword turned twin tang sabers plus sovereign of stone combined, Chun Gang met an octopus-like tentacle aberrant, his blood axe carrying waves of blood, a blood-colored giant shade rising behind him to clap both hands and pound it into blood mist. Did I say you could go? And that zombie king, I'd blocked here. Dark and gaunt, its claws extremely long, looking frail enough to topple in the wind, yet commanding a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ghost End, you call me Ghost End, a fine name, but your body interests me more. It spoke. On the strength of the Moon-White Wolf King's Moon Core, I was already late tier 3, my cultivation even higher than its. It fell far short of the chi of those days, merely an ordinary zombie king level. Prisms whirled around me, casually blocking its claw. Your strength. I can have you fall here without much effort. Rage surged in it, yet it was helpless. Of all the humans it had seen, not one had given it this feeling. What do you want? Able to conceive of feinting east and striking west, its intelligence was no longer far below a human's. I didn't answer, only asked, which power and motive have you been in contact with? Its turf wasn't near breach, yet it had skipped the human powers along the way to strike at mine specifically. It shuddered. Mo Mingzhao. He found me. Said as long as I took breach, he'd help me annex the other zombie king. I gazed meaningfully into the distance. Just so. Mo Mingzhao had his own designs. Best if this zombie king destroyed Breach, and failing that it could still weaken Breach. A pity, they'd both underestimated me. Qin Gang raised his axe in disgust. Fong, why waste words with it? Just finish it. Is my Breach a place you come and go as you please? No need. I have arrangements. My lips moved. It's here. In the distance, a black-robed figure came sprinting on countless tentacles. Master, Blood Emperor knelt on one knee. It had been growing in Breach's west ever since the ruins, and a while back had told me through the little golden sword that it had a new ability, so I'd summoned it to rush over. Ghostin felt this black-robed person was also a zombie king, yet served me, and its heart went uneasy. It's him? A decent body. Blood Emperor looked at Ghost End with interest. Open your mind, or you die today. I threatened coldly. Ghost End hesitated. How do you guarantee my safety? You have no choice. Surrounded, refuse, and it'd be killed in an instant. It faintly sensed something off, but Blood Emperor had self-awareness and seemed to mean to do something inside its body. Fine, I agree. Blood Emperor's tentacles wrapped it in an instant, and, catching it off guard, ran it through several times, rapidly draining its blood amid its screams, then slowly replacing it with its own blood. Ghostin's dark skin turned white and took on a blood glow, its dull eyes becoming blood pupils like Blood Emperor's. Done, Master. Blood Emperor's aura was greatly reduced, plainly a heavy expenditure of vital energy and blood. Ghost End had become a blood puppet, without self-awareness or the ability to control zombies, knowing only how to fight, but a zombie king's strength still intact. I dawdled with it this long precisely to wait for Blood Emperor to arrive and have it open its mind, the better to keep the blood puppet whole. The slightest resistance to the absorption, and it would have failed. It never imagined that from the very start I'd had no intention of letting it live. The horde it brought had killed too many people. It had to die, and die with value, helping Blood Emperor consolidate the zombie ranks on the 4 sides down the line. Fan Wenbin watched with a tremor of the heart. This zombie king, serving me, amounted to another measure of combat power gained. I said, Blood Emperor's ability is newly developed, with flaws. The prerequisites are too harsh. I gave my orders. Blood Emperor, take Ghost End and keep developing in the west. The two of you go wipe the horde out entirely, tally the battle losses, and report to me. And give the squad members who fought preferential treatment. Qin Gang, Li Rui's, tomorrow come with me on a trip to the Light Dusk settlement. Mo Mingzhao wasn't moving against Breach for the first time. It seemed he was still too confident. This horde brought not just crystal cores, but a vast number of corpses. The life essence was likely to surge to over 1,000, another big sum of cores. The horde gradually subsided. Yi Qingyao's Ruashi Water Lotus healed over 100 people on the battlefield at once while controlling the field, the pressure cut by more than half. Captain Yi is so amazing. When will I ever be like that? Qian Feifei sighed. He could heal and control the field too, but he was far short of Yi Qingyao. Li Pengwei teased. Why else is she a captain and you a squad leader? Qian Feifei shot back. You're one to talk. Both of us Earth type, and her brother Lu's the defense chief. How come you're only a squad leader? The two bickered, and Tan Hui sidled over. Want to play a round back home? 3 crystal cores a game? Qian Feifei said scornfully. I'd only look you up if I had cores to burn. You win 9 times out of 10. Breach's facilities were ever more complete now, and entertainment venues had opened too. After high-intensity combat, the nerves were drawn taut, and there had to be somewhere to unwind, or the body would break down sooner or later. Crystal cores had long since wholly replaced money. The bills of old were now nothing but sheets of waste paper.